Hello and welcome. It is November 16th, the stream here on this Sunday. That's right, I have two chat boxes lit up by mistake. Hi, if you're here for the VOD, I just wanted to let you know that the timestamps are down below, hopefully by the time you click on this VOD. If not, it'll be like the day after. I try to get timestamps up so that you can quickly jump to whatever sounds interesting from will probably be several hours worth of streaming. In terms of like cutting highlights and stuff like that, I'm still in between on that. It just takes a lot of time, especially with everything else I'm working on, other video essays that I want to make. So those might be fewer and far between. I'm still trying to manage that. But some of the things I think are interesting and I can clip them, but I can also make them videos with like more polish. So I'm just in the middle of like deciding of how to handle all of that, but welcome. If you're here for the VOD, like I said, timestamps below. We'll be talking about the new FF7 book. We'll be talking about the Dyne video that Last Elixer Productions made, breaking that down and comparing it to the Rebirth version. And then also we're going to play Crisis Core. So that's the plan for today. And with that, let me say hello to everyone here in the live chat. What's going on? Natalie, Ectogamut, Dante, Kafka, Sephiroth, Jake Lloyd, Jelly-san, Bumblebee, Amano, of no reputation. It's a long name, but I like it. Amano of no reputation. There's a lot of people here already. A lot of like chatter between all of you guys. Wick, what's going on? I know you have a new video also. Given how I'm trying to manage these streams and try to make them manageable in terms of time, we'll probably do your Zach video next week, because I also want to cover that new Dyne video this week. But hello, at some point I double checked my Discord link and it was still active. The one it's still giving me as like the Discord link from Discord. It's still the one that I have active in Nightbot. So at some point, inevitably in the stream, it will probably change. It seems whatever the timer is that like changes the link every 7 days seems to happen in the middle of our streams. So at some point, if you have trouble with the Discord link, let me know and I'll update that. Let me just catch up with some things in chat that may not have been specifically like back and forth between you guys. They'll just tell us your theories, tell us what you cherish most. Please give us the pleasure of taking it away. That's funny. And with that, I believe Sephiroth isn't actually human anymore. Yeah, you guys are getting deep into some of the stuff already. Oh shoot, my chat just scrolled down to the bottom automatically. Timestamps. You time stamped, right? We'll talk about Stamp actually, and a surprising thing that I never really connected before when it came to Stamp. Did anyone ever notice Cloud mimicking Sephiroth a bit in Remake Final Fight? In one scene, they both hold a sword in an edgy way to one side of their face. I think I may have kind of seen that. Let me just see, anybody else? I didn't know Wick had a new video. Yes, he has a new video about Zach. It's like a Zach theory. I would have it on here today. It's just that there's like I said, I want to cover the new book. I want to play Crisis Core. I want to watch this Dyne video, which is like 40 minutes. Wick's video is also like 40 minutes. So we'll do that next week. So yeah. So there's some stuff. Some quick other sort of those. I finished Dispatch, that game. I might do like a short video about it. I'm not sure yet. I appreciated what it is. It's not like the most super deep, amazing, thing. I do think some of the like Game of the Year chatter is a little overdone. But it's a very cool experience. Like I really enjoyed the hell out of it. Why isn't it like, let me grab chat again. There we go. But it was a lot of fun. Like it's just a fun, good time. Especially if like superhero stuff just hasn't really been hitting for you lately. It does a good job of just like being an enjoyable sort of like Telltale like sort of experience. Actually, there is something from a conversation about that I did want to play here on stream. I almost forgot about it until just mentioning that game, seeing the game advertised everywhere. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is because they hired some influencers as like voice actors who did a good job actually in their roles. Especially like Jacksepticeye was really good as his character. I thought Lana Pierce was good as her character. Moist Critical Charlie is basically just doing Charlie. The other two kind of do play roles, you know, whereas like Charlie kind of is Charlie. But he's funny. What ending did I get for Dispatch? I got I don't want to spoil things for people in chat. I got probably the most common one. I guess I'll just say there's two romance options. I chose Invisigal on playthrough 1. I'm playing a Blazer playthrough now too. But it was a very good ending. It was like the good ending is the one that I got. So, and it was fun. It was cool. Let me pull up though something from an interview that is actually relevant to FF7. I forgot to, I remember I wanted to talk about this on stream and then I forgot, and it has to do with multiple endings. So I was watching the writer talk about this in an interview, because he was talking about like constructing Telltale games, because he worked at Telltale for a long time, and he worked on a lot of their games like Wolf Among Us, The Walking Dead, all that kind of stuff. And he had this clip
and in some
that I want to jump to. Let me show you guys, because this has to do with like why I'm not a fan of the idea of multiple endings in FF7 Part 3. Let me just switch to the right view. Yeah, and then this is technically correct. It just needs to grab media player, shrink it into here. So this is an interview with the writer of Dispatch, and like I said, this is actually relevant to FF7 because I've been fighting some friends. One friend in particular, Shortage's Baby Seal, who has lobbied for the idea of like multiple endings, or like thinks that they might have multiple endings, that they might be what they're planning. And I've been really resistant to that. This doesn't have any Dispatch spoilers. If anything, it has like a semi Walking Dead season 2 Telltale, but it doesn't even mention exactly what the two endings really are. Just mentions like a general choice they have to make. So even it's not even really a spoiler for that. But there have been people who have been talking about the idea of multiple endings for Remake Part 3, and I've been really against it. And then this guy who writes games and wrote Telltale games had an experience when it came to multiple endings, which also like put reason to it that was even better than what I had been able to articulate up to this point. But let me play this real quick.
Yeah.
So, I worked on I worked on season 2 of Walking Dead, and in that season we didn't think there'd be a season 3. So we basically listened to the critics and was like, okay, what you want is multiple endings. Okay, fuck it, let's do multiple endings, right? And at that time I figured at the very least I'm not working on season 3, so it felt like we were writing checks I didn't have to cash, so we had like 3 or maybe 4 endings. Maybe there's 3 endings, and what we found was that like it completely like fractured the audience in terms of like the endings that they get, right? And in some cases, like you'll make a decision of at the end of if you haven't played it by now, fuck you. But at the end, Clementine basically makes a choice of like go with one of two, or choose between these two people, or go it alone, right? And some people would choose what they thought was right, maybe morally, or what was right in their heart, or thinking about what Clementine wants. But then what we found was that like people would get endings that didn't grok with what they wanted dramatically, right? So they got the ending that they chose, but then when they got there, it was like they felt a little bit more empty, you know? And then you watch them play through, or like in some cases, I saw people basically play through and then immediately go and watch like, you know, a VOD of the path not taken and cry because that's actually the one they wanted emotionally, even though their head was telling them that this is the route. So it's really hard to sort of map a satisfying outcome for the player when there's that much chaos. And it's hard enough to write a good ending. It's hard enough to make people feel anything. Like there's all these like difficult things we're trying to accomplish it as it is. And then there's this difficulty modifier of like, how do we map their experience well enough that like all of these are going to resonate with them when they're all different human beings, that certain things are going to matter to them, certain things won't, you know?
With the Walking Dead
it's
example,
tough.
did you find that people
And in some cases,
And then I forgot to clip actually here, but then he talked more about this. Shit. Let me see if I can get the actual YouTube clip. Because basically he talks about, you know, is this going to be a don't give people what they want? Well, yeah, to some extent, Dante, it's like people don't know always what they actually want and actually need, right? Like, for example, original FF7, right? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, right? Like, they gave you an actual choice in the Forgotten Capital of like saving Aerith or like letting her die, which is a shitty choice. But let's just say, right? And let's just say you're a person that's like, oh, I don't care about Aerith. Sure, let her die, whatever. Or, you know, you decide to save her. Like, there was one dramatic choice that's best, which is like her death, right? Like, it helps sets up the whole rest of the story, and then obviously onto the compilation and everything, right? Like, it's not something that most players would choose, you know, but like for like the themes of the game and what the game is trying to communicate, it's probably best for the game's story for like certain things to actually happen, even if it's something like a player doesn't want, right? Like in Last of Us Part 2, there's a big major death that most people weren't happy with, but like I think was the right like dramatic choice. Also, there, you know, is the ending, you know, a character makes a particular choice in that game where like some people didn't agree with that, but you know, if that were, you know, a player choice, you know, in terms of like what the character chooses to do in that moment, I think it kind of neuters the drama and like sort of like what the most interesting thing is. So let me find, because then he talked about it more and I thought it was really interesting, the specifics of what he said after that moment. Shoot, if I could find the right like part of that. It was Alana Pierce Dispatch interview. Shoot, what's this guy's name? Pierre. Here it is.
in and around 6 years, I'd say.
you know forced to
God,
have
I don't know when I'll like.
I don't feel
yeah.
I'm getting on
lives on repeat.
make that case.
Sorry.
I'm where I think we all know Tom Bissell. Is it?
I don't know him, but I'm constantly mistaken for him in various times I meet people.
Also had to quit.
Or that's
Different forms along with like a professional like
yeah.
What should happen?
Sorry,
STEM that you had something of value. There's like, how do we turn
It's true. It's true.
necessarily
my
the person
career.
that was sort of NFL picks, call in what these things like exactly
You just endorse horror
can get
Cool.
it's quite litigious.
to what you want to say in that moment. But and I get the value proposition
Do you think
to make it entertaining.
besides anyone
Can
else?
any approach that in dispatch?
Where was it?
It's going to resonate with them when
Oh,
in
here
their
it is.
heart or thinking about what Clementine wants. But then what we found was that like people would get endings that didn't grok with what they wanted dramatically, right? So they got the ending that they chose, but then when they got there, it was like they felt a little bit more empty, you know? And then you watch them play through, or like in some cases, I saw people basically play through and then immediately go and watch like, you know, a VOD of the path not taken and cry because that's actually the one they wanted emotionally, even though their head was telling them that this is the route. So it's really hard to sort of map a satisfying outcome for the player when there's that much chaos. And it's hard enough to write a good ending. It's hard enough to make people feel anything. Like there's all these like difficult things we're trying to accomplish it as,
I agree,
as it
Rick.
is. And then there's this difficulty modifier of like, how do we map their experience well enough that like all of these are going to resonate with them when
And
they're
then
all
here's some
different human
more
beings that certain
after,
things
like,
are gonna like
Alana's
them, certain
question.
things won't, you know?
They
With
give
the
some more
Walking Dead
context.
example, did you find that people were like, was there one particular ending that you found people were gravitating towards?
Well, emotionally 100%, because you basically have one ending that's like with Kenny, who you've had 2 seasons with, you know? So there's just like something about that story ending or feeling like it's ending that it's just going to be always going to be more of a payoff and more
Yeah.
resonant across, however, at that point, 20 hours of being with this person and seeing this complete like up and down and like with the sort of emotionality, like the emotion that the character went through, you know? And so that was always going to like crush people, you know, that one was. And what sucks is like we knew it. I'm not saying this because I wrote it, but I am saying that when I wrote it, I was like, oh, like we had, you know, I don't know if any of you know Laura Perisco, but Laura would always play the games internally at Telltale. She worked in marketing, and I was like, oh, this is gonna fucking destroy Laura. That was my gauge, you know. And like she comes over,
That's the
tear
goal.
streaming after she plays through the. Yeah, I was like, oh, okay. So we found it, right? We found something that's going to be resonant with people, and then we threw it into a randomizer. And it's
Yeah.
like, what the fuck, you know? Like, so I feel bad because it's like people didn't get the thing that they wanted emotionally because they kind of were torn by whatever inputs there might be in their brain at that point to determine what the outcome should be for Clem. But we knew that we had one that was a very resonant end to the drama of the series, the actual story we're telling. So yeah.
So
it's
how do you
tough.
make that call between?
So like what he says really is interesting, right? Is like you might think you know you have the ending in mind that like you want, but like again, until you actually see it, you realize, oh, dramatically it's more interesting if this other thing sort of happens. That may not be the thing that I picked, right? Like I think weirdly enough, like some people had that experience with like Expedition 33, without getting like into that or like spoilers on that. Someone earlier said like, you know, do you think it would be something where it'd be like one set ending or like, you know, multiple romance things? And I think, yeah, most likely. I mean, like, I don't want to get into this topic too much, but like that is what FF7 is, right? Like I think that is the one element of the game that is up to player choice, right? There's, you know, multiple ways you can go with like different characters. People debate the canonicity of like whatever romances or whatever, but also that's kind of what happened in Dispatch, right? Like in Dispatch, without saying any like major spoilers, like the general event of the ending is essentially the same no matter what path you go down. The difference is like who your relationship is with, and also what a certain character chooses in a moment, but like the actual like plot point ending is still pretty much the same, in terms of like the fate of, you know, the what happens with how you resolve the main conflict, like stays the same essentially, with like slight tweaks on like character relationships and like things like that. But unlike the Telltale ending he was talking about, where like two very different events happen that set the protagonist in two dramatically different paths, it doesn't go that far. So like they keep, because he's here basically talking about the variables, he's like essentially they kind of kept it more constrained by making it more about the relationships that are different at the ending versus like the core events that are different at the ending. You know, people might say like, oh, the core events might be like different in a way, but like what happens to character X and character Y are essentially the same, even if like the actual way those things happen are slightly different. So yeah, I don't want to spoil Dispatch, especially because it's pretty new, like only this week the final episode's dropped. But yeah, so that's what I'm afraid of with FF7, right? Like, is if you know, you as a player think, let's say just I think, oh, it would be great to resurrect Aerith or Zack or whatever, and then I see the ending and it's just like it maybe doesn't have the gravity, you know, that like it maybe should have, you know, or vice versa. Whatever the thing is, like leaving it up to player choice could sort of strip it of something. And then the bigger thing that I've worried about too, we already have so many questions about like what's canon, what's not, and da. Then people can be like, well, my ending was this and my ending was this, and like I like this ending more than this, and you're an asshole because you like this ending. Like I just think it leads to like so much toxicity in a community that already has like too much toxicity. So that's really what I'm nervous about with like any kind of multiple endings, is like people choosing something that may not be as satisfying as it could be. And maybe they watch another ending and they like it better, but then their ending was still not maybe what they wanted. I don't know. But yeah, I think one ending we can all appreciate, Natalie, is definitely like what I want also. So yeah, it occurs to me that Rebirth splints through the story into multiple possibilities, right? Also, might be possible to choose, but I feel like the point will be that only one option will be right. Yeah, I mean, I've thought of that as well. Also, yeah, Oz, I feel like that's not a Final Fantasy thing, right? Like, I feel like Final Fantasy tells specific stories. It doesn't really have much like player choice when it comes to like core plot, and like endings of the games aren't really usually affected by players. Character relationships and stuff like that are, but like the actual like events of like the story, the core, you know, like what happens at the very end that leads to the credits usually is written by it's more of a Western RPG thing to have more of that like choice. But to the point that Wick brought up, there was a really interesting conversation on the Final Fan TV in the middle of like their Sid conversation. They brought up Dan, the main FFTV guy, brought up the idea of like, he was talking about different keywords because, you know, they talked about the, you know, what will be the keyword for part 3. Like part 1, the keyword was reunion. Part 2, the keyword was bonds. And one that he pitched in the most recent episode of Final Fantasy TV, well, the one about Sid, not the one about the book, but the one about Sid, he mentioned the idea of like choice as being the potential keyword. And I did think that was interesting because like, even though it technically would sort of like bend or like give better odds to multiple endings, choice is like a major theme within Rebirth. They at least hint at it, right? Like you have the choice of like the vendors in the dream date. You have like Zack is like continually haunted by like the choices that he has, right? Like he's in the tunnel and he's like, do I go this way or do I go that way? You know, and then he's like sitting at the steps of the church and he's like, you know, Cloud, Biggs, what was the other thing there was like a third thing he was like debating in that moment, but he was like debating his choices, right? And then in his big like spiel to Biggs in that ending, I can just bring it up, it's so choice loaded, and it would technically be interesting in a follow-up to part 2 where like they basically outright show you the illusion of choice, right? Like nothing really seems like you have an opportunity to impact anything. But let me bring this up. If we go to the ending, oh no. I clicked on a folder and my thing is spinning a lot. So I'm very afraid. I really hope it didn't crash. Let's go over here. Let's do it over here. Let's do it on YouTube. Let's do it on YouTube. Because I'm afraid I may have just crashed something on my computer, which would suck because that means I need to restart. 7 Rebirth, chapter 14. No commentary.
It'll get you killed.
Right here.
That bleeding heart. It'll get you killed.
I don't know. I wanted to take action. Take charge. Take control. To know that I had a choice. That this path, this world was one I chose. I wanted to take back my life.
Biggs dies, and then part of this speech is also kind of like choice relevant.
End of the road, huh? Fate's got one twisted sense of humor.
But he's like, fuck that. I choose something different.
But I'm sick of taking it shit. This is my life. I make the rules.
And then obviously at the very end, he's in the church and he's like, who's to say, you know, it's not up to that worlds can't merge again. Again, hinting at like, you know, maybe taking control and having a choice, right? You know, as a follow-up to Rebirth, a game where you basically don't really have much choice. Aerith still dies, you know, Cloud is sort of like fucked up in the head and has no control over himself. Like, they could sort of like lean into that in terms of what Omega Taco is bringing up of like, I think it's going to be freedom. Choice fits into that too, right? Because like the freedom to choose, you know, what you do in the world, to choose to do like certain side quests, certain like, you know, find things that maybe aren't just like laid out on the map easily for you to find. Especially like when in terms of like gameplay, like for combat, like choosing how you sort of like match up with other characters and stuff. Like, it could be freedom, don't get me wrong. There's no way for us to know. It's just that choice was something I hadn't thought of. But choice also is part of freedom, right? Like, if you are truly free, then you have the freedom to choose whatever you want as well. So it doesn't really like work against it either. So yeah, I'm just curious. It was an interesting thought at the very least, especially given all the choice conversation. Yeah, Sephiroth at the edge of creation, it like gives Cloud a choice. I hope it doesn't mean, like I said, multiple endings that you could choose from. I don't think that would be great. But yeah, choice should climax in what you put forward. Cloud's declining Sephiroth's offer. Well, yeah, because like even like the choices, for example, could be rather than the players making story choices, at least the characters making particular choices, right? Like, let's say Sephiroth gives Cloud a choice and we see what he chooses, things like that. That's all possible. Part of me wants a full from the ground up remake of Crisis Core using the remake environments. Very unlikely to happen though, not to mention all the cut content we had learned about. Yeah, if they were ever going to do that, they would have done it with Reunion, I think. So the fact they didn't, I think like really sets up that like I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, my folder didn't crash, thank God. So let's get into the first main topics that I teased. Let me just get things set up. So real quick, before we get into the really fun stuff, oh, actually, I do need to grab something. Hold on. I did it right before the start of stream. Let's download this so I can pull it up later. Did it go to downloads? Yeah. Okay. All right, so we'll look at that in a second. So before we get into the really fun stuff, I'm going to show something that happened yesterday. I was at this Final Fantasy XIV cafe in Brooklyn that some of my friends set up. And, you know, you don't have to play 14 to appreciate this, but I just wanted to show it. It was very cool. Hi, AJ Mindelax. So yeah, there was this FF14 cafe in Brooklyn. That was pretty cool. It was like in Dumbo. It's the Dumbo area. And so there was like, it was crazy packed. So it was like a 14 cup sleeve thing. So like all of the drinks had like cup sleeves on them of like different characters, like Grahatia, Ishtola, etc., etc. I was like sat behind one of the vendors, my friend who's an artist who was there. She was like manning the like merch booth, selling stickers and stuff like that. And there was this like VV plush that was there, that I was hanging with. So I was just hanging with VV for like an hour, and then we went and got pizza and did other stuff. But it was very busy too. This isn't even like the best. This is like light compared to what it ended up being. Like this whole thing was just packed with people. This is kind of early during the event. Actually, in the green hair there also is Tiffany Lockhart. She was there. And yeah, like this was like barely any people compared to what it was. Like it was nuts. Like this whole area was just full of people. At one point. So like as it got later into the event, like 1 o'clock and stuff like that. So it was very cool. It was just like some Square Enix event people, and like, cosplayers and artists, who are into 14 help, put it together. It was very much just like a little community thing. And it was huge. Like there was a line out the door the entire time. Like it ran from noon to, or the hours were actually on the last slide. Yeah, noon to 6 p.m. There were literally like, there was a line out the door that entire time. So it was very cool. Anidalize was also there. He's a streamer. So I hung out with him and his girlfriend, and then we all went out, like had drinks and food and stuff. So it was a good time. But very cool to see like 14 stuff and like the community sort of like come out. It was a lot of fun. And FanFest, I got tickets to FanFest. I won the lottery thing. So I'll be at FanFest in April of next year. Well, they're going to announce 8.0, the new expansion for 14. If you haven't checked out 14, A Realm Reborn is rough. As like, it's not the most interesting, but all the things you've heard about like how good the story is, it gets so good. Once you get through ARR, it's very single player also. That was really what sold me on 14. Was actually, I watched a Nice Guy Prince stream a few years back where he was like explaining 14 to a single player sort of like FF fan. And yeah, like you think, because it's an MMO, you think like, oh, it's going to like, I'm gonna have to like talk to people and chat with people. You can be kind of an introvert. Like you just matchmake with people. It puts you in a party. You rarely have to communicate. Like usually you just have to like do your job. Like if you're a melee, you do your melee stuff and you use your abilities, and you just make sure you do your part right, and like you just do your role and you're good. You don't really need to communicate unless you're doing like the really hard fights, like the Savages, Extremes, all those, where then you probably need to like get on a Discord with people and like plan it out and like do that stuff, which I don't do because I'm not into like MMOs that much. I really went for the story. But yeah, you can basically play it single player. And now they do have it where you can like do pretty much most of the story with NPCs, so you don't even have to like matchmake to find other players, like strangers. You can just use other characters like that are part of the story. It goes slower. It's not like they aren't as good at the combat as like real players, so I usually like queuing up and matchmaking anyway. But you can do that if you just want to, like, sometimes the queue time can be a long time, so if you just want to like get through the thing, you can do it that way. So I'll always like champion 14. Is very cool. I think there are some 14 players here in this community, like Puppy Chew and whatnot. And my friend who did the merch for the cafe, she sells like a bunch of stuff. And like her shop isn't open right now. But these like awesome desk mats and stuff like that. These are 14 related, are very cool. So if you want to check them out, if you want to like, follow them, you can see any kind of updates when things are available and stuff, but they do cool art. On Etsy, I'm not sure. She has her own like store. So if you go to her Twitter, it'll have like links to her store and stuff. And like to all her social media and all that, like website, and it has all the links. So check that out. I actually have this desk mat, the one right here. I wanted this one too. This one kind of fit a little bit better with like how my desk looks. It's a very cool desk mat. All right, so let's get into the stuff that you're all here for. So there's a new book called Dear Destiny, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Dear Destiny. There's a very short like summary teaser of like what it's about that was in the official announcement. This is auto translated, but I've checked other translations. I asked friends who know Japanese and showed them the original Japanese, and they said this is basically right. But after the church's guardian angel, and they put him parens like angel, takes flight and departs, the reunion in the Sector 7 slums begins to turn the gears of fate. Currently out and about, so I'll have to catch the VOD later. I look forward to your thoughts. I had an epiphany of sorts myself. Interesting. Okay, cool, Silvertooth. I know thank you, Silver. I know Final Fan TV, did an episode 2, so you could check that out. Like 36 minutes or so, they chatted about this book. And it was very cool. What was I gonna say? I wish it was free to play. Actor Gamut for 14. I don't know how it works on like the difference between like consoles and PC for the free trial, but there is a free trial for like the first 3 expansions, like all the way through Stormblood. It's technically free. There's like some limitations on like, I think you can't like buy a house, things like that. But you can play the majority of like the half of like the last arc for free. But when it comes to this, so there's like some teases here as to what this could be about, right? One thing I did want to point out too, that I forgot to point out, was I saw someone post something and I retweeted it, and because there was another summary that said, let me find that actually. Let me find that, because it had some other interesting details. But one of the things that it mentioned that I didn't really notice until I read this other summary, was the fact that it's called Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Dear Destiny. And the first one was called FF7 Remake, Traces of Two Paths. So it seems to be setting up this like, actually, let me find Traces of Two Paths. It seems like these books are tied to each of the installments of the games, right? Which I think is interesting. Let me just size this. So you can see here, right? We have Final Fantasy VII Remake, Traces of Two Paths. So yeah, it says after the guardian angel of the church takes flight, the reunion in Sector 7 slums begins to turn the gears of fate. Before the meeting and the departure, the great running start of the two heroines. So again, I mean, one thing that I love about the books that they're doing is also they're like giving, Aerith and Tifa like equal weight in a lot of ways. Like there's always like so much like fan community bullshit between like these two characters and like putting them up against each other, etc., etc. I forgot where I pulled this from. I don't know why the LOL is there, but a sequel to the novel FF7 Remake traces it to pass, a story that takes place before the dual heroines, Aerith and Tifa, enter the main narrative, plus a story about Cloud's time as a Shinra infantryman. So again, so this one's called Remake, right? And then this one is called FF7 Rebirth, Dear Destiny. And so it's interesting that, again, it's like a book for each of the games. And I think there is going to be, it seems then that it makes sense that there would be a Final Fantasy VII Part 3 blank, like some book attached to the third game. I don't know what that would be. Like right now, granted, this one also is going to have like a little Cloud story, apparently. But both of these books are really centered on like Tifa and Aerith. So I wonder if the third book, if there is one, it seems like there would be, would also be focused on like Tifa and Aerith. I really wonder what that Aerith content would be, especially in a third book. Like, is it Lifestream White type stuff? Is it past her death? Is it, related to maybe if they go really off the rails and like bring her back? I'm just curious. It's just interesting that they centered both these books around both of them. I think that's really, again, I like that a lot, to get both perspectives. And to, again, sort of like defang a lot of this like back and forth like negativity on them, or like competition between them kind of thing. I would definitely expect the third book. Yeah, I know it's kind of off topic, but do you think Zack will join the party during the Avalanche execution? I don't know about that. I heard a really good idea about Zack that John Q Gamer pitched. He's going to make a video about it, so I don't want to mention it here. But my answer to your question is related to that. So I can't really say, but it's a very interesting idea in terms of like how they could integrate Zack into the story. But I don't want to spoil that. So hopefully John Q gets that done pretty soon. It's a very cool idea. I tried to do my old FF14 account as a nightmare, so I gave up. I was hoping this book would reveal the conversation between Aerith and Tifa throughout Rebirth, but it's before the events of the game. Yeah, so we'll talk about that, Natalie. So it seems like it's before the events. Anyways, FFTV did an emergency podcast. Yeah. Honestly, this book needs to be DLC for sure. Love the attention they're both getting, and it's a positive, reflecting on their strengths and weaknesses that they worked on together. Yeah, I better not be confused about something while playing part 3, and the answer is just read this book. That didn't really happen with the first book, Traces of Two Paths. If anything, Traces of Two Paths almost just like, for me, spoiled something that ended up happening. So for me, I'm not going to read this. It may not be translated in time for when part 3 releases. Because when Traces of Two Paths, that book came out in Japan, it took 2 years for them to translate it. And this is coming out January of next year. So if it takes 2 years again to translate and the game drops in 27, translation, if it comes out in 28, would, be past the release anyway. I'm sure there'll be fan translations and stuff like that. I'm personally going to avoid it. And the reason I'm personally going to avoid it is I know some people in my Discord felt different. Like they said they were fine with it. I was not a fan of the fact that what it did for me was this. I will read it eventually. Like after I play part 3, I'll read it basically. But let me just pull this into the browser. Might be better. Yeah. So as you can see here, so one of the things that the book did, Traces of Two Paths, is it showed what happened at the train station with Aerith and her mom, and how Aerith went to like find help, and then like what that experience was. Basically what happened in the Aerith trial, in the Temple of the Ancients. I read it before I played Rebirth. So like when I was playing Rebirth, and then like I took control of baby Aerith, I was like, oh, I like, this is cool. Like, I know I know about this because of playing or reading traces, but it also kind of spoiled it for me because like I went through all the emotions of that moment when I was reading this book because it was a lot, right? So this is where it started, and it's multiple pages: page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7. 7 pages of like her experience of trying to find help for her mom, and then eventually like meeting Elmira, and then Elmira coming over and the goodbye. It was a lot. So like I processed a lot of emotions reading the book when it came to that. So like when it happened in the game, maybe I'm just like cold-hearted, I don't know, but it didn't hit me as hard because I pre-felt it, you know. So I'm nervous about that when it comes to this new book, that are having a similar thing, because it's definitely going to be talking about moments that we will see in part 3. There's like some interesting details in here, by the way, that aren't like there. It's worth reading because there's more details about what happens here. Especially the conversation with her mom, that is really good. So here you can see like, you know, better find a doctor, all that stuff. And then she's going around, are you a doctor? And the man's like, nope. Is that your mommy? Da da da. There's like more conversation. They're not as like outright rude, but she's having trouble finding any help. But then at one point, Ifalna says something about the white materia that I haven't read, so I'll have to read it with you all here, but it just, it was about the white materia. Yeah, here it is. So let's read it together because I don't remember this part. Ifalna's eyes stared blankly ahead. Let me zoom in more. Zoom out one. Ifalna's eyes stared blankly ahead, but she did not respond. But she did respond in a tiny, trembling voice. Aerith, it's me, Mom. I'm right here. The woman's gaze slowly swept to and fro, finally managing to focus and focus on her daughter. This is for you. By the way, I never connected this, but this is for you. When I was looking at the book and scanning it before the stream, it made me realize, oh shit, like that's also what Aerith says to Cloud when she gives him the flower. And the only reason it really sticks in my mind is that Brianna White always focuses on like the "this is for you" line. I don't know if it's because of anything deeper or what. But for example, she did like a Streamily thing where she like did, you know, signatures on, you know, prints, and I ordered one a while back. And then like in my request, I was like, you know, put in whatever your favorite line is, you know, as the, you know, like you write that with your signature or whatever. And so what she had written on my print was the "this is for you." Like that's like her favorite line for whatever reason. So it was interesting that like also that's what Ifalna said to Aerith when she gave her the white materia. So "this is for you," she said, pulling a small cloth pouch from her pocket. "My father left it to me, whose mother left it to him, whose mother before left it to her. I'm afraid you won't find it to be of any use, but it has existed for a very long time. It connects, etc., linking us together." Aerith says, "No, I don't want it. This life is over. Mommy has to return to the planet." So all this like still plays out the same way. So a little extra like detail on like where the white materia came from. But so again, I'm afraid of what this book could get into, because we're definitely getting into some stuff that we're going to experience in part 3. Before I get into this though, honestly, the Aerith section of the book was weird to me, so I don't know if it hit me super strongly the way it was in the game. It always makes me cry. It's the only place in Rebirth that does that. I mean, I'm happy that you had that experience for sure. To me, it enhanced the scene because there was so much statter actually hearing the voice acting, controlling Aerith in that sequence. Yeah, like I said, there were some people in the Discord. I think Grant, you said the same thing in the Discord, who like had that experience. I wish I had that experience. But for me, it just like showed me something that I you know, before I got to experience it with the full, like all the things that it added for you. It just like, I want that to be the first way I experience it. I think partially because like this is a game for me first. So I want to see it with the voice acting, with all the bells and whistles. That'll be the first time I want to experience it. And then the book will give me like the extra texture, right? Like those extra details that maybe weren't followed. Oh, Space B-Pace 777. My first super chat, what's going on? Is there an actual super chat message? Or did you just drop $5? I would assume it would show a message if there was a message, but let me just double check. I have to go to YouTube. Go to the YouTube thing. But thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, so on YouTube, by the way, on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, if you drop a like, I also activated super chats. I tend to read most chats anyway, even if they're not super, but if you want to like, as FFTV says, drop Gil, that would be great just to support me, support the channel. But let me just double check, make sure there was no message in there. There wasn't any message, but thank you, B-Pace, for the $5. Thank you so much. No message, love your work, bro. Thank you so much. So this book will likely get into some stuff. All of it arguably from the past, and the most clear thing that it'll tackle, right, is the reunion between Cloud and Tifa, which for me, just as a level set, this is Worldwood Maze. Like this is right after like sort of the Worldwood Maze and everything with the Black Materia and everything at the crater. This is the first time that like you get this, you actually see when Tifa found Cloud at the train station and then what she was thinking. And it's after a big reveal or after a big section, right, where like Sephiroth pokes holes in their like past and what's real and what's true, and this starts to like unpack. It's the first time that you realize as a player, like, oh, maybe there were things about this that I didn't know, and all that's like coming through Tifa, and this links in a lot of ways to the exploration of memories between those two in the live stream sequence, and that's like the juiciest bit of the original FF7 for me. Like the crater, Worldwood Maze, all the way through like live stream sequence is like what I'm looking forward to the most to experience. So I will read the book because it'll give me, we will see more of this. And we'll get more detail. We'll probably get more of these like inner thoughts of Tifa, right? So in this scene in the original, we see them meeting, and then there's like all this like additional, you know, the internal thoughts of Tifa around this time where she like is like something was strange, something was wrong. I felt like there was something strange about things we talked about. She starts to reveal to the player what she was thinking in this moment when they met. And so I assume that the book, especially since it'll be like at least half of it will be, you know, centered on Tifa, it'll be her thoughts around this whole moment, this whole reunion in the Sector 7 slums that begins to turn the gears of fate, whatever the fuck that means. But seemingly related to all the Destiny stuff that's happening in Remake, hence the title Dear Destiny, right? So I expected to get into all of this, maybe even sort of like the time in between this and when like Cloud, you know, does the mission with Avalanche. Like we may get a lot of information about this time period, and like thoughts that Tifa's having, all that stuff, which is stuff that they may explore in part 3 in like the live stream sequence, in the Worldwood Maze, after the Worldwood Maze. So like, I don't want to pre-read that, right? Like I'm afraid of pre-reading that. I want to experience that for the first time in the game. It'll be worth reading at some point, you know, after playing part 3. But I think you're going to get some of like any kind of like new stuff that they do with this may get covered a bit in this book. It's not going to give away everything, but similar to like what happened with Aerith and like the Elmira, the Falna scene at the train station, you just might get some like details and things that are explored in part 3 ahead of time. Like I said, it probably won't officially be available in English anyway before part 3. But you know, definitely just a heads up. Oh, I forgot to also like let the Discord know that I'm live. Hold on, let me just do that also. Everyone, we're live on YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, so I just want to, you know, I'm afraid of that stuff getting covered. My problem with the vast majority of audiobooks, they're not acted out, just monotone, but there are good ones, yeah. Then again, the end of Crisis Core always makes me cry too, but some people think it's way overdone and they just roll my eyes. We'll come back to that, Jelly-san, when we talk about the Dyne scene and we talk about the Dyne video. Yes, you still don't know how they met up again, really. I mean, we know how they met up, but there may be additional details, right? Again, considering the first was called Traces to Pass, this being called Dear Destiny, I think it'll be about their future, not necessarily looking back at the past. Well, I think it'll have a lot of the past because, like, clearly they're talking about the reunion at Sector 7 slums. That happens in, you know, before the events of Remake. Similarly, the other thing that it's going to cover is this bit where it says, after the church's guardian angel takes flight and departs. So Final Fantasy V talked about this. They thought it might be about Aerith, right? Like, she's technically a guardian of the church. And then she, like, they described, like, takes flight as being like her leaving the church, or when she's like at the pipe at the very beginning of Remake, and then she like runs off, right? They discussed that. So I asked my friends over at Shinra Archaeology Department, you know, is this referring to Aerith running away, or what I thought when I first read it was the Angel Griffin in the church, right? Because like the takes flight thing, and I remember that thing in Crisis Core like flies away. So what the Shinra Arch guys told me, because I gave them the Japanese, like the direct Japanese, and I was especially curious about the parenthetical of like angel, like why that was included. And so I asked them, and they said the Japanese audience mostly don't know the English word angel and the connection between Angel and that imagery, so that's why the katakana is included. Also, the dog quite literally flies away. Anyway, Aerith is still in the church at the beginning of OG, so it can't be her. So I had a similar thought that it was this thing, right? That it was the sort of like Angel Griffin thing that is like standing at the church throughout Marks of Crisis Core, which we will see in our Crisis Core playthrough, because it also does literally like take flight, right? And Angel, like the role that he plays in Loveless, for example, is like the one that flies away. So, you know, I more connected this bit to this, to the actual guardian angel at the church, which is like this weird fucking Angel clone thing. And then another fun fact about this like weird Griffin thing, with the face of Angel, for whatever reasons that Crisis Core made possible, is that it might actually be the first stamp in a way. There was I think it was during the 10th anniversary of FF7. They released this like a little short story, or maybe 15th anniversary. I forget when it was exactly. But there was this like this little thing, this little like poem, like related to Aerith, and she 30th. No, well, we had the 30th. Oh, of like all of FF7. Whenever it was some anniversary. Where they released this like thing, all of Final Fantasy. Okay, so the 30th anniversary of all of Final Fantasy released this like poem that was like, it's from the perspective of Aerith, and she says, I hate the sky, it carries away everyone I love. Stamp, guess you're gone too. And then she like thinks about like Zack, and she talks about Zack and yada yada. But the thing that I really focused on here was this was the first appearance of the name Stamp. And she says, stamp, stamp, guess you're gone too. And if you remember, this thing flew away at one point in Crisis Core. Jimmy wrote it to her, and wrote it in her Japanese VA, voiced it at that event. Yeah, so this is like the first appearance of like, or the first reference of stamp. And I never actually connected it to this thing, this Griffin thing. But it seems like there is a connection, and it seems like that is also maybe what she had nicknamed Stamp. So there's like an interesting like factoid. So we'll get something about Aerith, obviously, in this book as well. There were some good guesses in the FFTV conversation about it. One thing that I just think would be cool, I don't know if they'll do it, but I just wonder, you know, given the detail of like Dear Destiny, the one thing that those guys talked about in their conversation about it was like, they said, you know, obviously Aerith seems to know a lot more, seems to know like way more in Remake than she did at the start of the original. And they talked about like, she knows the whispers, so like maybe we might like understand the whispers more. I'm not sure if we'll get that, because if you rewatch the scene of what happens there when you first see the whispers, she doesn't know what the hell they are either. She does later on in the Shinra building, but if you watch chapter 2 of Remake again, in that scene with the whispers.
Attack you? I promise.
Hey, a Mako reactor just blew. You shouldn't be out here trying to self...
She's being bothered by these things, and then she grabs Cloud. Cloud starts to see it. What are they? Right?
What are they?
So she doesn't quite know what these things are at the start of Remake, or at least she implies that she doesn't know what they are. Obviously later in the game, you know, she like, or Red 13 acquires the knowledge of what they are. So I don't know if she knows what they are. But I am curious if we might get like her perspective on what I would love. I don't know if this is what they're going to do. John Q, what's up? I was just talking about you earlier. Somebody asked me something about Zach, and I was like, John is cooking a hell of a video. I'm not going to say anything, but I don't know where you are on that, if you've made any progress at all. But yeah, I'm happy. I can't wait for that to come out to talk about it. But you know, do whatever you need to do it at the level you want to do it at. But yeah, don't worry, I'm not saying anything. But anyway, Dear Destiny, right? Like what I would want from an Aerith chapter. So Tifa chapter we already discussed, right? I think like the Tifa chapter is going to go into this, which I'm really excited about. All of this stuff with the Whirlwind Maze, the live stream sequence, like really diving into like Tifa and Cloud's past and what is misunderstood, and like coming to like the big revelations of like what's true. That is my favorite stuff in the OG. So I'm really looking forward to that part of it. When it comes to what the Aerith part could be about, I wonder if there's what I would love. I don't know if they're gonna do, but man, I would love some context for like what she's thinking at the pipe before the start of Remake. You know, like when she's like praying at the pipe. We never really like have any sort of like context for that, even back to the OG. You know, presumably she's communicating with the planet, something. It would be cool though to explore like maybe what she's thinking about in that moment. Especially if they like tease this Dear Destiny shit, if they start to tease like what a little bit more of like what the Remake perspective on Destiny is, seems like it'll be a big part of this book. So I'm very curious of like how they explore that. So again, because I'm afraid of spoilers for part 3, I probably won't read this, even if I get access to a translation, but yes, this will be a good thing to read. Editing CCR footage while I tune in, then I have to head out for a celebration of my mother's partner passed. So I'm sorry for your loss, John, or your family's loss. Still find it interesting they were secretive about Aerith had encounters with whispers. Yeah. Morning. Hey, what's up, Nebula? And Sleepezi, what's going on? You're gonna learn all about Destiny from Crisis Core. Yes, I will. Everyone listen. Okay, we have Sleepezi in chat. The esteemed Lord Sleepezi. And from my conversations with him, it is clear that if you want to know what's going to happen in part 3, Tyler, what's going on? But if you want to know what's going to happen in part 3, it's all in Crisis Core. It's all there. It's all in Crisis Core. I need Sleepezy's help understanding it. Which I will have at some point. We'll chat on stream, probably when I beat Crisis Core, to chat about it. But yes, Loveless is definitely important. I'm not discounting that. It is totally important. It's why we're playing Crisis Core again on stream. But yes, there's a whole lot happening with Crisis Core and Loveless that'll be big. And it is it is clear, right? Like Loveless has like an unfinished final act, right? That like we see Genesis version of at the very end of the game. But it leaves this like open question about like the ending of that story. So it's really baked into what they're doing with the remake trilogy also, where it's like this final act is kind of unwritten, at Journey's End. No promises wait at Journey's End. So it's exploring it's exploring related stuff. Crisis Core is the key, yeah. Except for Sephiroth isn't the hero of Loveless. Well, he definitely like sees himself that way. I think it becomes a being Zack, right? But Loveless screams Zamora. Rumors are he loves musicals. Well, that was one of the things in the FF10 Ultimania that Shinra Arch was posting about. Was that in their tweet? Because that'd be a funny thing. One more funny thing before we get to the Dyne stuff. There was a funny like anecdote about his obsession with Yuna. Shinra Arch. Let's see if I can bring it up. FF10 Ultimania, where was it? Was it here? Did you guys have it in your big thing? The whole thing about like the pop star thing? No, FF7. There was a part of the Ultimania, I forgot where it was, but basically Nomura talked about how like he saw the summoners in FF10 as being like stars in that world, and like people really following them and like lifting them up as like as like big figures, right? And like almost treating them like pop stars. And so sure enough, FF10 2, we see Yuna playing that role. Since this is musicals and all that stuff. Jolie's going to see your point, but I also don't think they do a good job of getting across the purpose of the whispers or the rules of how that works. Tracy's had a scene where Tifa asks Aerith if she ever thought, you didn't finish the thought, Jake Lloyd. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, run to the bathroom, and then we'll get into the Dyne video from, took Grace Hammer in chat. But it's like some of the guys over at Last Elixir made this very good analysis or comparison between the OG version of the Dyne scene and the Rebirth version of the Dyne scene. I've talked about it a lot on stream. I think I have a different perspective than them. I think the analysis is very good, and I've watched like the first half of the video. Haven't seen what they thought about the Rebirth version yet. I wanted to save that for stream, especially. So we'll watch that together. But But yeah, so we'll cover that in a second. Let me just run to the bathroom real quick. If you're on YouTube, please, if you could drop a like, just hit the like button. It helps people find the stream and find the VOD later on. But yeah, give me 1 second. Quick bathroom run. Be right back. The one other thing that I want to talk about when it comes to this book, right? I'll just pop over here for now. But the other thing about this Dear Destiny book that I've been thinking about, I just love that it's titled Dear Destiny, right? Like, there was so much conversation of like, oh, did they backtrack on the whole like pushing up against Destiny, defying Destiny, etc. Because Rebirth doesn't do that. And I know people have different definitions of Destiny. Like it could be just, you know, an internal, you know, human thing. God of War Ragnarok explores that really well. Like essentially it talks about like, there's a prediction that Kratos is a predicted destiny for himself that is, that he's fighting against throughout Ragnarok. And at one point in the story, it really just, I don't want to spoil anything major, but it really explores the concept of like how much of Destiny is basically set by the universe and how much of it is a byproduct of like who you are as a person and the choices that you make. It's like, can you really change Destiny if you still are the way that you are? And I know people have made that argument for FF7, that, you know, we could end up being, I'm not spoiling anything specific, just like in terms of the main theme that it explores. But I feel like FF7 Remake, at least the way they presented the idea of Destiny, they haven't really presented that thought quite yet. And they show Destiny as like a thing to be defeated. So I understand the people who have a different definition of like Destiny that is closer to maybe the way Ragnarok explored it. And that's a totally valid way to sort of like see Destiny. But the Remake trilogy has really treated it as like this thing, decided by the planet and the Whispers and lorded over by those elements of the planet, versus just a byproduct of you. Granted, they do have the line, Aerith says, you know, like, if we change Destiny, we'll change ourselves, right? So there is some of that there. And things haven't quite changed yet, but either way, it's just interesting to title the book after Destiny when there's been so much debate around, you know, how much that's still a focal point of the story or not. So yeah, I just think that's interesting. The Whispers are meant to be a mystery, at least in Remake and Rebirth. It's on the players to make the connections to what they represent. It's all intentional, but they have purpose. Absolutely, yeah. I think they put a lot of the big Destiny stuff on pause in Rebirth to focus on bonding with the characters. Yeah, and to focus on, like I said, like in my video, the potential antithesis of the main thesis, right? If the thesis, like, we can change Destiny, you have to challenge that thought, right? Like every story challenges the main thought that's presented, right? Like even Dispatch, like we were talking about earlier, not to spoil anything, but like a big question in that game is like, you know, can people sort of like change their stripes, right? Like, can you go from being a villain to a hero sort of thing? And there are like moments where there's like backsliding on those questions, or there's main questions always get challenged in stories. And I think that's what Rebirth was. It was a challenge of that main idea. Otherwise there's no tension, there's no friction, just things continue. You know, you need that push and pull in a story. Doing replaying the game now on PC, and man, it's such a good game, good story. Oh, you're doing Ragnarok? I want to replay Ragnarok. Yeah, I really love God of War Ragnarok. It's one of my favorite games. I think I understand why people prefer 2018, and I don't know like which of them I choose between the two. I just think people don't give Ragnarok as much respect as they should. Yeah, that works to a point. It works for now because the story isn't finished, but in part 3, you'll be disappointed. Yeah. Nanaki kind of also made the point in Rebirth, right? How they changed their destiny and maybe they're associated with a new destiny. Yes, John, that did come up. I actually mentioned that to the guys over at Final Fantasy Files because I watched their most recent Gungaga conversation. And at one point they're like, I'm so confused by these whispers. Like, didn't we defeat them and whatnot? I'm like, yeah, the characters talked about that. So yeah. Gosh, the music when talk about FF7 makes you want to play through the games again, but I have to pace myself. So replay before the remake feels as fresh as possible. Yeah, I'm afraid that I'm going to burn myself a little bit on replaying everything and talk about it so much, but I haven't gotten tired of it yet. So I love God of War and Ragnarok, but I think it could benefit from being a trilogy. Yes, Crooked Step. That was something I was actually talking to one of my friends yesterday while we were on the way to the 14 event, because we were talking about Ghost of Yotei and like sequels, and we talked about Ragnarok. The one thing I'll say about Ragnarok that I mentioned to him, Ragnarok is almost like, hey, what's up, Let's Mosey? Ragnarok is almost like simultaneously too long and too short, right? Like it's, especially the Ragnarok portion of it just goes so quickly. And they did think at one point that the God of War game, like that Norse story would be 3 games, and they shrunk it down to 2. And yeah, you could feel how they did that. Why I kind of get why they maybe didn't think they had enough for a 3rd game, or why it might be too much a stretch to a 3rd game. So I get why they chose what they chose, but there's definitely like some level of compromise in that choice. Do you think that Remake series tendency to constantly humanize the people who work for Shinra goes with that theme? Thinking of Shirin telling Tifa, Shinra helicopter brought her there, if I recall. Jake, can you like, what theme exactly? About like who you are decides your fate, or I think they could have split into 3 games of Ragnarok. What it does feels like it doesn't have a good cutoff point. Yeah, Grant. They were in a tough position, I think, with that game. But for what it is, I really still really loved it. All right, let's get to the Dyne scene, or the Dyne video. So this video was done by the last Elixer guys, who have done like a million amazing videos. Last Elixer Productions.
Look at the town.
Is your past define your future? That question does seemingly come up. Oh yeah, I mean, Kate says talks about it too during the Loveless play, ironically enough. Like, what is the future? But but the product of Joyce's past, right? All right, so let's get into it. A lot of you, I feel like, have probably seen this. Like I said, I've watched some of it. But I know the guys have been working on this for a very long time. Worked very hard on it. And from what I saw, it's very good. 43 minutes. So lock your asses in your seats. Get comfortable. Get your popcorn. Obviously, I'm going to pause and chat about it as I do. But let's get into it. Oh, let me also grab the link. Grab the link. Let me pop it. The video we're watching. Okay.
I want to talk to you about a scene from
yes, hi Odie, who worked on this video. What's going on?
Final Fantasy VII. It isn't my personal favorite, and it isn't the most famous among fans. But after playing this game repeatedly for over 27 years, I've come to
I'm just deciding, do I want to watch it like this, or should we do it like this? Just gotta bring my camera forward. Setup looks better. Okay, cool. Bring fucking cam is not moving. Okay. Is the chat too big? Or is that fine? That should be fine. Hold on. Shrink down a little bit. Okay.
To realize it might just be the best. Over the next 40 minutes, I'm going to explain what makes Barret and Dyne's duel in Corel Prison so incredibly compelling. I'm also going to show you how FF7 Rebirth's reimagining of it fails to do the original justice. Please understand, this video isn't a diatribe about the ongoing trilogy. Rather, it's a celebration of one of the OG's biggest narrative triumphs, and a measured look at why the remake project sometimes fails.
Drake Sparky, I never knew the Dyne scene wasn't as popular as some of the others. I've always loved the scene from the original. Well, this is very much different. This is Dyne video. It is cross out Bryce. Yes. So yeah, we're getting into the Dyne, the big Dyne reaction in chat.
To capture the essence of its own source material.
When there is so much to tell, where should I even start?
The showdown in Corel Prison is the culmination of about 2 hours of narrative build-up. Trust me when I say that to fully appreciate the scene's impact, we have to review what comes before it. To that end, let's rewind our journey to the foot of Mount Corel, just after the party leaves Costa del Sol. As Cloud and his companions make their way across the slopes, Barret begins to clam up. Observant players might notice he doesn't utter a single word for the duration of the hike. He only sighs and, depending on how much you explore, whistles at birds. It isn't until we reach North Corel, a makeshift settlement of crude huts and tents, that he starts speaking again. Even so, it's a while longer before we find out what's going on. At the ropeway leading to the Gold Saucer, Barret finally opens up about his past and the reason he's so despised by the locals. We learn that he was born.
I mean, before getting into like some of the details, right? Like, cross out Bryce. I never had that much of a problem with the scene in Rebirth, but it's definitely less emotional than the original, which is an extremely hard-hitting moment. And then Crag, as a, counterpoint, saying, yeah, I never cared for this Dyne scene in the OG personally, much prefer Rebirth's redo. If the OG scene were portrayed in full in Rebirth, it becomes like a psychological horror almost. Like it gets an M rating, possibly. Also, the other context is that I shared this video and Max had retweeted it, and he said, what did he say exactly? I don't know if this video mentioned this also, but he mentioned, where was it? Because I wanted to talk about this too. Yeah.
Born incorrect.
We've talked about these scenes a lot in these streams. But Max had said, straight up, of the many moments I adore in Rebirth, the Dyne scene didn't do it for me on reflection. The new one felt a little too melodramatic, and the isolated simplicity of the original still hits. And I know this video talks about that, right? They talk about the simplicity of it. And Grant, I actually do have, can you take your image of your take on Dyne, which I know you shared in the chat already, but can you tag me into Discord and like share it again? Because I wanted to pull it up and talk about it probably after the video, just like a counterpoint. But if you could like do that so I can like readily, it'll be easily for me to grab. That'd be helpful. Thanks. But Max had said, it's a little too melodramatic. And I know this video gets into the sort of the simplicity of it and how it treats it. And it does that. The original did that compared to Remake in a lot of moments, right? Like the Platefall also, it's like there's all kinds of like music and all kinds of shit versus like the simplicity of like no music and all that stuff in the original. I will say, in terms of like being a little too melodramatic, that is also in some ways how I felt about how Crisis Core handled Zack's death, is that in the original, it's a very simple telling, right? That's like very tragic in its own way. It's like very quiet in terms of like what that scene is. It's very is unceremonious that he just gets shot in the back and then just gets taken out. And it wasn't meant to be like a big scene either, right? Like it was, in that case, they added it in the international version, so it wasn't even in the original release. And it was just giving the player some additional context. But then when they went and did it in Crisis Core, they blew it up, right? They made it this big fucking huge last stand where he's fighting a goddamn army and like thinking about the people he loves and, Aerith, and like he's holding on to his memories of her as he's like dying. Like it's in a lot of ways very melodramatic too, right? Like it seems like they do that when they have these opportunities to expand. It's a consistent thing with when they retell things that they've told in the past. And in a lot of ways, I would say I prefer the unceremonious nature of like Zack's death in the original. It's like raw and like it's just real, right? But if I say that to a lot of people, they would want to string me up because they love the Crisis Core ending, right? Like people love that like last stand and the big sort of like drama of it. I think there's different ways to do the story, right? Like, that's what this whole video is really exploring, is like the stylistic difference. There's like content difference too. But yeah.
Rel Village, a poor but peaceful mining town not far to the south, or at least it used to be. Barret recounts the arrival of Shinra and the prosperous future the company promised. Only his best friend Dyne opposed the construction of a Mako reactor, but eventually Barret managed to persuade him and construction commenced. Not long after its completion, however, an explosion rocked the reactor. Shinra pinned the blame on a local insurgent group and ordered its...
I agree, Drake. In terms of like, but it isn't like both new versions are terrible, like some people make it out to be, yeah.
Troops to raise the village. The surviving citizens fled and established the shantytown of North Corel, where they lived in poverty for the next 4 years.
Yeah, and to the context of the story, Amano's reminding me of something I wanted to bring up. I was thinking about this earlier in the week. Amano says, I'm sorry for pausing, I swear we'll get to the video. But Amano's saying like the OG telling would be way too abrupt for a game that's actually about Zack. It would be like Aerith being impaled off screen in FF7. Yes, like the context of the game that you're in deserves a scene to be done in that context, right? Like Crisis Core couldn't end like as simply in a way. And they kind of do, to give them like, to be fair to them as well, they also like there is the big dramatic last stand, but then like the moment where he actually dies is still very like quiet and intimate, just like the original like telling of it. So it has this moment that's like very small, at the very end of like the big moment. But yeah, like if they were to just do it 1-to-1, like it was in the original, like it wouldn't do justice to like what Crisis Core is, and like a story about Zack. So like the context of the game and the broader story the scene fits into has to be made with that in mind also. And I think some of that is at play with the Rebirth version of this scene, but we'll talk about it.
However, an explosion rocked the reactor. Shinra pinned the blame on a local insurgent group and ordered its troops to raise the village. The surviving citizens fled and established the shantytown of North Corel, where they lived in poverty for the next 4 years. Barret became a scapegoat for their displaced grief and anger, a burden he feels he deserves to shoulder. There isn't much time to process his tale as we continue to the Gold Saucer in pursuit of Sephiroth. The grandeur of Shinra's gilded paradise is a shock after the squalor of North Corel, and Barret is in no mood to play with the rest of the crew. The fun times end when a shooting unfolds at the theme park. Mistaken for the perpetrators, Cloud and his team are consigned to Corel Prison, a desert penitentiary in the shadow of the Gold Saucer. Soon after, they spot Barret, who they fear might be responsible for what just happened topside. In pursuit of their friend, they end up in a familiar place. It's the house we saw during the flashback at the ropeway, long since fallen into ruin. If the player didn't realize it before, they do now. The prison we're standing in is what remains of Corel Village. Shinra didn't just burn Barret's hometown to the ground. They built an amusement park on top of its ashes. Barret arrives just in time to save the party from an ambush. When asked if he's the one who committed the shooting, he reveals there's another man with a gun for an arm, and proceeds to give us a more detailed account of Corel's destruction. One day 4 years ago, Barret and Dyne hiked up Mount Corel to survey the completed Mako reactor. On their way back, they ran into the village mayor, who told them the town had been attacked by Shinra. The pair scrambled to the cliff's edge and looked south to see their hometown in flames. We get a good look here at how verdant the landscape used to be. In only 4 years' time, the Gold Saucer would suck the soil dry, turning this lush valley into a barren waste, just like the land around Midgar.
I respect that Scarlett is a hands-on manager. That is one of my big... I don't know if they pointed this out when they talked about the Rebirth version of events, but the way Scarlett shoots... I talked about this during our playthrough, but the way that like Scarlett shoots the gun and there's like no recoil on that bitch, and it's just like... It's just the funniest looking. It just looks so weird to me, the like Scarlett shooting at them. Just like anybody holding that gun, it's just, she just holds it like completely straight. Like there's no, she's letting off bullets and there's like no movement in the arm. It's just like so unrealistic to me. Hey, Pazla, what's up? Oh, did my raid not go off? Oh, damn it. I thought I had them set up. Where's the alert box? Thank you, Pazla, for raiding in. Let me shout out Paz. Why didn't my alert work? Out Pazla TV. So Pazla's awesome. Pazla does a lot of, well, he's streamed all of the Final Fantasy games except 16 and Tactics, but right now he's in 14. Just beat Endwalker. I've been watching his streams. But he streams like 6 days a week and trying to make it full time, and very entertaining streams, very thoughtful streams, very good streams. So check him out. Right now, like saying playing 14. I think soon, or you already have started Tactics, right? Is this a Dyne video? Yeah, this is a Dyne video we're watching. So what the fuck is up with my alerts though? Do I not have the alerts box? Oh, I don't have the alerts box on the scene. That's why. That is why. But I'm going to do the raid thing again. That's why it didn't play, because I didn't have it set up on the stream. But this is what the raid would have looked like. I don't know why it sounds so bad. But that's my idea for my raid. But yeah, I didn't have my alerts set up, my alert box on this scene, so that's why. But yeah, I brought in the bald bar scene. Yeah, so we're watching this. Let's get back into this.
To the path, Barret and Dyne are beset by Shinra troopers. They make a bid to escape and pause at the edge of the cliff. Meanwhile, Scarlett joins the fray and concentrates fire on the two men. Dyne lunges in front of his friend to shield him, but gets knocked aside in the process.
Also, but hello, and thank you for the followers too, the new followers. Shy Rai, Darth Shade, OG, XD, Broski, and then obviously Pazla, who's just been here, I think, been a follower. But thank you so much for the raid.
Barret catches his arm at the last moment, and Dyne is left dangling over the ravine. Holding out hope, Dyne promises not to let go. But seconds later,
and also like Shy, and all, I know you guys also from Paz's chat, so
Scarlett finally finds her mark, and a bullet pierces.
See, look at the recoil. Look at the recoil
later,
here.
Scarlett finally finds her mark.
Look at her arms. Look at her little
and
pudgy
promises
arms.
Not to let go. But seconds later, Scarlett finally finds her mark.
They're moving. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. look at how it fucking goes down in Rebirth. It looks so funny to me. I can't get over it. I could just keep this up. FF7. What the hell? FF7 Rebirth. Chapter. What chapter is this that this happens? 8? Or is it the end of 7? Let me see tell that part of the story. I think it's here. Here it is.
This ain't happening.
God damn it.
Damn it.
Look at the way Scarlett shoots this thing.
Which makes you liabilities.
The camera shakes. She ain't shaking. I've never seen anybody shoot a gun
Liabilities.
with such ease.
How very brave.
Look at that. I know Japan is a country with not a lot of like guns, so maybe, you know, just a little unfamiliar. But I just can't buy anybody shooting that gun with no recoil. It just makes me laugh. High caliber SMG, yeah. Pod, thank you for following. What's going on? Yeah, I just had to get it. I just had to show it.
And a bullet pierces Dyne Barret's clasped
She's built
arms.
different? Yeah.
Unable to hold on,
Like
Barret
an
watches his
alien.
friend plummet into the depths below.
Is she Predator?
Back in the present, Barret explains his decision to graft a gun in place of his mangled right arm. He planned for it to be a tool of revenge, a way to pay back Shinra for their crimes. But when he went in for the surgery, he learned another man had requested the same procedure, only on his left arm. This is a moment of unprecedented candor for Barret, who finally drops the facade of fighting for the planet. He admits to Tifa.
Yeah, so these two lines, by the way, in case you're really familiar with the original and you're like, what are these guys talking about? These two lines are omitted from the 97 English localization, so they may look unfamiliar. They have a whole video about it, I think. But yeah, there's a moment here in this version, and I think it's in the Japanese, actually, where Barret says, like, oh, I didn't really, you know, the whole avalanche thing, I act all passionate about saving the planet, but in the end, all I want is to get back at Shinra. So he kind of admits that. He says that later in the original when, like, you're in the high wind. And he says that, like, he says, like, what really pushed him was, like, revenge towards Shinra, not just saving the planet. That it's a bit of a ruse. Even though I'm sure he cares about it. His real motivation is, like, getting back at Shinra. He mentions that way earlier, apparently in the Japanese version. But yeah, it wasn't in the English localization of this scene.
That Barret, who finally drops the facade of fighting for the planet. He admits to Tifa that all he's ever cared about is getting revenge against Shinra. Not to be dissuaded, Cloud and the others insist on going with him, and the party sets out in search of Dyne. We make our way through the ruins of Old Corel, weaving a path between crumbled houses and sandblasted automobiles. At the end of this desert maze, we finally arrive at Dyne's hideout, where one of FF7's most memorable scenes commences. There are a few things I'd like to note about this map right off the bat. It's a tall, narrow field that event planner Hiroki Chiba uses expertly to convey the action and emotion of the scene. We start off on the bottom, where the party makes their entrance, but soon pan up as Barret approaches his old friend. In doing so, Cloud and the third member are subtracted from the scene, focusing our attention squarely on Dyne and Barret. Meanwhile, the top quarter of the screen stays hidden from view, reserved for the episode's climax. You'll notice that no music plays on this map. Instead, we get a tense track of wind whistling along the cliffside. This is one of many OG set pieces made more impactful by omitting BGM. As FF7's composer Nobuo Uematsu once remarked, Final Fantasy isn't a series where music should be pushed to the fore. Rather, its primary purpose should be to set the scene, and that sometimes means not including it at all.
I mean, that is something that the remake games probably are a little overproduced on. There are moments where they could, right? Like, we talk about this constantly, usually when it comes to like scene direction, editing, and timing of like certain moments, is like they don't let things breathe, you know, like the Seto to like the Gina talk thing. They don't let things breathe and like moments breathe, but also within that is stuff like music, right? And like use of music, utilization of it. Obviously Platefall is like famous for like adding a song to it when it's very haunting without it, and then just like with the classical music in the President Shinra thing. But that's an important part of like the feeling of scenes and the pacing and all those like little things that we pick up on. Is like, it also helps that it's like have a scene where it can just like the environmental effects could like carry so much of the, a moment of silence always stands out, especially in a game where like so much music blares at you and it's great. And even the music in the scene is good. But it's definitely a choice, right?
There's also a great deal of exposition accomplished by this map's visuals alone. Dyne has made his hideout in the ruin of an old house, quite possibly his own. It's stocked with weapons and ammunition he's gathered as Corel Prison's boss, implying a long-laid plan to exact revenge on Shinra. The two crosses at the edge of the ravine are grave markers for Dyne's wife and daughter, both of whom he believes to be dead. Disc 4 of FF7 International informs us that the larger one belongs to Eleanor, while the smaller one was made for Marlene.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing, right? The fourth disc of the original game in the international version has like an interactive thing where you could like see maps and all kinds of other stuff and like get additional details.
Finally,
which I didn't know about until like a couple years ago.
Let's take a moment to appreciate Dyne's character design. Physically speaking, he's the opposite of his friend, and early material from the game's development acknowledged.
Well, I'll bring it up now because Jelly's bringing it up. But I think if they broke up the cutscene that goes directly into Palmer fight and you choose when to start it, then people wouldn't be as upset. I will say that like the emotions of the player versus the emotions of the character is like such a difficult balance to strike, especially as a writer. Like in my own writing, I found this at one point where I was writing these like short scripts, and there are times where you want to project through the characters the emotions that the characters are feeling, right? So in a scene, back in my early days of like writing stuff, I would have a scene, for example, where characters would be laughing. They'd like tell a joke to one another and like they'd be laughing and whatnot. And then the real intention of that was that for people to signal to people, yeah, this is a funny moment, for example, right? And it's an easy trap to fall into where you want the audience to feel something, so you make the characters feel that thing. But those two things are distinct, right? Like those two things aren't always one and the same. Like you could be watching what feels like a very like, what is an awkward emotional moment between two characters, right? And you're laughing because like they feel awkward, the characters feel awkward, but the audience is laughing about it, right? So like those things don't always match up. And so, for example, how that relates to the Dyne thing is that I've seen people, talk about like, oh man, I wish it's fucked up that Barret doesn't have time to grieve. And it's like, well, he actually did. Like, if you see the series of events, the party runs out, they fight Palmer, Barret stays behind, he's with Dyne's body, then he's like sitting over Dyne's body as all the craziness happens with Dio and everyone coming around. Then he's in the back of the truck, and yeah, he does fight and does help fight, but like then he's like sad and he's thinking about Marlene and he's like thinking about himself as a death. He has a lot of time of like thinking and reflecting between like Dyne's death and like when fun resumes. But I saw somebody comment on Twitter about this where it's like, man, it's fucked up that he hasn't had time to be sad and to sort of And to agree, it's like, no, he does all throughout that scene. But you as the player don't get time, right? Like you as the player have to go run off and like fight Palmer, and then Palmer slapping his ass. So the emotions that you feel are very different from the emotions that Barret's feeling during that whole fight sequence, for example. But for you as the player, sometimes like you can't detach your experience from, you know, what you're perceiving on screen with the characters. So there's something really interesting to that. Underlying implied theme understood by the audience. It's not explicitly stated, so it's this word for that. Subtext. Someone else said it, but it had the moment of bonding growth with Cloud Barret after it hit way harder than I thought it would, and it wasn't there. I'd probably feel way worse about Rebirth Dyne. Yeah, I'm not very negative on it, but we'll talk about it. Well, let's hear this out.
He's
though.
the opposite of his friend. An early material, a smaller one was made for Marlene. Finally, let's take a moment to appreciate Dyne's character design. Physically speaking, he's the opposite of his friend, and early material from the game's development acknowledges this contrast. Where Barret is burly, Dyne is slender. Where Barret's gun is short and bulky, Dyne's is long and narrow.
He's still got some chunk to him, though. I'm just gonna say, like, yes, he's smaller for sure, but he's still got some chunk to him.
Narrow.
Look at this dude. Look at that jaw. He's still got some heft to him. He's just not Barret, you know.
Barret is scarred on the right side of his face. Dyne is scarred on the left. It's a no-brainer then to start the scene with these two men facing each other, their wounds mirrored across the middle of the map. Barret begins by telling Dyne he always knew they'd meet again. He tries to take a step toward his old friend, but Dyne fires a warning shot. After a beat, Dyne reveals he can hear his dead wife's voice in his ear, begging him not to blame Barret. It's the first indication we get that Dyne is grappling with something more than just anger. Barret assures his friend he's not looking for forgiveness. He asks why Dyne is staging attacks from the ruins of Corel, shooting Shinra troopers and civilians.
So I will say, a lot of this also is recreated in the Rebirth scene. Like, Dyne brings up a similar point. What Dyne says here is one of my favorite elements of this original portrayal that was cut out.
Alike. Dyne responds by asking what good a reason would do. The dead don't benefit from knowing why they died. Explanations and excuses won't bring back those who've been killed. The best you can do is live with the loss and find a way to carry on with your empty existence.
Just to like rewind it to like focus on Dyne's words here is so good. We talked about this when I played it, but why the hell does it matter why? You think the dead care why they were killed. You think the people of Corel feel better hearing Shinra's excuses? Such a good point. Such a good point, right? Like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, even if Shinra had a reason, and they technically had a reason, you know, they want to cover up shit, whatever. Like, it doesn't make you feel better. Even if there is a why, what does it matter, right? Because depending on your point of view, it's empty horseshit. And they get into, that's basically what he says, right? Screw your why, ain't no reason to it. Bullets and bullshit, that's all you get. And if you're lucky, the world that's left behind, a world of despair, a world of emptiness, he falls into like crazy nihilism out of it, which is maybe like a step too far, but you see his logic, right? Like, there's one of the best explorations of like Dyne's mental state that was in the original that like they sadly didn't continue or didn't like retain in Rebirth. I just really like this dialogue and this like perspective that we see into how Dyne views the situation.
Is explaining good a reason would do. The dead don't benefit from knowing why they died. Explanations and excuses won't bring back those who've been killed. The best you can do is live with the loss and find a way to carry on with your empty existence. Dyne's speech is steeped in nihilism. They're the words of an utterly broken man, for whom the world and everything in it has lost any meaning. All that drives Dyne now is a desire to destroy, to reduce the world to nothing and thereby save it from its own senselessness. It's this mission that's kept Dyne alive despite knowing he's lost everything. His hometown, his wife, and his daughter. At the mention of Marlene, Barret interrupts. He informs his friend his daughter's still alive. After Dyne's fall into
I'm pretty sure this is the retranslation, Shackman. I'm pretty sure this is the Shinra archaeology cut that we're seeing.
The ravine, Barret managed to make it back to Corel. He had planned to lie down and die beside his wife, but wound up finding Marlene instead. Barret offers to bring Dyne to his daughter in Midgar. For a moment, it seems like the situation might be resolved peacefully. Surely Marlene is something worth living for, a beacon to guide Dyne out of his despair. But the news merely seems to harden Dyne's resolve. He demands a duel.
And the Shinra archaeology cut is a more accurate translation than the original localization, so that's how they like restored that dialogue earlier from Barret, because they took the Japanese version of the scene and they just retranslated it. So those lines that were missing in the original localization are restored because they're just matching the Japanese.
Cool. When Barret asks for an explanation, Dyne delivers perhaps the darkest line of the scene. He wants to kill Marlene so she can be reunited with her mother. It's here that both Barret and the audience realize Dyne is beyond saving. In a world full of monsters, we've come face to face with yet another one. Not a Mako-infused beast, but the tortured husk of an ordinary man. Just like Hojo's twisted experiments, Dyne is a byproduct of Shinra's exploitation and greed. For the first time all seen, the camera pans back down. Cloud serves as a surrogate for the horrified audience and attempts to intervene, but Barret insists on handling things himself, and the boss battle with Dyne begins.
And I think that is an interesting point that they bring up, right? That what we see, like, Dyne says something monstrous, right? Like, I gotta take Marlene with me, right? I gotta take her to her mom. Like, wanting to kill Marlene is a monstrous thing to say. And we talked about this during the playthrough. Like, it may have been too much for people, but in terms of like the thematics of like what Shinra does and how it impacts people and society, you know, it creates explicit monsters through Hojo's experiments, but even the way that like Shinra like ruins towns and cities and ways of life for people and like livelihoods for people, it can also turn them just as monstrous, you know? There's an interesting idea there that the OG explores, that you can maybe see a bit in the Rebirth version in terms of like how lost Dyne is, but it's not quite the same.
As far as combat goes, the ensuing duel is pretty one-dimensional. Moreover, the fight lacks a custom background, defaulting to the generic Corel prison arena. That said, this battle map does do a good job of conveying the solitude of the scene. It's a raw struggle between two traumatized men, one who's succumbed completely to grief and one who's given everything he has not to.
I mean, but that's the question, Zidane, right? Like, not to say that it needed to have that Marlene thing, right? Also, like the kidnapping, like Kate Sith kidnapping Marlene was like a step too far, and they didn't do that. Why are certain things considered too dark? You know, like, why? I don't know if I like agree with that idea. You know, like that things could be too dark. I mean, because of a teen rating, you know, would that have even changed a teen rating? Like an innocuous threat to, you know, a child's life, a child who's not even there. I don't even think that would have changed the rating anyway. So I don't know if they need to like backstep on everything that's a little bit dark, you know?
When the showdown finally ends, we feel a sense of relief that goes well beyond not getting a game over.
Not to say they had to do it.
Back on the field, Dyne staggers and falls to one knee. Barret tries to approach, but his friend rebuffs him again. As Dyne...
Would you have to put a disclaimer before a scene where he just like says like, oh, I need to kill this person? People are being threatened with death all throughout this story. Aerith dies, you know? Cloud murders soldiers, like in the Gongaga scene, has blood splatter on his face, tries to kill Elena. Like, all that stuff is dark. If it was like Dyne pointing his gun arm at Marlene's head, you know, a child's head, then yeah, probably can't do that. But you know, I just, yeah, at a certain point, like you kind of, I don't think you just like step around all of these things, you know. Japan scene rating is a bit different. That's true. Disclaimer for the suicide part. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Hobbles back to the wall of his hideout, the camera pans up once more. He seems to have gained some clarity after the fight, and admits he lost more than just an arm the day he fell into the ravine. Something irreplaceable was taken too. Without it, Dyne can never know peace. Even the catharsis of battling Barret isn't enough to calm his rage. Dyne still wants to destroy the world and everyone in it. Unwilling to give up, Barret reminds Dyne of his daughter, but Dyne merely shakes his head. Marlene was only months old when Corel burned down. Even if Dyne met her, she wouldn't recognize him. Besides, how could he face her after all the horrible things he's done? His hands are far too bloody to hold an innocent child. Barret hangs his head, unable to think of a response. Dyne eventually breaks the silence and tosses Barret the pendant from around his neck. It's a keepsake from Eleanor he wants Marlene to have. In his final moments, Dyne chooses to preserve not his own memory, but that of his wife. As Dyne limps to the cliff's edge, sunbeams illuminate the graves of his loved ones. With a last remark to Barret, he takes his place at the end of the row. Barret suddenly realizes what's about to happen, but too late. What makes Dyne's death so impactful here isn't just the shock of his suicide. It's the symmetry it establishes with the flashback we saw earlier. Dyne has realized the darkness inside him is unconquerable. Since surviving his fall from Mount Corel, he's only brought pain and...
I mean, I don't think it's about putting that idea in people's heads, you know? Like, I mean, I don't know. We're probably getting to, like, touchy territory, but I just feel like those things happen even without, you know, media showing it, you know? Like, there are monstrous things that have happened in this world that no piece of fiction has depicted before it happened in the real world. So it's not as if, like, fiction itself inspires the darkness within people. At least I don't think so. You know, like, I think horrible things happen despite no fiction sort of setting it up to happen. Would it perpetuate it more? I don't know, because you're supposed to be disturbed by what you hear. I don't think it would, like, inspire recreation, you know? At least in terms of, like, the threat of, like, against Marlene. Especially because, like, she's not there. He's just talking and expressing an idea.
Sadness to others. By casting himself into the ravine, Dyne finishes the job his first fall should have. Where before he clung to Barret's hand and vowed to make it back to the village, here he chooses to let go, accepting death with arms spread wide. As Barret laments his friend's death, the camera pans up, and we finally see the top quarter of the map, a barren but beautiful vista lit by the rays of the setting sun. FF7's story has no shortage of tragedy, but what's...
I mean, the thing about this suicide, right, that, you know, in terms of that influencing the decision, he also kind of does it still, right? Like, he does it by cop. He just does it in a different way. I mean, people say they removed that aspect, but they kind of kept it. Like, he still does offer himself in a way, right? Like, it's not explicitly stated, I guess, but that's what's happening in the Rebirth scene. I mean, he's fighting back. It's like mid-fighting back, but, like, it's a hopeless fight, you know? So he does it by default, you know?
Separates this scene from the rest are the uncomfortable questions it forces players to ask themselves. What is evil and where does it come from? To what extent does being a victim excuse becoming a villain? Is there a point past which we as people can no longer be redeemed? While the game's central antagonists may raise these issues, Dyne does so in a much more grounded way. There's nothing supernatural about his descent into madness. Dyne's story is not only relatable, but painful.
By the way, Last Elixir, you guys are jerks for this music.
These issues, Dyne does so in a much more grounded way. There's nothing supernatural about his descent.
It might demonetize this video. Are you sure? I mean, I don't know. It's also, I don't know. I mean, I said it one time, so.
Into madness. Dyne's story is not only relatable, but painfully familiar. An innocent man caught under the steamroller of a rapacious corporation. Like his best friend Barret, Dyne is left raging against the machine that took everything.
It's also like 1,000 people are probably gonna watch this VOD. I'm not worried.
From him. But unlike Barret, who finds light in Marlene, Dyne can only brood in darkness.
But
By
this
the
song
time
is so
he
good.
reunites with Barret, Dyne's humanity is long lost. He feels no remorse for the people he's murdered. On the contrary, he's compelled to kill more. Shinra's cruelty and greed have once again succeeded in creating a villain. But that doesn't mean Dyne is without blame. We as players have to believe he could have chosen better, that he could have found hope and purpose in other people, no matter the depth of his despair. And Dyne's depiction helps us reach this.
That transition was so good, by the way.
Villain. But that doesn't mean Dyne is without blame. We as players have to believe he could have chosen better, that he could have found hope and purpose in other people, no matter the depth of his despair. And Dyne's depiction helps us reach this conclusion. In threatening to take the life of his own daughter, he forfeits any sympathy from the audience. Instead, we're made to focus on the real and horrifying way modern mechanisms of power, helmed by flesh and blood humans, can turn innocent people into irredeemable monsters. But let's take a little step back. This scene isn't.
I'm just trying to think of like if that was my takeaway when I first watched that scene, you know, because it's a very valid read of the scene, right? And maybe the intention that you're supposed to take away that like, oh, the real focus that I should be having right now is on Shinra and what it does to people. I'm just trying to like honestly think back on my first viewing of that scene, if I felt that way. Because I don't know if I did. I think I focused more on like, maybe a more latent thing. Because I was like focused more on like, wow, Dyne is really, like you said, like irredeemable. Did I naturally attach it to Shinra and that bigger theme? I'm not sure if I did. It is an interesting, it's definitely like probably the intention, but I didn't really think about it maybe that deeply the first time I experienced it. Just because like it's sort of like attaching something that is there, but I'm just curious if like that was what people were focused on really in that scene when they played it.
Only about Dyne's death. It's also about Barret's rebirth. Returning to Corel forces Barret to confront his own hypocrisy. His efforts with Avalanche to...
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, Shinra burning down the town. I'm thinking about, like, when he threatens Marlene, I was thinking about him, not what Shinra did to him, right? Like, I'm saying it's a valid read of it, but I'm just thinking, like, yeah, I just don't know if I was, like, I don't know if, like, when I walked away from the scene, I was like, man, Shinra's so fucked up. Like, look what they made this person do, you know? It's there. It's in the writing for sure. I'm just thinking what I walked away thinking in that moment. And I think it was just more tragedy for like, wow, this guy really lost all sense of himself and all sense of like his humanity. I definitely thought that. I didn't actively think about Shinra though. I know that was I'm saying it's there, but yeah.
Save the planet had been nothing more than an excuse to get back at Shinra.
It might have helped if that line was there in the original too, right?
Facing Dyne makes him realize the dark places to which revenge inevitably leads. This sets up the second half of Barret's character arc, where he recognizes the wrongs he committed in Midgar and discovers his real reason to keep on fighting: Marlene. FF7 is a story about facades. As the game's event staff have stated, every one of the main characters is pretending to be someone they aren't. Whether it's Cloud claiming to be an ex-soldier or Red 13 acting like an adult, each character is telling a lie they managed to move past by the end of the game. This theme of deception is echoed in the game's locations. Midgar is supposed to be a bastion of civilization, bountiful thanks to the power of Mako. But in reality, it's a brutal plutocracy where the masses live in squalor on barren land. Likewise, the Gold Saucer presents itself as a place of luxury, where visitors can lose themselves in unlimited entertainment. Meanwhile, just like the facsimile of Nibelheim to the west, it conceals the ruins of one of Shinra's many massacres. This is valuable world building the game establishes in the background, even as other drama unfolds at the fore.
Yeah, this whole thing about Facades is so good. You know, this is definitely like a major aspect of FF7 and how it seeps into like every part of the game. Rebirth retains a decent amount of this, right? Like Red 13 is still hiding himself. Cloud, obviously. You still get some of this, but not to the level of like, I know you guys are about to get into like the change and the, or I think you're about to get into like the change into like the town. But yeah, it's probably more frontal in the original. It's one of the best aspects of the game though.
As such, Barret's duel with Dyne and the many scenes lead.
And yeah, Sid's facade. Yeah. Yeah, I hope Sid, what if like Sid, once he gets stressed out in Rocket Town, he breaks the facade and like whips out the cigarettes. Yeah, Tifa. Yeah. With the facade of like not trying to like keep Cloud's delusional like memory of what happened, you know, sort of like alive, not stomping on that, you know, directly.
Leading up to it don't just serve to develop.
Like acting like things are okay, acting like what he's saying is okay, is part of that, yeah.
The characters. They deepen the game's core themes and force players to reckon with real-world analogs. And that, to me, is the essence of good storytelling. Impactful episodes that not only move the plot forward, but elevate how the audience engages with it. Before we move on, let's address the elephant in the room. You might be thinking my analysis just now was overreaching, that I'm assigning meaning and finding symbolism where there is none. In other words, it ain't that deep. And that's a natural to write such a layered scene, or is my teacher just projecting their own?
Yeah, kind of the thing I was
onto it. Oceans of ink have been spilled on this very subject, and we could spend a lifetime.
Oh, what happened? Oh, we effed for a minute. If anybody had a connection issue, a few seconds ago, stream's disconnected. That's weird. Stream should be back. Refresh. Are we back? You're back now. Yeah, I did get an alert in my OBS. It said stream disconnected for like literally a few seconds. That was weird. All right, everyone back. Just another reminder. Refresh if frozen.
Discussing hermeneutics, exegesis, and authorial intent. I'll spare us all the headache and simply acknowledge that certain parts of the Corel prison sequence are likely due to unconscious artistic intent, while a smaller proportion may even be pure coincidence. Fortunately for us, this question isn't really relevant when examining.
Actually, it is interesting that the video is talking about this. Actually, I should rewind a bit since the stream effed. But he's talking about like, you know, if is the intention and whatnot. That was another thing that came up in that interview that I played earlier from the Dispatch writer director. He was talking about they've been watching playthroughs of Dispatch, and there were times where like they're seeing like theories or like things that people said, where like people are reading into scenes that like they're like, shit, we did not expect that at all. Like we didn't intend that at all. But like we see how people took that away, but that actually wasn't what we were going for. That just happens all the time, right?
Thinking my analysis just now was overreaching, that I'm assigning meaning and finding symbolism where there is none. In other words, it ain't that deep. And that's a natural reaction to have, especially considering what we know of FF7's chaos.
How is stream right now? Because Jelly is saying there's still a 10-second delay. Let me check it on my phone real quick. Seems okay on my phone. Okay.
Development.
Seems fine on YouTube. And, oh, shit.
Development.
My phone was playing it.
Anyone who sat through high school English class will know the feeling. Did the author of this book really mean to write such a layered scene, or is my teacher just projecting their own interpretation onto it? Oceans of ink have been spilled on this very subject, and we could spend a lifetime discussing
Editing is so fun in these.
exegesis, and authorial intent. I'll spare us all the headache and simply acknowledge that certain parts of the Corel prison sequence are likely due to unconscious artistic intent, while a smaller proportion may even be pure coincidence. Fortunately for us, this question isn't really relevant when examining how Rebirth adapts the scene. That's because the Remake project's developers enjoy the same
the funky this like funky song is like God in my head.
benefit of hindsight when looking back at the original game. Like fans, they have the luxury of picking apart the OG to find out what worked and why it was so impactful, regardless.
And sometimes they don't realize it, right? Like, I don't know if this is about to bring it up, but famously, supposedly, Katase, I think he was talking about the Rebirth version of the Dyne scene, at least the first version in the script. Odie and Turk and Chat could probably clarify this, but there was that interview where he was like, I thought we might cut it. And it was Nomura and Hamaguchi, and that's the reason I think he's talking about the Rebirth version, that like, because he lumped in Hamaguchi in there and like convincing him to sort of like keep the Dyne scene, which is wild to me that he talked about potentially cutting it or changing it. So I wonder if Katase thought that maybe the way the Dyne scene was written in Rebirth maybe had some of the challenges that the critics have brought up. Maybe he was trying to like change some of those things. Cutting it would be crazy though. But yeah.
of the original creative intent. So with that, I'd like to move on to Rebirth's version of the duel between Barret and Dyne, and see how it remixed the original scene, for better or for worse. Needless to say, if you haven't yet played...
And then like Nomura also had a interview, a quote where he said like, there's a scene that I love. He's talking about the Dyne scene. It's like, he basically said, I love the Dyne scene. I wonder if people remember it. And it's like, it's a beloved OG scene. So there's like, at times they're really in sync with what the fans hold dear, what the fans cherish, to use some FF7 language. And there are times where they're out of touch, like the Dyne scene.
FF7 Rebirth, the next section will contain heavy spoilers up to and including Corel Prison. Now's your chance to pause this video and experience the story yourself. I mentioned earlier that the point of this video isn't to bash Rebirth's version of the Corel Prison sequence. While I find it disappointing as a whole, there are parts of the production I think are great, and I want to begin by talking about those.
Corel wasn't much.
First and foremost,
the original scene to me is somewhat of a parallel of Cloud and Sephiroth. Like Barret being the Cloud, Dyne being the Sephiroth. Yeah, there's potentially that read to it. I think the Rebirth scene, weirdly, I was talking about this in another stream, I think it's about last week, but in the Rebirth version, in some ways, I wonder if what they were trying to do, because I've said it seems a little bit more Barret focused, like the original really focuses the player on the tragedy of Dyne in a lot of ways, right? That's essentially what the first half of this video was arguing about, is like the tragedy of Dyne, how his story reflects the way that Shinra destroys everything and everyone, makes them monstrous, right? Like, it's very focused on like making you feel like holy crap for this guy Dyne. And I think in some ways the Rebirth version, those elements are there, but I think the focus is more on Barret and trying to sort of like set something up for Barret, or say something about Barret and like how he handles the grief, and you gotta live with it, and in that way, like I wonder if they're trying to draw more of a parallel between Cloud and Dyne, because Dyne is somebody who's like lost his mind and like, Barret's trying to save him in that moment. And all throughout Rebirth, he's traveling with someone who's mentally declining and having these moments that Barret's very aware of. He talks about it at one point in the Mithril Mines where he says like, I hope the boy can keep it together. And then at the end, there's the whole like conversation of like, I was in multiple worlds, and Barret's kind of at his furthest end with putting up with Cloud's shit. The slap of like waking him up in Gongaga. Like, I wonder if they're trying to draw more of that parallel between like Cloud's decline and then like how Barret had a friend who lost his mind too. I don't know. It's just something I was wondering, like, given what they changed and how they changed it, was that one of the reasons? I don't know.
Are the performances. Both the vocal direction and motion capture are superb. In a game full of top-notch acting, the voices and bodies behind Barret and Dyne have done a standout job.
You think I haven't thought about...
Why does Marlene exist in multiple scenarios? You mean like Zack's world and stuff? That's because there are just like multiples of people. Like, there are multiple worlds, so there are multiples of characters, right? Like, Kyrie, we see in our world, we have like side quests with Kyrie. And then in Zack's world, we also see Kyrie in Midgar, right? So there's just multiples of people because there are multiple worlds,
That.
Of course, we have no basis for comparison with the OG, but I think it's important to appreciate all the same.
Natalie's saying exactly the thing that I was thinking, right? Like, are they trying to set up the idea that Barret can help Cloud the way he couldn't help Dyne, right? Like, is F again? What the hell is going on today? Is it back though? Refresh. Stream is always freezing. This isn't first stream either. Really? This is the first time I've had these many notifications and people effing. Because this doesn't, I mean, I know you're saying that this happened multiple streams, but I've never had this many OBS notifications of like stream disconnecting. And I'm hardwired in. I have a gigabit Ethernet connection plugged into my computer. All right, so we should be back. Damn, I don't know why it's disconnecting like that though.
Next, I think the music is excellent. Where the OG used silence to elevate this scene, Rebirth has spoiled us with a suite of emotional tracks that manage not to feel overbearing. In fact,
stream has always been stuttering for me the last few times as well. Really? Huh.
This sequence is home to my favorite song in the game.
My OBS bitrate is like 7,000, I think. Maybe I have to knock it down. I want it to be higher because it's better quality, but maybe because apparently you can push it higher because like they recommend like 6,000. But like a lot of people go a bit higher. Shoot, where's the setting? I bet it's 7,700. Maybe I'll just lower the bitrate in the next stream.
A piece so dangerously good, Square Enix chose to leave it off the official soundtrack.
We don't need 7K to hear your
Lastly,
voice.
I think the three-part battle with Dyne is fun and mechanically sound, regardless of narrative shortcomings. It's not the game's most riveting boss fight, but that's only because Rebirth set such a high bar for combat. I do appreciate the way it uses environmental coverage to cater to Barret's long-range playstyle, and make up for the fact we're only controlling one party member. Not the additional
I feel like I missed something.
of course, we have.
You think I have
Voices, parts of the production I think are great.
All right, so he's talking about the positives. Sorry. The disconnect distracted
I mentioned earlier that the point of this video isn't to bash Rebirth's version of the Corel prison sequence. While I find it disappointing as a whole, there are parts of the production I think are great.
And this song that they highlighted here is one of my favorites also, and I have in my big Rebirth video at one point.
And I want to begin by talking about those.
Corel wasn't much.
First and foremost are the performances. Both the vocal direction and motion capture are superb. In a game full of top-notch acting, the voices and bodies behind Barret and Dyne have done a standout job.
You think I haven't thought about that?
Of course,
yeah, even
we
the
have
Palmer
no
boss
basis for
track is very
comparison
good.
with the OG, but I think it's important to appreciate all the same. Next, I think the music is excellent. Where the OG used silence to elevate this scene, Rebirth has spoiled us with a suite of emotional tracks that manage not to feel overbearing. In fact, this sequence is home to my favorite song in the game, a piece so dangerously good, Square Enix chose to leave it off the official soundtrack.
A piece so dangerously good, they left it off the soundtrack. Yeah, I don't know when the Soundtrack Plus comes out, but this is one of my favorite songs.
Lastly, I think the three-part battle with Dyne is fun and mechanically sound, regardless of narrative.
Actually, I have this song. Let me find it real quick. Rebirth music. Where is it? The way it builds too. Oh, right here. Hold on, it's my favorite part. Hold on, I want it to be louder.
Shortcut.
Hold on. Can I just drop it in here? Yeah. It's like here. This is after the fight, yeah. Oh, in the minigame, really? Yeah, I used that shit in my video. It was so good. I had to. It also helped with like copyright stuff to do that.
Cummings. It's not the game's most riveting boss
because it's not on the soundtrack. I didn't get copyright for it. The songs that were like off soundtrack actually helped me with the monetization of my video.
Fight, but that's only because Rebirth set such a high bar for combat.
I just literally ripped them. I recorded a lot of them just like straight off. Eventually I did find like a PC download of like the OS of like all the songs. but I was literally like recording the game and just like letting scenes play, turned off all the music, sound effects, or I turned off all the voices, sound effects, just left music on, and would just capture tracks like that.
I do appreciate the way it uses environmental coverage to cater to Barret's long-range playstyle, and make up for the fact we're only controlling one party member. All of this is to say, I think most of the individual components that make up Rebirth's rendition of this scene are well done. Its shortcomings stem from higher-level conceptual issues, and the single biggest one of these is the fact that in the remake project continuity, Corel Village no longer exists, at least not as it did in the OG.
It's funny, sir, because I don't know when you use my footage. So I did capture footage for this video that was credited in the description of the video. So thank you for that. But yeah, I'm very curious when that shows up.
Recall that in the original game, Barret's hometown was a quaint village in a wooded area south of Mount Corel. In Rebirth, however, it's been moved to the mountain's rocky slopes. In fact, this new version of Corel Village seems almost identical to North Corel. If we take a look at the town in flashbacks, we'll see the layout is very similar, and several landmarks appear to overlap. What's more, the building where Scarlett addresses the villagers is clearly the bar at the top of the hill in North Corel.
Yeah.
We'll return to this puzzle again toward the end of the video, but the important thing to note right now is that the ruins of Corel Village no longer lie beneath the gold saucer. This is confirmed for us by Kate Sith. On our way down to Corel Prison, we learned that the area below the theme park was never a mining village. Rather, it served as an employee housing district. Furthermore, in FF7 Rebirth, Corel Prison isn't actually a prison. It's just called that because escape is as hopeless as breaking out of jail.
Corel Prison?
Also, that new character, Solemn Gus, he originally had nothing to do with Coates from the OG. They just gave him the green suit as an afterthought. But back to the relocation of Corel Village. While this might sound like a minor geographical change, it has profound consequences for how the ensuing sequence with Dyne plays out and what we end up taking away from it. In the original FF7, we encounter Dyne on his own turf, amid the ruins of his and Barret's hometown. There's this feeling that we're outsiders intruding on something intimate, and the scene blocking helps solidify that sense. Like the OG, Rebirth splits Barret off from the rest of the group, and offers some physical separation by way of a chain-link fence. But there's little to see in terms of environmental storytelling. Dyne has been tied up in an unremarkable shack on the outskirts.
Yeah, no, yeah, the town is literally built on top of in the OG, yeah.
Of Corel Prison. It's just as unfamiliar to Barret and Dyne as it is to our party. Missing are the graves Dyne made for his wife and daughter, and missing too is the stockpile of weapons that hinted at a prolonged campaign of violence. Instead, we find Dyne completely subdued, no longer a threat to anyone. Our motive—
Jake Lloyd saying, well, yeah, how could it be a mining town and also in the middle of the desert or whatever before climate change, instead of actually on the mining mountainside? Well, I don't know. I can't tell because, right, because like they're on some kind of like mountainous thing because that's what Dyne jumps off of, right? Having Corel Prison be a literal prison for gold saucer guests was really an idea that worked in the OG. Yeah, Turk, do you have a thought on Jake's question? Oh, it's a YouTube message. So you're in Twitch, but he says like, how could there be a mining town and also in the middle of the desert? Yeah.
For finding him is to clear Barret's name as well as his guilty conscience. There's no real sense of urgency beyond that.
I know you.
Dyne is in a pretty disoriented state. Barret's subdued, no longer a threat to anyone. Our motive for finding him is to clear Barret's name as well as his guilty conscience. There's no real sense of urgency beyond that.
I know you.
Well, I mean, clearing Barret's name is still a, you know, is an urgency, right? Like, it is.
Dyne is in a pretty disoriented state. He recognizes Barret, but doesn't understand where or when he is. It quickly becomes clear that Dyne is hallucinating, living out a
And yeah, there can be mines in deserts. I remember going to an abandoned mine thing in Arizona. Yeah, that was like, it was definitely desert, but still there were mines they still dug into.
A pretty
It wasn't a desert before Gold Saucer, no. Yeah, they show it sort of like forested and everything in the flashback. And in both Rebirth and the OG, they talk about how the Gold Saucer is like basically all the electrical use, the Mako use, sort of sucked the land dry and made it like deserty. Tombstone, I think that's where I went. Yeah.
Disoriented state. He recognizes Barret, but doesn't understand where or when he is. It quickly becomes clear that Dyne is hallucinating, living out a fantasy where Eleanor and Marlene are still alive.
Set a place for Barret.
Got him in
While the
Arizona,
lines
yeah.
here are touching and well delivered, I can't help but wonder how much more impactful they'd be if Dyne were sitting in the ruins of his old home.
She ain't with him.
By the way, if you're wondering why Dyne is so out of it here, the Rebirth Ultimania offers an explanation. A dark desire for revenge and excessive drug use have pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. It's up to you whether to take this as truth. There's no obvious indication that Dyne is using drugs.
It's so funny that they have that in here in the Ultimania, that they add that bit. Because yeah, you wouldn't pick that up. You just think his mind is like gone. I do wonder, by the way, by like drug use, what kind of drug? I'm just curious if it's like a Mako overdose. Remember, because there's like the scene in Remake where that NPC, you know, says to Cloud, it's like, oh, another Mako junkie, right? Like, I wonder what drug he was taking. I wonder if he was taking like, yeah, the Mako crack.
I think substance abuse could have been a compelling addition to Dyne's story, but as things are in the final game, it feels like this detail just muddies the water.
God damn it.
At any rate, Barret
Probably
frees
bath
his
salts.
friend and helps him limp back outside. Seeing Cloud
I mean, if you're someone going through like significant trauma and you had the experiences that Dyne had, I could see you having some drug problems, you know? How could Dyne be in his old house when it burned down? Well, it was implied in the original that he was, right? Like that he still kept that. It's like hollowed out and burnt, but they use it in a way. I would assume the needles and alcohol on the rug back there implied it. Were there needles though?
it feels substance abuse.
It was like empty bottles, but they're kind of more. Oh, are there needles? Oh yeah, there's needles up here. There are needles up here. Actually, I never really noticed them, but yeah, there's definitely beer bottles and like plastic bottles. But yeah, maybe there's needles right there.
This could have been a compelling addition to Dyne's story, but as things are in the final game, it feels like this detail just muddies the water.
God damn it.
At any rate, Barret frees his friend and helps him limp back outside. Seeing Cloud and
I am curious, like when he took if he did do needles, because he's been tied up by Gus, right? Supposedly. Like, when did that happen?
his soldier uniform seems to snap Dyne out of his fugue state, and he remembers his resentment for Barret.
You son of a bitch.
In the OG, Dyne starts out the game,
Hold on,
it feels
I gotta
like this
fix that.
detail just muddies the water.
God damn it.
Zoe says Eleanor. Potentially, yeah. I've been wondering about if his like visions of Eleanor are at all related to like the worlds and all that stuff.
At any rate, Barret frees his friend and helps him limp back outside. Seeing Cloud in his soldier uniform seems to snap Dyne out of his fugue state, and he remembers his resentment for Barret.
You son of a bitch.
In the OG, Dyne starts out by acknowledging his grudge for Barret, but it's not enough to make him attack his old friend. That doesn't happen until after he's learned Marlene is still alive. In Rebirth, however, the mere hint of Barret's betrayal is enough to drive Dyne into a frenzy. Where the original game gave us chilling nihilism, Dyne's madness is much more erratic in Rebirth. There's very little build-up to the boss fight here.
Well, I don't know if I agree with this, you know? Like, I hear you. But, as a counterpoint, right, like, Barret, he attaches Barret to Shinra and all that Shinra did to him, right? So when Dyne sees Barret traveling with somebody that looks like a soldier, you know, he says, like, what is his kind doing here? And he's like, you son of a bitch, you're still involved with Shinra. Like, even after they destroyed everything we loved and held dear, you're still running with these guys? Like, what in the world? Like, what the, that would set me off too, right? Like, I think it's valid that Dyne crashes out in that moment, because like the thing that destroyed his life, Shinra, and how like Barret, this supposed friend, you know, is still with them and aligned with them in some way. That's not correct, but I think it's fair that he would lose it, like that would make him snap, versus just the nihilism of the original.
In Rebirth, however, the mere hint of Barret's
saying he wants to take out Marlene seems more insane and erratic. Arguably, yeah.
betrayal is enough to drive Dyne into a frenzy. Where the original game gave us
like after all that's happened, how could you still be with Shinra? Yeah.
Chilling nihilism, Dyne's madness is much more erratic in Rebirth. There's very little build-up to the boss fight here.
No, see, I disagree with that. You know, like, that build-up is that Barret is still, in his mind, aligned with Shinra. And, like, that is, like, the worst thing that he could do.
All the gripping dialogue the OG used to raise the stakes of the battle is either omitted or pushed back after the duel, where it no longer serves the same purpose. We get a striking shot of Barret and Dyne staring down the barrels of each other's gun arms, and the battle begins.
Right here. Right now.
Like I said before, I think this is an engaging fight. In terms of gameplay, it's a clear improvement over the original. In terms of how it complements the surrounding scenes, however, I can't help but feel it misses the mark. If there's one thing the original does right here, it's capturing the humanity of this struggle. Barret and Dyne are mirror images of one another, and evenly matched, at least narratively speaking. What decides their deadlock isn't physical force, but inner resolve. Barret succeeds not only because he's supported by friends.
The Dyne fight was so hard in Rebirth. I'm just thinking about, just because they were focused on the actual fight itself, I'm just thinking about, I cooked his ass in the original, but in Rebirth, man, he kicked my ass.
But because of his love for Marlene, whose life he knows is on the line. To emphasize this clash of wills, this showdown between two ordinary men inwardly gnawed by grief, it's important that Barret and Dyne remain outwardly human. And Rebirth does do a good job of this for the first time. His life succeeds not only because he's supported by friends, but because of his love for Marlene, whose life he knows is on the line. To emphasize this clash of wills, this showdown between...
Yeah, I mean, that is a fundamental difference, right? Like, at least in the original, Barret is probably driven more by, well, obviously wanted to protect Marlene in that moment because, like, Dyne, threatens Marlene.
Between two ordinary men inwardly gnawed by grief, it's important that Barret and Dyne remain outwardly human. And Rebirth does do a good job of this for the first two phases of the fight. But then something strange happens. As Dyne succumbs further to rage, tentacles sprout from the base of his gun arm and fuse with surrounding scrap to form a giant biomechanical limb. The symbolism here is obvious. Dyne has become so consumed by darkness, it's warped him into a literal monster. But if you ask me, this undercuts the rawness and relatability of the scene. In a game full...
It is also, like, just so out of nowhere, you know? Like, yes, it probably is more explicitly, like, showing him, he becomes a Resident Evil boss. It's the first thing I thought about. The first thing I thought about when that happened was like, oh my god, this became a Resident Evil game. Just because there's no clear reason for why that happens. I still don't know exactly why. I assume it has to do something with the surgery that he had, or maybe it's due to the drug use, like whatever drugs he's using. It's very random though. Like, in some ways it's cool. Like, it was fun to fight against, but it's very out of nowhere.
Full of supernaturally altered antagonists, Dyne stands out for being a flesh and blood human whose monstrosity lurks on the inside.
Yeah.
Incidentally, there is an official explanation for the whole mutant arm thing, though you'd never guess it from playing the game. Dyne's prosthetic arm has been illegally modified with a biopropagation chip. During the third phase of the fight, it begins eating away at his body, pulling in nearby metal to fuse with his living tissue.
Ah, there it is. I'd kind of heard about this, but I've never seen this page. So Dyne, seeing Akira reference, yeah. Dyne and Barret duke it out in a one-on-one battle with Dyne using his illegally modified prosthetic arm to launch attacks. During this final phase, Dyne's propagation chip causes the gun on his left arm to organically corrode his body, pulling in surrounding scrap and transforming him into a metal monstrosity. In Hand's form, in contrast to the battle's first half, we go head-to-head in an empty area. As in the first half, Dyne attacks with machine gun fire. Additionally, he'll pull in surrounding scrap with his propagation chip to form either a giant arm or tentacles, which he'll then use to attack. The concept art is sick. Yeah. So yeah, he had it modified. Totally Resident Evil. I was thinking Cyberpunk also, right? Like the chip, the illegal chip, is very like much like Cyberpunk.
Propagation chip. During the third phase of the fight, it begins eating away at his body, pulling in nearby metal to fuse.
But it, again, just like this video does state, right? Like, there would be no way for you to know this, right? Like, you would have to, even I'm, very brain rotted on this game. And like, I did actually hear about this now that I think about it, but I forgot about it. Hence why I was actually questioning why it happened. Because you got to be in these like Ultimania planning sheets to like even know this stuff. And so as a player, it's kind of like, it just feels random,
With his living tissue.
Like even if they wrote down reasoning in their own planning docs, that's not communicated in any way to the player. And there's no way for the player to sort of understand it. I have to essentially come up with an explanation. That wasn't far away from this, but I was like, maybe something happened with the surgery or drugs, but no, it's related to a surgery. He got it modified, but yeah, there's no way for you to know.
You can make of that what you will. Eventually, the
yeah, so who the fuck is making legal biochips? Yeah, doesn't seem like there'd be a huge market for it, right?
Battle ends, and Barret pronounces the duel done with.
When I first watched it, I noticed his eyes were so red. And there's this very deliberate shot of them during the third phase. And I was sure it had to do with some kind of live stream corruption.
It's over.
But as Dyne says, things aren't even close to over. Here's a little breakdown to illustrate his point. From the moment Barret finds Dyne in the shack to the moment the two begin battling, less than 3.5 minutes pass. Compare this to the duration of Dyne's conversation with Barret after their fight, which is more than 7 minutes. That's a whole lot of dialogue that could have served to make the fight more climactic. And believe me when I say, the upcoming exchange is a real emotional roller coaster.
I don't know, right? Like, this is like such a... Like, I think this is a good analysis, but it's also, a question of preference, right? Like, does it... Like, the original did give it a lot of build up to the fight. But is that truly the only way to do it, right? Like, is it automatically invalid by not having so much buildup and instead letting the player rest in sort of like the drama after the fight, right? Like, I don't know if this like balancing change is necessarily bad,
For better or for worse. Barret begins by essentially forfeiting his life.
Kill me.
In the OG, Barret's will to live and protect his friends and daughter is exactly why he accedes to a duel with Dyne. It's pretty jarring now to see that all go out the window, especially after spending a game and a half fighting by his side.
Yeah, right. Like, he's not thinking about Marlene really in this moment. Granted, maybe he doesn't expect Dyne to actually kill him,
Dyne, of course, refuses to let Barret off the hook. He chastises his old friend for always taking the easy way out.
When the going gets tough, he's gone.
It's clear Dyne's fury is still very much directed at Barret and Shinra, whereas in the original game it's become all-encompassing. We then wrap around to the beginning of the OG scene, with Dyne claiming he can hear his wife begging him not to blame Barret. More than anything, it serves as a segue to the next stage of the scene.
And then that's that dialogue from the original. Like he mentions in the original, I can hear Marlene. I meant not Marlene, but I can hear what's his wife's name? Eleanor. I can hear her now. He says the same thing in the original.
Around to the beginning of the OG scene, with Dyne claiming he can hear his wife begging him not to blame Barret. More than anything, it serves as a segue to the next stage of the scene. And in my opinion, it's precisely here where Rebirth's duel with Dyne stops being an inferior reimagining of the original and becomes a disappointment in its own right.
Always Shinra!
This was such a jarring thing to me. We talked about this when I played through the scene also. It's just like the direction of this in terms of like the setup. Like they do set it up that that Shinra is in the desert. You know, Elena's looking for them. And so presumably when she finds them, then the soldiers come in. But you're so locked in to the one-on-one between like Barret and Dyne that you suddenly forget anybody else is around, especially any Shinra soldiers. So it just comes out of nowhere. Even though it was technically set up as the player, at least for me, it just came out of nowhere. I'm like, why are soldiers suddenly here and he's shooting them? Like, this is super jarring. I just wish they at least set it up differently, or like, I don't know.
Seemingly out of nowhere, a handful of Shinra troopers arrive. The intimacy of the moment is shattered.
Yeah, this is the main part that I don't like either, Shaq, for sure. This is the biggest part of this scene that like bothers me.
As Cloud and his companions join the fray. Then, just as suddenly, we're back to being one-on-one. Dyne is sprawled in the dust, lamenting his unquenchable thirst for revenge. For some reason, it's a 15-second skirmish.
Not only was the party surprised as well, but then the party also doesn't see the second group who ends up killing Dyne, right?
Skirmish with Shinra troopers, and not an epic 3-stage fight with his friend that grants Dyne a measure of insight. The dialogue in this next section is some of the most moving, and the motion capture performance is absolutely...
Yeah, I mean, before they continue their moment, right, their conversation of this, they're complimenting this, right, which is good. Probably the most challenging thing with this whole scene and how it's depicted is that there is this like clash of like very rich emotional stuff that is like interesting and like character driven, and then it's intermingled with these like contrived things that come out of nowhere, like the tentacle arm, like the Shinra trooper showing up. Like they're almost forced in. You could feel the writer is forcing these things in because either they're cool, like the arm, or because they would give a route for ending the scene by having them obviously kill Dyne.
Stellar, which is a good thing because it does a lot to distract from the strange way this scene meanders through dramatic highs and lows. We've achieved some level of clarity and calm as Barret reveals Marlene is still alive. The audience can't help but feel for Dyne as he gazes at a picture of his long-lost daughter.
Also, I'm going to, just real quick, I just need to update the Discord link because it's out of date, which I knew was going to happen. It always happens during stream, which is so annoying. My bot. So if you're trying to get into the Discord, I'm updating the links now. I wish it didn't happen during stream. It's so annoying. I wonder if there's like any way it could change the time when Discord rotates the link. And then I also go into the YouTube and repin that with the right link. Okay, unpin that. Come on. All right, sorry about that. We can get back to it.
Barret relates what happened after Dyne's fall into the ravine, and we essentially get a more fleshed out version of his dialogue from the original. Finding Marlene gave Barret the strength to carry on, and ever since, she's been his reason to keep on living. Though not today, evidently.
Kill me.
Unfortunately, Dyne doesn't respond to this news the way Barret hoped, and for the third time this scene starts whipping himself into a frenzy. He curses Barret for telling him his daughter is alive.
I mean, Mr. Santa Hat, like, in terms of it feeling like a spit in the face, I mean, I think that'll vary by OG fan, right? Like, I played the OG before Rebirth also. I didn't feel like the Dyne scene was a spit in the face. I felt it was, like, mixed up and remixed. You know, the core kind of beats still happen, right? Like, they still have their fundamental disagreement. Dyne is lost as hell, like, unredeemable. And then dies in the end, right? Like, the core things still play out, you know, in terms of like the specifics of the execution. That's where a lot of the differences are. You know, if it was like significantly different in terms of like the actual events, like I don't know, Dyne starts dancing. I don't know. I don't know what to make an example. Like, then it would feel like a spit in the face. But there are things like when you watch an original version of something, I think you can become very attached to, and any remixing of that thing can just feel like you're describing, right? Where it's like, wait, why did you change the thing? It was so good. It was so good. Why fuck with it, right? I understand that, and I've had that experience in reverse recently, where I watched Trigun Stampede, then I recently this week finished watching the original, and while I was watching the original, I was like, wow, that thing that was in Stampede is here, but it's like very different. Even like the tone of it's very different. Like, I could see if I was a big fan of this when it came out in the 90s, like the new version not kind of clicking the same way, and me wondering, it's like things that are like treated as like that they just tell you, for example, in Stampede, are like big mysteries in the original. So it's such different treatment of the same core thing, that yeah, the way it's told just has a dramatic impact on how people feel about it.
Dangling the this news the way Barret hoped, and for the third time this scene starts whipping himself into a frenzy. He curses Barret for telling him his daughter is alive, for dangling the prospect of reunion in front of him when Dyne is too far gone to ever hold her again.
Stop.
I love the way Dyne wipes his hands on his clothes here, as if he's actually trying to remove the blood. It's one of the rawest moments of this scene, which is why it's a shame that the very next instant, Shinra troopers show up again. For some
Cloud, where are you right here? Cloud. And Party.
Scene, which is why it's a shame that the very next instant,
y'all are just so gripped in the drama that you're not keeping your eye out. You guys are on the outside. This is your job right here. Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, right? All of you. What's going on here? I will say, it's like, damn, they dropped the ball like crazy.
Shinra troopers show up again. For some reason, Cloud and his friends don't intervene this time, and we're treated to a 20-second suicide by cop sequence. At the end of it all, Dyne winds up.
I feel like there was a better way to construct this part. Yes, Dan. 100%.
Up on the ground once more. Barret nudges his friend,
like I said, there's like really genuine emotional moments, and then other very contrived moments, you know, where things come out of nowhere.
Fearful he's dead, and Dyne delivers a memorable line that's a whole lot better in the English localization.
Or at least they feel like they came out of nowhere, right? There's no good explanation for it. Like I said, they kind of set up that Shinra's in the area, but it just feels like it comes out of nowhere.
Who carried that guilt? That weight?
It encapsulates both Dyne's resentment for Barret and his optimism that there's a future to be had for those strong enough to fight.
Baby, I'm home.
The touching vision Dyne sees as his life fades lends a lot more.
I mean, I don't know if it was because I was talking during it and reading chat, but I do love the moment, though, where Dyne is like, I know what I have to do, but I just can't, you know? Like, that just like inner conflict of, in his mind, he has these loved ones that he's like lost, and he feels like there's a way to reconnect with them and reunite with them, but he can't bring himself to do it, you know? That may feel like a conflict with the original because he does jump, but also in the original, he doesn't do that until this conflict, right? The years pass and he didn't do it. So it's still somewhat consistent with that.
Closure to his death than we get in the OG. And combined with his heroic last stand against Shinra, I think it makes...
Oh yeah, I shared the link a lot earlier, but it's been a while. But this is the video that we're watching.
Him out to be a much more sympathetic character. While some players might like this change, I find it very underwhelming. Part of what makes Dyne so compelling in the OG is that while his situation is hauntingly relatable, he never earns our compassion.
That's fair, Mr. Santa Hat. Yeah, this scene represents my feelings to Rebirth pretty well, bouncing back and forth between like, that's great, wow, they did a good job with that, with like, bro, what the hell is this? That's yeah, I felt that at times too, for sure.
Passion. His death is as senseless as the crimes he committed, and
yeah, Dino's bringing up a thing that I've thought before. Like when I played the original, and when Dyne jumped, I was like, oh, is he actually gone though? Because he survived one of these jumps before, and fall damage is very light in this universe, right? Like Cloud falls, Grand City's like seemingly saved by maybe whispers or whatever, or by being a soldier. There's another big fall. When was it? I guess Wedge has fall damage. Zack falls obviously in Crisis Core. There's also the in Rebirth, there's Elena right after this jumping out of the helicopter and then like landing on the car hood. Like fall damage, gravity is very kind in this universe.
Depending on your personal views, might even number among them. In the original game, we walk away asking ourselves big questions. How far can someone sink into evil before they're beyond forgiveness? How do we judge the atrocities of a person twisted by others' atrocities? How do we find meaning in a death that was neither necessary nor noble? I think the changes Rebirth makes to Dyne and his showdown with Barret smooth the other they're beyond asking ourselves.
Are these questions still retained in Rebirth, right?
Questions. How far can someone sink into evil before they're beyond forgiveness?
How far can someone sink into evil before...
Questions. How far can someone sink into evil before they're beyond forgiveness?
I mean, I guess, well, in OG, you kind of get it to the point of like threatening Marlene, right? Which is like, that's beyond a point that you can forgive. And there's maybe not an equivalent to that in the Rebirth version. He just does give up, you know?
How do we judge the atrocities of a person twisted by others' atrocities?
I still think that's a valid question with the Rebirth version.
How do we find meaning in a death that was neither necessary nor noble?
Still not necessary or noble, really. Well, I mean, I guess you could say maybe he saved Barret, so maybe that makes it more noble. Yeah.
I think the changes Rebirth makes to Dyne and his showdown with Barret...
Yeah, talking about killing your daughter is pretty unforgivable, yeah.
...smooth the edges of these sharp issues, trading in slow-burn philosophical weight for short-term emotional impact. And that's to say nothing of the broader thematic parallels we've lost with Corel's repositioning. Gone is any symmetry with Dyne's first fall into the ravine. Gone is the irony of a desert theme park built on the ruins of a once verdant village. Gone is the symbolism of Barret's descent to the hellish undersaucer, a painful reckoning with the ghosts of his past. Of course, there's no sin in changing elements from the OG, even big ones. There's more than one way to do justice to FF7's story, and the remake project features lots of scenes that forego beats from the original game to deliver an equally, if not more, effective experience. Needless to say, I don't think Rebirth's if not more effective experience.
This is one of the best scenes on all of FF7, and I will defend that opinion to the death. Base.
Needless to say, I don't think Rebirth's rendition of the Corel prison duel achieves that. But it's important all the same to identify what it was going for and why these changes were made. Before we do that, however, we need to finish the scene. Because, believe it or not,
This ain't even close to.
All right, there's still 12 minutes, and I really need to use the bathroom. I was holding off until like potentially it's over, but I can't hold it anymore. Give me 1 minute. Ah, wrong one. This one? No, it's this one. Okay. Okay. We can continue now.
Over!
after a dramatic aerial zoom out where Barret lets loose a heart-wrenching cry, the drama seems poised to end.
Oh, thank you, Dan, for the follow on Switch. Thank you so much.
But just then, Shinra interrupts the scene.
Oh wait, what the fuck is this?
After a dramatic aerial zoom out
Transition.
where Barret lets loose a heart-wrenching cry, the drama seems poised to end. But just then, Shinra interrupts the scene for a third time. Cloud and his companions, who now exist again, leave Barret moaning under Dyne's corpse to counter the incoming threat. Hot on the heels of a deeply serious scene comes one of the game's most ridiculous boss battles. Once again, it's a well-designed fight with excellent music, and Palmer's tush slapping would probably be funny if we hadn't watched Dyne die 2.5 minutes ago. As it is, the whole fight feels like a rude distraction, and by the time it ends, we
talked about it a bit. We talked about it a bit, Nub, for sure. Like the S word, like thing more specifically, probably drove that. But yeah.
We have to force ourselves back into a somber mood. The party finds Barret mourning over Dyne's body, and it appears we'll finally get a chance to close the scene out. But a tasteful conclusion.
Yeah, I think nobody likes that Palmer scene. It's a fun fight, but yeah. It just tears you away, it tears your attention away, you know. I mean, I get the point that it's like, I've heard the defense of like, it just shows how like Shinra doesn't care, doesn't give you time. Life itself doesn't give you time to sort of like grieve or focus on those things. Like sometimes you just have to act, you know, even when you don't want to. I've heard all of it. But yeah, it just sort of like, it just jumps in and yeah.
Is not to be. Moments later, we're joined by a character whose presence is even more jarring than Palmer's.
Nah. No, this is fine. I will still defend this. Dio is just Dio. I mean, we literally prayed. Okay, Aerith prays over Dyne's dead body. You know, we're getting some grief, we're getting some moments, and then like, I'm cool with it. He has to get us the damn car anyway somehow. I'm cool with it.
Dio, the Gold Saucer's muscle-bound proprietor.
We get the wrestle thing with Rude. I'm cool with it. Maybe it makes me like bad. Maybe it means I like bad things. Maybe I like bad things. I don't care.
He informs us Barret's name has been cleared, then spends another minute pacing around half nude, pumping his pecs and squeezing Cloud's hand.
You're goddamn right he does. You're goddamn right he does.
While Barret looks on numbly at his dead friend. After the others load into the buggy, Cloud retrieves Barret's gun arm from the ground.
Barret.
The exchange that follows is another highlight of the scene, especially in the English localization, and we can finally enjoy this brilliant piece of music without Dio flexing his biceps.
Nah, I disagree.
For all of 1 minute, that is. Look, this scene goes on a while longer, and I don't think there's any use in recapping it closely.
I'm really not.
Suffice it to say, we escape on the buggy while another underrated banger plays.
Yeah, this song is insane.
Eventually, the screen fades to black, and Rebirth's Corel prison sequence comes to a close. Immediately after Rebirth released, fans criticized the unceremonious way this scene drags on. And although it's relatively low on my list of gripes, I agree the game's creators failed to close things out tactfully. In the original game, we get a long, somber shot of the horizon, followed by a slow fade-out and 10 seconds of black screen. Some fans might argue the OG also trivializes Dyne's death by having us race chocobos just minutes later. But if you ask me, this ignores basic visual grammar. There's a reason fading to black has been a staple transition for over 100 years. It's a concise way to communicate the end of a scene and passage of time, the cinematic equivalent of a chapter break. Even if we as viewers are still reeling from what just happened, there's an implication that the story and its characters have moved on. In the OG Corel prison duel, we're given that much needed narrative punctuation, but not so in Rebirth. Instead, we get a run-on sentence of spectacles,
As a counterpoint, I need a reminder though. Rebirth, chapter 8. Is there one here? Actually, I don't remember. But since you're bringing up a Fade to Black as like this transitionary thing, I'm trying to remember.
Long past time, my little girl knew the truth.
I don't remember if it fades to black here or not. I remember feeling like a transition. But I can't remember how it transitions. Well, it's a fade to black. Granted, you do get humming. But if I want to be technical, I could say it faded to black. But granted, with humming, Kate Sith.
Along from tragedy to comedy and back and forth again. But damn if the music isn't good.
Yeah, the song.
Alright, let's take a step back and try to appreciate what this new version of the scene is trying to accomplish.
Okay.
I've remarked on how its dramatic pacing feels like a roller coaster ride. How Dyne
sure.
is constantly oscillating between sadness and agitation, between clarity and blind rage. And I don't think this is an accident, at least not entirely.
Everything and everyone.
These jarring shifts help put us in Dyne's shoes. We catch glimmers of light only to see them snatched away by darkness. Like Dyne, we're fighting to stay afloat in a sea of grief intent on drowning us, and the scene's unrelenting ups and downs simulate that sensation. I think Rebirth's version of the duel is deliberate.
But they're also very different things, Odie, right? Like, it's like when in the OG, they're working with a static, vertical frame, and if they're not like in a big 3D environment. So it makes a lot of sense. Pan up, fade out, and then resolve into the next scene. Like, they could fade to black, but you're also like, you walked into this area as a party. It's a fully 3D world. Like, I don't know. It's a matter of preference. I think you missed the point. No, I know the point. I'm not a fucking idiot. But like, I'm just saying, like, yes, it's sad, and you're putting a resolution over the moment, right? Like, you're letting the moment sit emotionally. I get that. I'm just like saying, like, is it a crime that it didn't fade to black and like give the player that moment of resolution and instead throw them into this roller coaster? It seems like your position that it is, but like, I don't know.
Deliberate in its treatment of Barret.
I wasn't like, I don't know. I'm not like, personally, I'm not bothered by how this all resolved,
Barret too, and arguably adds another layer to his development.
I'm here to help you.
If Barrett's big lie in the OG was using activism as
is it the same duration as the Seto scene? That's interesting.
an excuse for revenge, it's now joined by pretending he can shoulder his own and everyone else's burdens. The previous installment does a great job setting the groundwork for this, and Rebirth wonderfully follows through. As an added benefit, we get to see Barrett's relationship grow with his companions as he lets down his guard and accepts their support. No doubt this arc will continue to develop in the last part of the Remake trilogy. Speaking of Part 3, I have a strong suspicion we'll see Barret return to Dyne's grave. You could technically already do this in Rebirth, though nothing notable happens. We see that Dio has made a marker out of Dyne's prosthetic.
I remember Prof Noctis mentioned this to me. I still haven't actually gone to the grave myself in person.
Arm. The photo of Marlene,
Or like in-game, not in person, obviously.
has been laid on top of it, as well as Dyne's pendant, which needs to make its way into Barrett's hands at some point before Advent Children. Finally,
Well, you're assuming Advent Children happens, right? Maybe that version of Barret with the pendant doesn't exist.
should also mention a change to this scene that may not have been the developer's first choice. I'm speaking, of course, about the way Dyne dies. While realistic depictions of suicide don't guarantee an M rating, showing Dyne cast himself from a cliff could very well have pushed Rebirth into 17 and up territory. Even the mobile spin-off Ever Crisis has Dyne dying to a random Shinra trooper, despite the fact this scene plays out identically to the OG in all other respects. Remake's developers have talked about toning down content on some respects.
That's really bad.
Even the mobile spin-off Ever Crisis has Dyne dying to a random Shinra trooper, despite the fact this scene plays out identically to the OG in all other respects. Remake's developers have talked about toning down content on several occasions, including Wall Market's Honeybee Inn, the blood trail in the Shinra building, Genova's headless body, and general depictions of gore. With Rebirth pushing the envelope even more, it's not a leap to assume this sequence made some compromises. But that still doesn't explain the strange change in Corel Village's location.
This teen rating, man. How old is this fan base? I'm sorry. This fan base is ancient by gaming terms. So like, just... And we've discussed this on stream before. But like, mature rated games sell like crazy. Grand Theft Auto, biggest franchise on earth, M-rated. The Resident Evil, you know, that's M-rated. Call of Duty, M-rated. Like, there's this belief in entertainment that you need to be like in the teen ratings or PG-13 to really like make money and sell. It's just such an outdated way of like looking at things. And it's partially, I think, like based on even the old construction of society where like there were so many families started much younger, you know, so there were just like loads of families with like kids, and the economy is just different. There's just like a lot of people in their 30s and 40s who don't even have kids, and don't have to cater to that audience. Either way, M-rated movies are huge. I mean, R-rated movies are huge now too. M-rated games are massive. And yeah, it's never stopped kids from playing R-rated games. You know, like I got M-rated games from my parents all the time. You know, they just bought it for me. Some parents are more strict with that than others. But it hasn't stopped the success of GTA, Call of Duty, Resident Evil, etc., like a million franchises, you know?
For players who don't take the time to study North Corel's geography and compare it with Chapter 13's flashback, there's actually only one line in the whole game to tip you off these towns are different.
It could be a cultural thing, right? I know like Japan also just doesn't, I believe their like their way they measure certain things, like age rating wise, is like different. And maybe they're just like, there's also that cultural lens on it that I'm not thinking about, but.
If you speak to Chadley multiple times near the southern entrance of North Korea.
I don't think so, Shaq. I think they're locked into T rating at this point. It would be almost be weird to change it. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they changed it, but they might see it as like, that's what we do. Babakas, thank you so much for the follow.
Corel, he'll reveal some interesting information. According to him, the shantytown's residents used to live in a village at the base of the mountain. Obviously, he's referring to Corel Village, Barret's hometown.
These people used to live in the former village of Corel, which once lay at the foot of the mountain.
There's only one problem. The village we see in Chapter 13 is
foot of the mountain.
This is my footage right here coming into the video. I recorded the upcoming like aerial shots. I did this on my computer.
There's only one problem. The village we see in Chapter 13 isn't located at the base of Mount Corel. It's nestled high up in its peaks, just like North Corel. This leads me to believe there was some confusion among the developers about where Barret's hometown actually was located. But how could that be? Isn't the team behind the Remake project the same one that created the OG? Shouldn't they know their own source material? It's time to address the second elephant in the room. Yes, there are two, it's a big room. Remember when I praised Hiroki Chiba for how he handled the duel with Dyne in the original? Well, he never reprised his role in Rebirth. In fact, of FF7's 6 primary event planners, only one has returned to work on the Remake project.
Wow.
Of course, it would be nonsense to say this new trilogy is helmed by a totally different crew. Yoshinori Kitase, Tetsuya Nomura, and Kazushige Nojima, 3 key creators responsible for much of the OG's story, world, and characters, have taken the reins once again in developing Remake. But it's worth discussing who's missing from the new staff role, and whether their absence may have influenced how old scenes were reimagined. In the case of Barret's arc with Dyne, 4 event planners played a role in the OG. Hiroki Chiba handled the maps in the Gold Saucer and Corel Prison. Jun Akiyama handled the shots of Old Corel from the first flashback. Hideshi Kyonen handled the fields for North Corel. And Motomu Toriyama handled the 2 Mount Corel maps from the second flashback. Of these 4 developers, only Toriyama...
So a question, Odie, if you're still in chat. So if they worked on a map, does that mean they also like worked on the scripting or like worked out the... I mean, maybe you explain it in a second, but...
Toriyama came back to participate in the Remake project. Moreover, Yusuke Naora, FF7's art director and the man responsible for most of the game's fields, didn't return either. Rebirth's writers, then, would have had to assess the scenes that play out on these maps and judge what made them so impactful, without the input of
They literally wrote the text 9 times out of 10. Got it.
Their original architect.
So what were they working on? Like, what was like the Nojima script? Was it like a description of what happens in the scene, and then they wrote like the dialogue for it.
Of course, Kitase in his capacity as director and Nojima in his
A general outline. Yeah.
capacity as scenario writer likely contributed to how these events originally unfolded. But it's impossible to say just how involved they were. Based on scenes we have much more testimony about, such as Masato Kato's High Wind scene and Toriyama's Honeybee Inn, it likely wasn't all that much. That said, it's not as though the remake project doesn't know how to do the OG justice, even when it comes to scenes handled by departed staff members. Just look at Rebirth's versions of the Mithril Mine under Junon and Gongaga. In almost
What was that last one?
Let's look at Rebirth's versions of the Mithril Mine under Junon and Gongaga.
Okay.
In almost every respect, I think they're superior to the 1997 originals. They deepen what was already there and expand into new, engaging territory, all while capturing the essence of the OG experience. There are times, however, when I feel this isn't the case. Times when the remake so utterly misses the magic of the original that no amount of added content can...
Me? Gangaga. Lady Gangaga.
When the remake so utterly misses the magic of the original that no amount of added content can salvage what's been lost.
Just wait.
On the
So speaking of scenes to like hyperanalyze,
amount of added content can...
This bothered me way more than the Dyne scene. Just like not giving this a space. Like, I even like the Gina talk stuff, so I love it. I love it. But how quickly it moves from this to that bugs me even more than the Palmer fight. You know, like it's literally seconds. Like seconds pass. Like Barret is like crying and like puts on his glasses, and then like literally like a second and a half. I've timed it. I have timed it, chat. From the moment of like Barret putting his glasses on or whatever, 1.5 or so seconds pass before the red mist comes in of Ginatak. It's just so fast.
Salvage what's been lost.
Just wait.
On these rare occasions, I can't help but want an explanation for why my expectations weren't met. And so it's entirely possible I'm just looking for a scapegoat. Maybe Kitase, Nojima, and Toriyama knew full well the symmetry and the poetry of FF7's Corral prison scene, and decided to change it anyway.
I think that's very likely, right? Like, I think they could recognize a lot of what made it so good, but still personally wanted to change it and do different things with it. You know, like, I think that's clear in some of these other revisions of, like, classic media, like the Evangelion rebuilds, like Trigun Stampede versus the Trigun OG. Like, there are things that are very purposefully changed in a way that like dramatically changes how you experience it as the viewer. And yeah, it's just the call of the creator, you know. You can disagree with it, you know. But I don't think they're completely oblivious. I do think they may discount how much people really love this scene, given that Nomura quote, where he's like, I wonder if people remember it. Because I wonder if like Barret wasn't as beloved of a character, especially in Japan in the original. Like, from what I remember, there was like a poll, right? Like a Famitsu poll, where it like ranked all Final Fantasy characters. And I think it was like 200 characters. And like out of 200, Barret was ranked 199. It's like this like Barret, like this like deep Barret scene, deep Barret backstory scene. Japan hates Barret, is what Odie's saying. Like, what is it as revered and beloved in Japan, which is, you know, where all these creators are, and they're immersed in that culture, you know? And so did they feel the need to sort of like amp it up and like do it different, because it didn't hit them and everyone they know in the way that it hit us, right?
Poetry of FF7's Corral prison scene, and decided to change it anyway. Maybe it was even their invention to begin with, and simply got implemented by other staff members. Speaking of Rebirth's developers, they're all big fans of the new version of this scene. Creative director Tetsuya Nomura recalls being surprised by how touching Dyne Barret's showdown turned out thanks to motion-captured expressions and gestures. Meanwhile, director Naoki Hamaguchi has stated it's one of the game's top scenes. He believes the newly added details help players understand FF7's world and storyline in a way they couldn't before. Producer Yoshinori Kitase, for his part, recalls not being all that moved by the original version of the scene, and actually expected it to be cut or truncated this time around. Rebirth's rendition ended up resonating much more with him thanks to its heartfelt direction. I imagine many players will walk away from this scene feeling the same way as Rebirth's developers, and there's nothing wrong with that.
It's fantastic. Oh, I'm in here.
The Remake series has a far bigger toolbox when it comes to conveying characters' emotions.
Marlene.
And it's no mystery why this version still strikes a chord. I just wish I could have seen that new technology paired with the OG's already brilliant execution. If all the original artistry of this scene somehow fell flat, if all the layered symbolism, intentional or not, failed to shine through in 1997, then Rebirth was the perfect chance to bring that vision into crystal clear focus. Instead, I'm left to wonder what heights a more discerning adaptation could have achieved. On that note, I'd like to wind this video down. We're incredibly grateful to everyone supporting us on Patreon. If you have the means and would like to back the channel too, go ahead and visit the link in the description.
Yeah, I mean, very good video. You know, obviously I challenge a couple things, but, you know, like, it's definitely the most contentious scene in terms of like reproduction and like adaptation from the original. Because even like the Red 13 Seto scene, aside from the transition to the Gi Natak, it's otherwise recreated almost exactly, right? Whereas like this one, they like change fundamental things. Well, the endings may be more contentious, yeah, but the ending sort of has like opportunity for wherever part 3 takes that. Whereas like this is just this, you know, like this is final. And they did change it compared to how they treated, for example, the Setso scene. Obviously, the Gi Natak stuff is wild, and really bothered me, but the actual like events and like what happens, what's said, is like very similar to what was in the original. So this one they changed fundamentally, and as at the end of this video they showed, partially because probably how they felt about it in the original, maybe how they felt, the people they know felt about it. You know, they didn't maybe revere it the way that we did. And so they didn't feel the need to sort of retain a lot of those things that were expressed in the first half of this video. But clearly, I think a lot of people feel differently than that.
All patrons,
you know, I kind of see what they're going for, but even I was bothered, you know, like I talked about it already, so I don't need to beat a dead horse, but you know, that the juxtaposition of like all these moments that are incredibly sincere and organic and emotional, with like all the contrived moments, like the Shinra troopers and Palmer and all that stuff. I mean, I will defend Dio showing up till the day I die, but you know, I
get early access to videos, and
I definitely get, you know, gun to head, you know, which one do I prefer? I prefer the original, probably. I just think some of the criticisms of the new one are a little harsh, or like don't always see the things it's going for or the things that it still does retain. You know, like it's not completely wholly different, but there are like different implications of different things that are said.
Higher tiers can see behind the scenes material and vote on video topics just like this one. Anyway, thanks as always for watching, and we'll see you next time.
It would be interesting to see if like Final Fantasy Union, for example, Like they did a survey around like Remake. I would love to see a survey around like Rebirth that even specifically asked people about how they felt about the Dyne scene, the Seto scene, the ending, obviously. Like some of those big moments and how they felt about like how they did that. I also share this link too. Again, for anybody in chats, this is what we just reacted to. I also think there's an element of, you know, which one you experience first. You know, like if you experience the original, it's easy to see the things that they change and sort of like feel a way about it. There are people who never experienced the original and were, you know, emotionally impacted by it. And so if it's still working for people who never experienced the original, there's also that, like, that's interesting and valid. Let me see if I can find the thing that Grant shared. Okay, here we go. Grant in the Discord and here in chat wrote up this like Dyne Seed defense way back when we played the scene. And I remember it being good. I don't remember the exact verbiage, but let me pull it up. That's what Grant had said. The main thing I like about rebirths, let me see if there's can I chat's covering. Shoot. What if I do it like this? Okay, stretch it a little bit. A little bit. So this is from Grant, who's part of the community. And they had written this, and I remember, like I said, I remember reading this and thinking it was interesting, but I don't remember the details. So they said, the main thing I like about Rebirth's version is that it frames Dyne as an almost S-word maniac, hell-bent on revenge, which addresses a side of Barret that doesn't really get talked about from Remake, but he's kind of that word. Off the bat, I mean, you have terrorism, but the amount of times he's clamoring for a big battle to go out in a blaze of glory is crazy. Breaking into the Shinra building, let's go ahead first and all get killed. The airbuster is about to show up and it's incredibly dangerous. Broadcast it to the world and let's go down. How Barret even literally dies in the game. Continues to Rebirth 2 for him. Dyne here is meant to show what happens when you embrace that, when you don't have people around you. And that's why Dyne dies in an S-word last stand against Shinra troopers. The message of it is that when you have all this guilt and regret like Barret does, you cannot let it consume you. You have to find a way to live with the guilt. That's why Dyne doesn't forgive Barret or anything. He simply tells him to live with the guilt, not make the same mistake as him because of where he was. That's why I think Dyne doesn't forgive Barret or anything. He simply tells him to live with the guilt. Got it. That's where it leads. And I think that's really powerful, less tragic, but everyone can relate to having regrets and feeling guilty over stuff. Some people let it eat away at them. So I think it's some really great underappreciated stuff. Which I think is an interesting, look at the scene, because Barret is very hot-headed throughout Remake and Rebirth and the original. He's kind of reckless to the point that's being made here. Even in the one-on-one with Dyne, right? He's like, kill me now. Like he has a sort of death wish that's maybe a little strange given he should be thinking about Marlene. But it's an interesting way to view what they may have been going for in the Rebirth version. Whether that works for you or not is the question, right? Like I think the two versions of the scene kind of communicate different things. Like I said before, like I think Rebirth's version is more focused on like Barret. Not that the first one isn't, not that the original isn't, but the original makes you really feel something for Dyne. And you really, I mean, I was really focused on like Dyne in that moment, and even like Marlene, obviously, because he threatens her. And in the new version, it seems like the focus is a little bit more potentially on Barret and what he has to live with, versus like truly feeling how far Dyne falls. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's one of those scenes that is just going to be a sticking point forever, because the OG scene was so good that not sticking to it could feel like a step away. But I've also seen people, you know, like, again, and this comes down to what do you experience first, is that I've definitely seen people, there are people here in chat earlier who said like they weren't amazed by the original scene, which could seem like sacrilege to fans of the original, but not all of them, right? There's just always a bit of subjectivity to everything, you know, no matter how well analyzed like this video was, there's always a level of subjectivity, similar to like Dio breaking in at the very end of the scene. You know, like that bothered them. I loved it. So yeah. Yeah, Barret's very reckless, especially in the Shinra building. He's almost happy the troopers see them in the garage. Yeah. I think go hand in hand. You can have Death Wish and still care deeply. Yeah. You can tie that into the Trails scene about how the ancients seem to want you to hold on to anger, and Dyne trying to tell Barret essentially don't be like me type of thing. You have to hold on to your failures in order to avoid repeating them. I like this take. There's also the parallels to Barret's searching for President Shinra in Remake to clear his name, and searching for Dyne for the same. But at the end, he's unable to pull the trigger for both, in a sense. He's frozen by denying his own deep truths about himself, and both Dyne and President Shinra point them out to him. I mean, that's a good point, Les Mosey, right? Like, we have yet to see the moment of Barret really coming to terms with like his own motivations, which we do get later in the Highwind, and in the original game, you know, was addressed in Corel, in Japanese at least. So I think they're building up to that reveal of like what really matters to Barret, right? Like what's really driving him. The only real problem with a lot of people who suggest that the Remake project is void of art and care, they good and bad things about art is subjective and everyone have a different take. Not only that, but there's also a great point, which is that we have nostalgia for the original, and we also have an emotional memory of the game. Yeah. You know, my biggest connect from OG is I didn't care about Aerith's death at all, so I had no issue with Rebirth. And damn, Jack, you're cold. I feel like people like that are not worth listening to. Feels like they're in bad faith. Oh, you're talking about the Sephiroth. And that plays a factor in how the original is perceived. Even if the original had issues, we might neglect those issues. Yeah. Because we get so attached to the good things about the original that we have sort of like almost like suppressed the negatives. We've seen that a little bit in the OG playthrough that we're doing on Wednesdays. There's some scenes where it's like, man, it's kind of weird. Kind of weird that they did that way. Like it's very easy to disregard the negatives. Yeah. Okay. I think it's time to get to Crisis Core, right? Let me close a bunch of tabs. I don't think I need any of these anymore. Oh, I actually did want to, this reminded me, I wanted to see if I could find that one song. There was a song that was mentioned in the video that I was like, oh yeah, it's so good. Hold on, where is it? I know we listened to another one, but was it Carry the... No, it wasn't Carry the Guilt. We listened to that already, I think. That's a different one. Where's the scene? God, there's such a... The song when they're like getting away is the one I'm thinking of. When they're escaping Corel. Where the hell is it? Like when Barrett's actually shooting at Palmer and stuff. No, it's not Hollow Skies. Oh, I know how to find it. Pretty easy. Hold on. Go to playlists. I have the 7 RIP OST on YouTube also. Here it is. Let's see if we can find. Where's Corel? Where's Corel? Prison Break. But then, because like this is like very like hard rock type shit, right? And then it's like building, building, building. Oh, sorry. Let me catch up with some things in chat. Turk. Oh, wow. You also didn't feel a whole lot about Aerith's OG's death. I love Rebirth's version by comparison. Oh, wow. I'm aware there's a very uncommon sentiment. Wow. So thank you for watching the video. I don't know if you saw it, but we gave a special thanks to you and everyone here in the community for helping us brainstorm and incorporate a lot of your thoughts and comments when writing the scripts. Yeah, thank you so much. It was a great video. I'm glad I got to watch it on stream. And I was excited. Yeah, I saw the credit for like the footage and everything. And I saw the footage, which is awesome. Vincent 2K8 is saying, I think Dyne in Rebirth is more likely to become white livestream than an OG. It seems Eleanor's spirit forgives him and welcomes the livestream. It's definitely like a more positive end for Dyne, right? So if you, I could see, because right, like I made the argument that like, oh, they still, you know, Dyne still dies either way, but the way that he dies in Rebirth is, or the way that he dies in the original is, it's a villainous ending, right? Like it's still tragic. You could see him like giving up, but it's a much darker. There's no redemptive action, right? And in the Rebirth version, and I think you see it even more explicitly in the Ever Crisis version, which was really awful to look at. It's a much more redemptive moment because he's basically protecting Barret in the scene. In the Rebirth, you could see it as like him defending Barret, but you could also see him. I mean, the way I saw it as well was like him doing an S word by cop, you know? So it's like, it's both himself doing the dark deed, but also in the process, like protecting Barret. In the Ever Crisis version, it seems way more like just outright defending Barret. And so it's a much more like honorable death. And so I could see, you know, the original seems like it's as I said, you know, like it's like a death that's like unnecessary and, you know, without honor. There's nothing honorable about it. So it really comes down to your personal preference. So like, if you really like that, how dark it gets and what that communicates about the person and the story and Shinra and all of that. Which, yeah, probably is the, like I said, the original version is probably the one that I prefer. I just always try to be fair with, and I think this video did too. We're just trying to like see what the devs are going for in the new one. Have to head out. Thanks for another great stream. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Natalie. Yeah, because you could have easily taken them out with that dying. Underrated part of the EC version is a Shinra trooper inexplicably turns away after shooting Dyne. Like, all right, see you later. Yeah, that version looked terrible. I had never seen it until this video, Turk. Holy crap, that looked bad. Okay, I still feel crazy. I thought from Dyne's POV, he's cursing Barret to lying to live, dying bitterly. Well, yeah, he is still bitter, right? Like he's like carry that weight. Yeah, it's not totally noble. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like I see that. I saw it as both things, right? Like him taking himself out, but also, I don't know. Was he defending Barret in the Rebirth scene? In the Ever Crisis one, it seems like it. Anyway, we can talk about this for days. Let's listen to some music. So I love how this like very like amped up song like gets very gentle halfway through it in the middle of this intense scene. And then there's like another moment later. You're right here, I think. This part is so good. There's like this like tragic gentleness to all of this. It's sort of like, I guess it does carry the grief aspect of this part of the story, even in the midst of this very intense moment. Yeah, this is from where this is from. This right here. This part right here. I love this part. Oh, wow. Turk, what is the more direct Japanese version of the carry the load, carry the weight? Yeah, this part is so good. Sorry, hold on. I gotta run it back because I interrupted myself. They probably have that version. It's really that middle part though, where it's it's in the gentle thing and it's like eking up. That's so good. So Turco's Hammer is saying that in the Japanese, they didn't say carry the weight. They said you keep on living and suffer. So he's more mean-spirited, like even more mean-spirited, like more directly mean-spirited in the Japanese version. Like that's what I take away from that version of the dialogue. The whole Barret experience is like 5 times better in English. I forget, is this track in the full OST? I can't remember. All right. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom, and then we'll get started with Crisis Core. Give me 1 second. Partially in the OST, yeah. All right. All right. Just need to take the OG thing away. The OG playthrough, which is every Wednesday. We're playing the OG. We're coming up to we just did Rocket Town in the original. Had a lot of good conversations on Wednesday, by the way. If you're missing the Wednesday streams, I know Wednesday's like, it's totally different. It's like a different time of day. It's nighttime, for me at least, versus like when we stream. But the Wednesday stream is a lot of fun. And we're coming up to Temple of the Ancients next, which is huge. Be a lot of fun. Those are Wednesdays, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I need to learn how to do the local time in Discord. So when I send the announcement out, like you can just see whatever time it is for you. I know it's like a command I could just do. Let's open up Steam. Let's get Crisis Core. Yeah, so we're going to get into Crisis Core. Let me also change my Twitch category. Dashboard, Stream Manager. And here we're back in Benora. Done. Okay, off the bail. Great stream. Thank you. I want to say that the one thing this Dyne Rebirth scenario does that I really like is that it's more so complementary to larger aspects of what Rebirth themes and story are trying to accomplish. That was kind of what I was going for, Sleepezi, in terms of like I think it's trying to communicate something sort of different. Yeah, if you could tell me a little bit more about how you see that. Like what are some of the themes that you're seeing it connect to? Because yeah, I think they're just trying to, I think they built the scene more. Granted, they changed things probably for rating reasons, right? Like the actual S word moment. But I do think they probably also are trying to build the scene around what they're trying to make this trilogy about. So the whole thing that is most apparent is what Turquoise just mentioned as far as the Japanese dialogue is concerned. Also, you're just in time, Sleepezi. For your favorite part of stream. Crisis Core. Oh, let me turn off the OG. Thing. There we go. The idea of living and suffering and how to deal with that is a big part of Saffron and Cloud's time. Who is Saffron? It's also a way that's... It's also a way that Saffron is using to create the Sephiroth? It's also something that slightly incorporates the melody voice to text. Okay, yeah, so Sephiroth, I assume. It's also something that slightly incorporates the melody of sort of a marching theme, which is in line with some of the soldier values, which is a really big thing. Saffron broth. Okay. Do I have any missions? I do. I was gonna do these off stream. Hold on, I'm gonna do one more of these. How the fuck do you pronounce Sephiroth, Sleepezi? Yeah, how is the voice to text getting so confused right now?
Activating combat mode.
Oh, these bastards. Ow. It's gonna hurt, isn't it? Yeah, that hurt. Oh, I have break right now. Look at my HP, it's like so high. Ah, shit. Sometimes I was playing with my mod that adds OC Saffron. No AP costs? Hell yeah. Gungaga. You can't get Gungaga out of your head? Me? I'm Gungaga. Gungaga. Oh my god, look at my stats. HP up to 1,080, 38. Crazy. Oh, no MP cost? Ah, I didn't get to use it. I do like the mechanics with like the slot machine in Crisis Core and like how it enables certain buffs, like no AP, no MP, like that stuff is fun. The game probably is too loud also. Lower it a little bit. Gongaga. Actually, yeah, let's save. The wrong button. All right, let's get into it. Oh shoot, do I have thunder? I don't think I have thunder. Which I assume it's weak to thunder.
Orders will be met.
Activating combat mode.
Yeah, it's with the thunder.
Take that.
Ow. 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 Oh, hit in the ass.
Take that.
Shoot. I did the wrong thing. I was supposed to heal. I didn't heal. Actually retry from last save. See if I have lightning. Hey, what's up, Z-Bamf? Let me see if I have lightning that I can equip. I do have thunder. Instead of blizzard, let's see, thunder. Boom, 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 bam. Can I skip this?
Activating combat mode.
Go to hell. Oh yeah, I got that crit on his ass. Give me that like MP thing. The no MP damage would be quite nice. I'll hit it. Aye. Ow. Ah, shit, he got it off on me. Got him.
Oh yeah.
Conflict resolved.
Leveled up thunder. Think Shinra Arch will make a voice mod for their OG cut? I don't know, because like the voice, like that voice mod for the original game, I don't know. Actually, they might be able to answer, because I feel like I maybe heard that they're working on something. But I know it takes a lot of time, right? Like they're making the current S7, what's it called? Shinra S7, I think it's called, mod. Like that took I think this took like years, right? The Echo S.
Where did you hear that?
And that wasn't Shinra Arch that did it. It was what's his name? Suna Mods. Yeah. Suna and Crane went to redo Echo S7 with SAC as the basis. They're just busy with other projects, yeah. It'll take a long time, I guess.
The technology was stolen from our scientists.
Huh?
It apparently allows Genesis's abilities and traits to be transplanted to soldier members and monsters.
Yeah, the copying stuff starts here.
Soldier and monsters? We're the same?
All right, Sleepezi. I'll check that out. I'll keep that in mind. Keep a lookout for suffering in Crisis Core. That's what Sleepezi says. These guys are suffering right now. They're actively suffering. It is kind of cool to see, yeah, like a Genesis face on this dead body. I sometimes forget it's a PSP game until it's the lip sync. Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, they just literally remade this. Like, it's a whole new engine. Like, they put it into Unreal and everything. But yeah, they kept a lot of the quirks of the PSP game. Oh wait, what happens if it...
Zach, don't fool around. Let's hurry.
This is an RPG, Sung. I'm supposed to explore and check things out. What if it had loot? Like over here, there's loot. Jesus, Sung, have you never played an RPG? Why does Zach almost look like bluish? He looks a little undead right now. I know FF7 editing aura has reached dangerous heights. I played through Echo S7 a bit ago and was very impressed. Even if the script is a bit stiff, still the amount of work they have to do, yeah. I didn't talk to him. Whoops. It's fine. I doubt is important. Somewhere Sleepezi is like, you have to talk to Sung in that moment.
Home. His parents are wealthy landowners.
But I never stole from that tree, because the wealthy man's son was my friend.
Genesis.
They weren't mere acquaintances. They grew up together and were best friends.
So Genesis deserts and gets his best friend Angeal to join him. Is that it?
Sephiroth believes that's the case. There.
And Geo would only steal from the poor like a true hero. Yeah. Heroes famously, all the best heroes really refuse to inconvenience the rich. You know, like, God forbid. Well, it was because he was his friend. It's because he was his friend. But yeah, that's funny.
A gravestone, still very new. Zach, go find Angeal's house.
I still feel like the dialogue voices are like low compared to the music and the sound effects, even though I did change the settings.
Always do this stuff?
Someone has to do it.
Must be rough.
Don't worry, we're paid much better.
I agree, Grant.
No way!
Zach, go find Angeal's house. It should be over there. It's likely already in enemy hands. Be careful.
So I was talking to someone yesterday at the FF14 event who, one of their friends does not like Zack in general, and also really not a fan of Caleb Pierce. Like I said, I've said this before. I think he does a better job in Rebirth when he's like given the opportunity to sort of like do his own voice, like his own performance, rather than just try to impersonate Rick Gomez. But so this person, like I said, not a fan. Their friend, not a fan of Zack or Caleb, and they got this cameo from Caleb to the friend. Thank you, June Y, for subscribing. They got this cameo from Caleb to their friend, where it was like having Caleb say all the lines that friend hates the most in Zack's voice. And so they showed us the cameo, and it was like, this must have tortured that friend when they watched it. It was so funny. It's a lot of like, and Jill. It was hilarious. So yes, this is Genesis' parents' grave, as he killed them. I can eat Zack. He's like a friendly golden retriever. I think that's partly why some people hate Zack. I don't know if it's like hate him, but like, you know, for me personally, like, yes, golden retriever puppy, you know, endearing. Endearing and all. But he's almost like too perfect, right? Like, I tend to like characters that have some identifiable flaws. How do I do Hellfire? Oh, here we go. This is overkill. But yeah, it's I think that's why, you know, some people don't fully vibe with Zack. It's almost like too infallible in a way. That too perfect thing makes him the perfect counterpart to Aerith, and I really think the issue is the script more than anything. Rick Gomez performing the damn miracle, making some of that dialogue sound halfway decent. Yeah. Zack is Naruto. I mean, I haven't watched Naruto, but
I'll check the grave. You go look for
Zack fits in FF7 just because all the other characters have so much baggage. He'd be pretty boring in a lot of other settings, and he is sort of like.
And
yes,
Gil's
please.
house should be somewhere on the far side.
It does make sense to have him as a counterpoint to like Genesis and Sephiroth and like Angeal, who are all like mopey. And could you imagine if like Zack wasn't the way Zack is with that surrounding cast? Ow. No MP costs? Oh yeah, you're done.
Conflict resolved.
Shonen character, yeah.
Let's see.
Counterpart.
Angeal's house is
He's the most normal FF character. I don't know if I would say that, right? Like, I think there's a lot of characters in the cast that I would argue are like fairly normal, right? Like, they're definitely the ones that have like a Cloud is not like a generally like normal character for a lot of people. Hey, Bats, what's up? Hey, how you doing? You know, Cloud's not a very like average person in a lot of ways, especially with his mental stuff. But like a Barret is a very normal guy. Sid, I mean, you know, gun arm aside, but he's a very normal person. So is Tifa and Sid. I feel like generally, like, you know, people you would like, personalities you would run into in everyday life. to some extent an Aerith, you know, too, like a very sweet, but she's also very like sarcastic and sassy. But hey, Bats, have you streamed in a while, Bats? Bats, in the past, at least, I've seen her 14 streams quite a bit. So, hi, so welcome her here into the chat.
But now's not really the time. I'll come back later.
He's probably the most mentally healthy male. You even see him cry with his girlfriend. Yeah, he's like definitely the most stable. Definitely the most stable person. I think if I go in this house, right, like a thing pops out.
Anybody home?
Tries to fight me. There it is. No, I haven't sadly realized been a thing. Gonna get back to streaming soon. Okay. Ow.
Conflict resolved.
Later.
See, I'll do a shout out to Bats then. Like I don't know when she'll be streaming exactly, but she does stream. I think mostly 14. But yeah, it's been a while, I think, since she has, but she will hopefully soon. And I definitely get the real life thing.
What's this?
I forget how to do this thing, how to get these things. Yeah, he like won't let you get them, right? Like no matter what I do right now. Okay. Which is the house? Is it this one?
Home? Can't hear anything, and the door's locked. Anybody? Can't hear.
Oh, do I just have to
Anybody home?
fight all the things first? I think I do. I think I have to fight all the things no matter what.
Activating combat mode.
Take that.
I should probably equip Blizzard again, since these things are like weak to Blizzard. Oh, no MP? They're not weak to it, but...
Conflict resolved.
There we go. So yeah, I think I just have to fight everything. Bats, thank you for subscribing.
Anybody home? Can't hear anything.
Anybody home? Oh, no one came out of that one. Is it this one? Oh, it is this one. I walked right by this one.
Can I help you?
Here we go. Jill's
greetings,
mama.
Ma'am. Are you Angeal's mother? My name is Zach.
Are you Zach, the puppy?
Yeah, I just said that.
Excuse me?
Yeah, the puppy thing.
My son wrote to me once about you. 0 attention span. Restless as a little puppy.
Oh, thanks, Angel.
You're not here together with Genesis, are you?
No, I'm not. Don't worry.
What is happening with my son?
Wonder if Genesis,
I'm not really
she ran into him then.
Genesis came back here a month ago with an army of cohorts.
Yeah, so he was just here.
And they proceeded to take the lives of many townspeople.
Including his parents, right?
Genesis. He used to be such a good boy.
Is Angel...
He came here. But he left his sword and went off somewhere.
Oh, we know that sword, chat.
That sword represents our family's honor.
Stand up.
I see. No wonder. He never uses this sword, really, ever.
It's a gift from his dad.
I'll take care of Angel. You should go and hide somewhere.
Don't be concerned. Genesis cannot harm me.
There's a lore reason, right? That like Genesis wouldn't mess with her. It might get explained later. I feel like I may have heard it in Sleepezi's video. So can I take that or?
Please be a good friend.
Is it like what they added in the latest first Soldier chapters, then Jail and the Sword? Yeah. The lore of the Buster Sword is so strange. Crisis Core tries to make it seem like a special thing, then Rebirth has him shouting, Zack's armed with a Buster Sword, like it's some standard regulation weapon. Yeah, it is a bit weird that way, right? She has the answer to his degradation. Yes. Or at least he thinks so, or since she was the origin of that. Yeah, there is that weird thing with the Buster Sword. I've always thought that, Grant, in that it is treated as this like they talk about it as like a known thing, like it's like something that's around a lot. But I feel like it's always been treated like a special thing, or like seen as a special thing, even beyond Crisis Core. Like in the original, like when you first see it, you're like, oh wow, that's got to be. There can't be a lot of those going around. Yeah, then like the troopers know what it is, so much so they could use it as like an identifying marker. When Angeal decides to join
My
Shinra,
husband had that sword made for him and told him to fight with honor.
it's like it's a custom-made sword from his dad, yet it's like this identifiable thing somehow. Maybe because it was in the Soldier for so long, it's like Angeal had it. I mean, it's a little convenient for everyone to sort of like know what it is by name. But maybe that speaks to like you could maybe work around it or like backfill the logic into like there's so few first class soldiers that maybe their sword would be a known thing.
He borrowed a lot of money.
But in that case, you'd think they would say he has the Buster Sword versus like a Buster Sword, which does make it seem more like standard regulation. He brought a lot of
He
money.
worked so hard to return the debt. He eventually died of fatigue.
Yeah, go ahead, Jake. I played this game already. I don't remember like a lot of the details perfectly, but yeah. He worked so hard to return the debt, he eventually died of fatigue.
When Angeal decided to join Shinra,
This is this again.
my husband had that sword made for him and told him to fight with honor. He borrowed a lot of money. And then he worked so hard to return the debt, he eventually died of fatigue.
So really that sword cost his dad his life in a lot of ways. And I know Angeal really wanted to be a soldier. Like we see that in the Ever Crisis scenes. It's like he was really pushing to join Soldier and be in Soldier. And his dad sacrificed for that in a way that like led to his own death. Okay, so Angeal's mom is essentially Lucrezia, right? But for Genesis and Angeal or whatever. Yeah, basically, right? Like Sleepezi can answer that better, but yes, I think like Angeal's mom was the conduit for, well, it's explained even more in Sleepezi's video, like which was born from the mom, because they were both born but like differently. One was injected, like I think Genesis was like injected with cells while he was in the womb, and then Angeal got the cells by the fact that the mom already had the cells in her body. I think that's how it worked. There's a part of Sleepezi's video I'm planning to watch during this playthrough when we get to that part of the story. As much as I don't like the gold hilt version of the sword, I feel like in Crisis Core's context it worked better since it's supposed to be a precious heirloom. But Jake, since you're mentioning it, maybe we just dive into that real quick. And I can bring up that part of Sleepezi's video because it is helpful context. And it directly answers your question.
Relevant and a part.
Where is it?
Just that would become
explained here. Here we go. This is all
also
relevant.
known as Project Jillian, named after the scientist that would become the host of Genova's cells for the project, led to the production of Genesis and Angeal, G-type soldiers, Project G. Its official name is Project Jillian. It was an experiment led by Hollander as a part of the Genova project. G-series soldiers were born as a result of this experiment. The experiment involved transplanting Genova cells into Jillian, and then transplanting Jillian cells where Genova cells had become established into the fetus Genesis. Angeal, on the other hand, was born from Jillian's egg cell.
So Jillian already had... So Genova cells were already implanted into Jillian, and then they were also transplanted into the fetus at the fetus stage for Genesis, I believe. Whereas then they tried a different thing where Angeal, as you'll see in a second, was basically naturally born through Jillian, and seeing if like Jillian as a carrier of Genova cells alone, would that pass along the Genova cells?
Genesis. Angeal, on the other hand, was born from Jillian's egg cell, where Genova cells had become established, so no cell transplant was performed on him. However, Project G was considered to be a failure because the data detected at birth for both Angeal and Genesis was no different from that of a normal child. While at first both children of the project seemingly were unaffected by these experiments, that would end up not being the case as time went on. While Angeal was viewed as a failure to Shinra back then, he would turn out to be a complete success. This specific method in which he was created resulted in a perfect transfer of Genova's abilities to Angeal. The other experiment of Project G, Genesis, was a different story. Genesis, while receiving Genova's altered cells in the fetal stage, was not naturally produced and born within Jillian's body like Angeal, and while Genesis would also prove to have received some of Genova's traits as he grew up, this diluted method of transmitting Genova cells would cause Genesis's body to be far less stable than any other experiments in the Genova project, making Genesis a failure as a result. Failures of Project G, like Genesis, as well as those who received Angeal and Genesis's abilities through other experiments, such as copying experiments, experienced a phenomenon known as soldier degradation. Soldier degradation phenomenon, a peculiar symptom that occurs only in failures of copies of G-series soldiers. It is caused when the genetic factor code that structures the body.
So Genesis didn't occur naturally in a way, neither do the copies, so they both undergo degradation, unlike Angeal, who was born in a more natural way to someone who just had Genova cells.
Body is scattered due to the...
So even when he makes a copy, those copies could potentially get degradation.
Incomplete establishment of Genova cells. As the degradation begins, the color of the skin and hair changes, and additionally, the skin and skeletal structure rots due to declining healing capacity. Furthermore, they lose the rationality that restrains their ferociousness and outbursts of power. As a result, their combat abilities improve,
super helpful, yeah.
But they become more dangerous, like monsters. This terminology of monsters is important to keep in mind, as it is a reoccurring term used in Crisis Core, but also a term that is associated constantly with Genova herself, as it is an aspect of her that is passed on to all of those who receive her cells. This is true for her children as well. Angeal inherits the ability to pass on his traits to creatures, and Genesis is able to pass on his traits to other people. G-series soldiers, a being created by Project G. It refers to Angeal and Genesis. Their ability to copy is influenced by Genova's ability to transplant viruses generated by its own body into its targets to turn them into monsters, and by its ability to read the memories and emotions of its targets to mimic anyone the targets know. However, G-Series soldiers whose Genova cells have not become established will experience the degradation of their bodies as time goes on. We're going to explain this transferability and explain monsters much more thoroughly in a later part of this video. Now, going back, with the Project G children born and Angeal and Genesis showing no signs of developing any inherent
This explains so much, and I think he's about to explain how Sephiroth is different.
abilities from Genova, Project G was deemed a failure, and the project was shut down. At this point, Jillian, growing a guilty conscience over the horrible things that she had done with Shinra, attempted to flee the company with only her biological son Angeal. Project G's failure is established. Jillian flees with Angeal to
Oh, it's getting into like how they end up in their families and whatnot. I kind of want to get to Project S real quick.
Project S had succeeded, like the normal children, and not as monstrous experiments, unlike the child
Maybe that is
in
word
Benora.
context.
Jillian flees with biological son Angeal. Project G's failure is established.
It's not that long.
Jillian flees with Angeal to distance herself from Shinra, but is caught. Later, the mother and child are transferred to Benora, where they are placed under secret surveillance. At the same time, Genesis is offered as a foster child in Benora and placed under secret surveillance. Now, under the watch of Shinra, Jillian settled down in Benora and married a working-class man. While they were poor, Jillian, Angeal's new father, and Angeal himself lived happily together. Genesis, having no parents, became a foster child after the project was shut down. He was soon adopted by the landowners of Benora. Like Angeal and his stepfather, Genesis's new parents raised him as their own son. Both Angeal and Genesis would never be told the truth of their birth and be raised as normal children, and not as monstrous experiments, unlike the child of Project S. Because while Project G had seemingly failed, Project S had succeeded. Its official name is Project Sephiroth. It is an experiment led by Hojo as a part.
Yeah, Jake. Or if we didn't need videos, I mean, it is interesting, right? Like, I do think it is interesting. That's why I really appreciate Sleepezy's video and how it explains it, because it explains it so clearly compared to how you might get it through the actual game itself. But it makes sense to like the lore of FF7 in a lot of ways. You have Hojo. He stumbles upon this fucking alien, right? And he's like, he knows, well, he thinks the alien is like Cetra. So the Cetra are believed to have like advanced powers and like abilities and whatnot. And if you're trying to create a super soldier, that's helpful. So he, like, Hojo and Hollander, so Shinra scientists, collectively are trying to figure out, how do we tap into this? How do we recreate this so that we can continue to have the strongest army and military in the world? That's part of their power expansion, right? It's part of their ability to take over the planet, you know, colonize cities and sort of like wield their power, is having strong military, just like the United States and other superpowers in the real world. So it makes sense, right? So they decide, okay, is there a way we can tap into this, recreate the power of the Cetra, not knowing exactly what they stumbled on, the fact that Genova is alien. But anyway, so they try to replicate and try to produce that power. So they're like, okay, how do we actually do this? Do we insert it into a fetus and see if it like grows? Do we insert it into a subject and have her give natural birth and see if it passes on? Or do we do what they ended up doing in Project Sephiroth?
Of the Genova project. Sephiroth was born as a result of this experiment.
Yeah, for sure.
The experiment involved directly transplanting Genova cells, S cells, into the fetus Lucrezia was pregnant with. Unlike Project G, Sephiroth was considered a success story of the Genova project because the data detected at birth showed the expected values. The reason why Sephiroth's physical abilities are noticeably superior to those of other soldiers is largely due to the fact that he was transplanted with Genova cells in the early fetal stage. While Project G had only used Jillian's cells after they had been influenced by Genova cells, Lucrezia was not given Genova cells. Rather, Sephiroth himself was injected at the earliest stage of development with Genova cells directly, and knowing just how influential Genova is to the makeup of fully developed humans, one can only assume just how large of a part she played in Sephiroth's development. Needless to say, Project S was a success from its inception, creating a perfect monster. It is here where we find the heart of Crisis Core's story. The Project S and G, their specific differences in the experimentation, and the children that came from them as a result, are very intentionally written this way. As we will come to find out, the way in which Genesis, Angeal, and Sephiroth were created reflect directly onto the personality of each of its characters.
Yeah, so I mean, it's very, very interesting. I don't want to like watch the whole thing now, but definitely helpful for understanding that context of like how these characters came to be and how the experiments worked. Let's get into it.
Angeal, where did you go? What?
Genesis copies.
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
I don't wait for the combat mode to finish. All right, you guys are going crazy.
Conflict resolved.
Damn, I missed Rebirth's combat. It's better. Oh, you can't see the gameplay. My bad, my bad.
There's a factory on the outskirts. I saw a
I don't
Genesis
know why that
about to
is.
go in.
You think it might be their HQ?
Hold on. Oh, duh. I'm on the wrong scene. Yeah, sorry. I forgot to switch scenes. The gameplay sure sounds crazy. Yeah.
I do. I'm on a cliff overlooking the factory. The best way in is from above. Come to the cliff top now.
Wait, can I get this crap now? Why can't I pick these things up? I feel like there's a way to do it, but I messed it up somehow. Ah.
Activating combat mode.
No AP? Hell yeah. Ow, 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 ow. Hey.
Conflict resolved.
Yeah, it's at the beginning. What's at the beginning exactly? I'm looking for sources right now, but I'm pretty sure Lucrezia was injected with Genova cells in addition to Sephiroth. I mean, I would take.
But now's not really the time.
I gotta go back later. If you go to the cutscene before picking them all up, you lose when you arrive on the mountain. So I can pick it up later, you're saying? Because like when I got here, it immediately went into a cutscene before I could run over here. Oh, Lizard. What's up, Blizzard? Soldier members, I thank you for your daily hard work. Upon receiving a report on an unspeakably tragic incident, I find myself thinking about parental bonds. Just as happiness can be found in non-biological ties, parent and child can be unhappy, even if tied by blood. The difference is whether or not there are feelings of respect and appreciation. Without them, ill blood is born. Ill blood is prone to lead to tragedy, and ill blood sometimes affects our missions. While Soldier must always execute our missions quickly, we must also focus on the risk prevention in the future. What's kind of interesting about this mail, especially dropping when it does, is as the Sleepezi video is about to get into, it was about the parentage of Genesis and Angeal and Sephiroth. And interestingly, like, Angeal had a close connection with his parents despite not being tied by blood. Whereas Genesis, I don't know if he did at one point and then like didn't keep it up, but he definitely didn't stay as connected to his parents. And it says, you know, like ill blood is born, right, from that. Damn, my friend needs help, so I gotta go. Was hoping to 100% the stream. All good. Yeah, thank you, Jake, for hanging out. I think this is the main way I gotta go. Yeah, hold on. I almost missed that. Is there something this way, though?
I said, come to the cliff top. Were you listening?
I'm trying to explore, Sung.
Remember, this is a reconnaissance mission.
Sung, I'm playing a JRPG. It's part of the gameplay loop. Jesus, Sung is so ignorant to how to experience these games.
What is this? But
Can't worry about that now.
I'll come back later.
That's so annoying.
Genesis's parents were in that grave.
Wait, his own family?
We can't expect reason from him. What about Angeal?
He wasn't at the house.
Angeal!
But please, give me time. If I find Angeal, I can talk to him. If I can convince Angeal, maybe Genesis will come back too.
I understand now why Sephiroth chose you.
Huh?
Genesis and Angeal. Those two were Sephiroth's only friends. He didn't want to fight them. That's why he refused the mission.
Well, Angeal is my friend too.
He's counting on you to bring them both back.
I almost forgot that Sephiroth
Time is short. Let's go.
had that like sentimentality toward them in terms of like not wanting to fight them. Which is explored a little bit in Ever Crisis, right?
Made it in. No problem.
Yeah, you only made like a ton of noise.
Go on ahead. I've got your back.
Activating combat mode.
No MP? Oh, hell yeah.
Conflict resolved.
Oh, yeah.
Zach, this way. Keep sharp.
Sephiroth using Zack to being two together. Sephiroth using Zack. I think text to the speech may have, or speech to text may have screwed that up too. Sephiroth using Zack to being two together is a very interesting concept. Yeah, I don't know what you meant there. Right.
Activating combat mode.
Ah.
You're in for it now.
Yeah, Ever Crisis does a good job of conveying this. Sephi comes around eventually. He did with Glenn. Initially with Angeal, he resisted, but I guess Sephi did have a heart at one point.
Oh yeah.
Conflict resolved.
Limit Break felt like overkill. But hey, give me a Limit Break, I'm gonna use it. Using Zack to bring his friends together. Got it. It's very similar, I think, to his role in Rebirth. Like Zack's role in Rebirth, you mean? Yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Who these bastards are there? You throw ice at me, I'll throw fire at you. How do I switch? Oh, that's why. That's how.
Take out enemies with one blow. Now, do it. One blow, all right?
I could use a demo. Fine, let's do this. Yes, got it in one blow.
That one was too weak. Now, again.
Ow. Are they like non-stop until I take this Hella Gunner out? That's what it feels like right now. Summa's AP. Shit. No AP costs. Ow.
Conflict resolved.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oof, hard mode. I remember hard mode not being this challenging. But I do remember like having a little bit of challenge being a thing I wanted when I played it originally. I was like, ooh, I kind of enjoy this. You know what it was though? I did more side quests. I did like all the missions up to this point. That's probably a little OP.
Conflict resolved.
Loot. Oh, Elixir. That's good. Anything over here? Yeah. Okay. With Crisis Core, you need to walk through because there's a lot of text messages and things you can miss and can't go back to get. The yellow thing is after the building. Got it. I mean, I guess I don't miss like certain things if they're not super important,
This is where
like
the copies are
lore-wise.
made. Go upstairs. Genesis may be there.
You seem really unconcerned using this computer when Genesis is like hanging around, potentially around to sort of like mess you up. An active enemy of Shinra.
Infinite in mystery is the gift
Here we go.
of the goddess. We seek it thus and take to the sky. Ripples form on the water's surface. The wandering soul knows no rest. Settle down, Zack the puppy.
The grave at the house.
Making copies.
We found the remains of our people there as well.
It didn't take much to have them send false reports. Just some mild threats.
They would have done that anyway. At least your parents would have.
My parents betrayed me. They had always betrayed me from the very beginning. What do you know?
Shinra lapdogs!
Yeah. Hence, he should be worried. Tommy Wiseau ass line. The wandering soul has arrived.
I see.
Look at all the rust on that
You
thing.
finally made your decision. I'll respect your wishes, old friend. However,
So they clearly had a conversation off screen.
can you really live on that side?
Angeal!
Genesis being a theater kid makes sense to me, yeah. Yeah, so clearly they had a conversation before arriving, right, where they discussed something. And a choice, essential keyword for part 3, was given to Angeal.
Damn! Where is he? Did he leave
And
the
he did not
factory?
follow whatever Genesis offered. The core idea, though, of like these two kids who were essentially like adopted.
We have to leave now.
Wait, we're gonna give up the search?
We can't leave any evidence.
And really responding differently
An airstrike has been
to
called.
what happened to them. So you gonna handle all
Are you
these?
sure nobody is at Angeal's house?
Angeal's house!
Hurry!
I forget, did Zack actually tell Sung that there was nobody there? After running into his mom? I know that literally just happened, but I can't remember if they... I can't remember them discussing it. X potion. Oh, here's the rocket thing, right?
Gun shelling the town.
Oh man, what do we do now?
Use timely sword strikes to destroy shells.
What?
Ridiculous.
It can't be too fast or too slow. Keep focus.
Oh shit.
Same routine as before. Are you ready?
I have to be.
Pay close attention to the fuse sound and the shell color. That's all the advice I can give you.
That's not helpful enough.
This sound. Keep your ears open. The sound will indicate the right time to attack. Watch for the shell's color change.
Okay. There we go.
I'm counting on you.
What color do I slash?
View sound and color, huh? I have to get to Angeal's mom quickly.
It's some PSP ass shit. Enemy cannon shells will fly toward you. Destroy them with your sword. When the shells heat up and turn red, that is the time to strike. Got it. Got it. And people thought Rebirth had a lot of minigames. Ah, shit. I didn't pay attention. I did not get this minigame at all. Really?
Looks like you got almost
Yeah, there is another one with like a sniper in Nibelheim.
I've just received
I assume you have to get this though.
strike is commencing. Hurry.
I hope she's all right. Gotta find her now.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not a big trophy guy, so. Reach Jill's house before the Shinra airstrike begins. If you check Minora's hidden items again, you'll acquire those items. Okay, finally.
I can check out.
I can't get him now? Oh, yeah. I did. I'm along the side to avoid any encounter.
I can check out what I.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I can check out what I picked up after, but I'm still picking it up. Okay. Okay, there's one by the well over here.
I can check out what I picked.
Okay. There's one over here. There's one in the middle, right? No? Oh, over here. Alright, got it.
After some deliberation, I've managed to buy a little more time. Go do whatever needs to be done.
Oh, now you have time.
Those shells are Shinra products too. So you'll be rewarded for destroying evidence of the company's involvement.
Of course. That's Shinra MO. 900 gil. I got Ether, Soma, X Potion, Elixir, and a Phoenix down. Nice. That's pretty much it. If we come back and Jill's mom is dead.
What the hell did you do, Angeal? Is that your idea of honor?
My mother could not continue to live, and neither can her son.
What are you talking about? What's going on here?
I told you. You can't live on that side anymore.
Yeah, so Genesis did it, right?
Angeal! Angeal!
My friend, do you fly away now? To a world that abhors you and I?
Shut up. But do you remember the thing we talked about earlier of like the flying away thing and that relating to the new FF7 book where it talks about the guardian of the church flying away? It's equating that to Angeal here, right?
Shut up!
All that awaits
Shut
you
up! I'm
is a
warning you!
somber morrow, no matter where the winds may blow.
Oh, suffering,
I
yeah.
don't see Sephiroth today, but are you game?
He's gonna give me a boss fight. Bahamut? Yeah. Damn, I remember this Bahamut fight being tough, actually. Especially on hard.
A summon! Damn it!
Activating combat mode.
Oh, it's not starting well. Yeesh. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, it's out of range. I might be underpowered for this on hard. Shit.
Bringing out the big
Rush
guns.
Assault.
Prove your honor to
I
me.
missed my stream. Curious if they reveal anything about the White Feather in part 3. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I don't have any significant thoughts on it now. Ah, shit. Oh, I forgot to block. Whoopsie.
Activating combat mode.
Ow. Oh. Got breakup.
Brace yourself.
Can't remember where I saw this, but I thought Jillian killed herself and Angeal was just avoiding answering. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember if the implication is if Angeal, it's not Angeal did it. Like if Genesis did it. Or if, yeah, exactly what you're saying in terms of, if she took herself out. I don't think I can reach it at all from here, right? Oh, I can. Oh, shit. Eee. 75% power Mega Flare? Ooh. I might die. Ooh, close. All fire. There we go. Yeah, I definitely did not grind enough and like missions and stuff before this. Okay, 1,000 damage. Pretty good. No MP cost? Hell yeah.
You're in for it now.
Limit break. Love the summon animations. They're really good, right?
I got it.
And seeing all these animations, even like the limit break here in like 60 FPS is such a big boost to this game. I think this helps more. Physical, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And I got Bahama now, which is sick.
Summons aren't meant to be used like this. What happened to dreams and honor?
We are monsters.
Summons aren't meant to be used.
Nor honor.
I mean, maybe against people like, you know, Zack. Summons are supposed to be used against enemies of like the people sort of thing. I can kind of see, you know, like actual monsters. And like he's saying, maybe Zack's implication is like they're not supposed to be used against people like us.
Soldier.
They're supposed to be used against monsters. And maybe Genesis is saying like we are monsters. Easy mid, thank you for the celebration. It's funny, these cutscenes do hit me a bit differently after watching Sleepy's video. Still, like in a good way. Like how Genesis talks about, like I remember the first time I played this, long time ago, I was like, we are monsters. I'm like, what is this? I mean, it's essentially what Sephiroth struggles with in the original as well, but for whatever reason, just the way it hit when I first saw this game back on the PSP, it was just like, I don't know, it was just like, why are they saying these things? I don't understand how they're talking the way they're talking, but now it makes a lot more sense, right? That Genesis, you know, how would you respond to understanding or figuring out the truth that you were made through an experiment with, I don't know if they're aware of what Jenova is exactly, but this like strange experiment that doesn't make you fundamentally human, even if you look aesthetically human, being so different and like a monster, right? Like a lot of what Shinra produces are monsters, like outright monsters. So to be the same thing as a lot of the things you go out and kill in the world could fuck you up. I bet this game is easier to digest after playing Remake. Yeah, I would imagine. Sleepezi asked, how do you think wings factor in at this point? I should also save before it like crashes or something. How How do I feel wings factor in at this point? Knowing what they signify in Remake and Rebirth. I'm not sure if I know exactly what they signify in Remake and Rebirth in terms of that question. Like, they still signify to me, like, being beyond human in a way. Are there canonicity more than one of each summon materia in the FF7 universe, or are these the same as we had in the OG? I have no idea, Crooked. I don't know. I don't think they've really thought about it that deep, to be honest. There's a lot going on in this game. I wish it were better explained. For sure, I do think the fact that they had to like fit it into UMD discs, like one UMD, they probably removed a lot of dialogue and context and all that. Because yeah, I wish it made more sense. You were Zach, what the hell's going on? Yeah. Well, he tells Zach, soldiers are monsters. And then you see Shinra firebomb a town, and Zach lamenting he was part of that. Leans dangerously close on Zach reflecting on working for the bad guys. Yeah. Hey, dude, can't stick around, but wanted to say hello. Cheers for Crest Score content. Yeah, thank you, Dunrick.
And
is this the one where he opens on squats? Oh, no.
The war is
I
over.
did that already, I think.
Everyone's real happy. As for me,
that sword represents our family's honor.
You're a little more important than my sword. But just a little.
where did you go? Zach here.
It's been a while, Zach.
Sephiroth.
Come to Lazard's room.
All right.
I mean, yeah, that is the implication, Sephiroth, that they were created out of, you know, an experiment. And so in that, you know, they are fundamentally not human. And that would be disturbing, right? Like, as like a thought exercise. Let's say, you know, you were, you know, woke up one day on, or you were born and raised on Mars. Let's say Mars is the new Earth. And you then find out that despite the fact that you look like all the other Martians, you were created out of some kind of like specimen that came from Earth, you know? I guess it'd be easier to do the opposite, right? Like, imagine you were created out of like some kind of organism found on Mars, you know? So despite looking human, you're fundamentally different than everything else around you. That would fuck you up, I think. What is the significance of one-winged angels other than looking cool? Let's ask Sleepezi. Yeah. I have a new mail from Kunsel. Angel in white. Have you seen a guy wearing a white coat and glasses with dark hair and a ponytail? That's Hojo, out of the science department. He rose to the top when he established a method for creating enhanced soldier operatives. It was more than 20 years ago that scientists vying for the top spot apparently had a fierce mudslinging feud. Hojo is in the training room now. I wonder what he could be studying. Maybe I'll sneak into the training room later. He rose to the top when he established a method for creating enhanced soldier operatives. It's funny because like no other soldiers were exactly made in the Sephiroth way, right? Because he enhanced, like he perfected, it's saying right here, he like essentially created the way to create enhanced soldier operatives over 20 years ago. That was Sephiroth. But they never really made another Sephiroth, right? Like they never made another soldier the same exact way as they made Sephiroth, right? It's curious why they never tried to exactly recreate it. Unless it's explained somewhere and I just missed it. chapter 3. Trying to decide where I end stream. I feel like I could do a little bit more.
A large anti-Shinra organization is wreaking havoc worldwide.
Avalanche?
They're called Avalanche. I hear they're avid students of planet life.
Yeah, they're assholes.
The training room is currently being used for top secret research.
You okay, bro? Your voice sounds a little...
Entry is strictly prohibited. It is off limits, even for you, Mr. Soldier.
Are you sure about that?
But I,
sure about
being
that?
the coward that I am, cannot muster the courage to enforce this prohibition.
You bitch. So I could just go in. I knew Odie was going to bring this up. I hear they're called SRC.
Thus, whether to enter or not will be up to you and your conscience.
So you give me this whole speech that you can't let anybody in, but then you say you're too cowardly to actually stop me, so alright.
Angeal in Genesis' hometown is a village called Benora, right? I discovered something kind of interesting in a Shinra IR report. Benora's annual operating budget was being paid for by Shinra.
Yeah, because they were coming for it. So it's like a first little hint as to like Shinra's involvement with Benora. Obviously they do that because of Genesis and Angeal. President's Declaration, Shinra News. We hereby declare the end of the war with Wutai. Worthy of note is Sephiroth, soldier first class, whose contributions were instrumental in bringing about a peaceful resolution with a minimum of casualties. The end of this war marks the beginning of distribution and further development of Mako throughout all regions. The Shinra Company is dedicated to these goals and will continue to achieve them by any means possible. President Shinra. Lazard, at the end of war. Soldier members, I thank you for your daily hard work. The long war has finally come to an end, all thanks to the heroic efforts by Sephiroth and everyone in Soldier. However, the air around Shinra remains tense. Threats from powerful armed forces and anti-Shinra elements are too numerous to list. We would deem these distortions born out of Shinra's meteoric rise to glory, and we as members of Shinra must always face these distortions with integrity. I hope you keep this in your hearts as you continue in your duties. That's these guys.
When I think of Angeal,
Sephiroth
I think of those little jokes he'd mutter under his breath. Genesis used to read Loveless out loud for us. They're not coming back, are they? That's just...
He's still
sad.
He still reads Loveless out loud for us. Sephiroth's identity as a hero was mostly used as Shinra propaganda. Yeah, Ever Crisis points to that, and he talks about it in Ever Crisis, right? He's like, they made it up.
You know Angeal's mother? She used to work for Shinra a long time ago. I think for the science department. They say she was quite the hot prospect.
It also fits into Facades, right? Like the whole, that bringing that up, like the Sephiroth, his whole thing being built out of like propaganda in a lot of ways. It fits that theme of Facades from the video that we watched.
Naturally formed materia are
sick materia.
extremely rare, but Mako stones are relatively easy to obtain. A Mako stone is crystallized materia, made of concentrated Mako energy. It doesn't function as materia, but if we process it here, we can make it into materia. Soldier sometimes runs Mako stone excavation missions. You should go sometime.
Every materia is filled with the knowledge of the ancients. The ancients were, of course, our predecessors, and it's said they could converse with the planet. The ancients had knowledge, the knowledge to control the planet's power. This knowledge is what ties us to the planet and creates magic. By the way, it's presumed that the ancients are long extinct.
Yeah, materia fusion is like ideally, I would love if they had materia fusion in Part 3 because it is super cool.
The science department was working on making copies of soldier operatives. You remember that operative, Angeal? I believe that his mother was assisting with the research at the time.
Damn, wait, what was that again?
This isn't
Run
for
that by
all
me?
ears to hear, but the science department was working on making copies of Soldier Op. You
I know
remember
that.
operative Angeal?
So even his mom, after like, wait, when did she start working on this? Because I thought that she, like shortly after giving birth to both of them, essentially decided to move on. But then she was still working with Shinra on like the research or on the copies. Was that even after she moved to Benora? I'm curious. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay.
This
Put
isn't
back
for
in.
all ears to hear, but
That's not what I meant to do. Let's bring chat up. There we go. Hope they play the battle
science
theme
department,
during
remember-
Materia Fusion. Yeah, I can't do it quite yet though, right? I need to
Soldier sometimes
do the
runs
mission.
if you bring your Mako stone.
Yeah. Let's do that real quick. Let's do the Materia Fusion, like, missions. Is it this one? Yeah. Oh, wow. I have pretty mixed feelings in Sephiroth's hero status being mostly Shinra propaganda. Well, he definitely does stuff to prove it, at a certain point. But his, like, early... Like, when you meet him as, like, young Sephiroth, he clearly has the power because he, like, wipes out an entire, like, unit by himself. But he tells Glenn and whatnot that, he's young. He hasn't like done. It's understandable that he hasn't done that much yet. Damn, those did damage. Holy shit. Yeah, Zach's like 16 here, I think. Is it mostly done to influence others to join Soldier to be as him? Or project their strength, you know? And yeah, probably to recruit people. Maybe, I don't know how many soldiers they're trying to like create that way. I don't really need to do these. This is the one I wanted to do. But you know what? I kind of want to do this. I think I may have
Activating
missed
combat mode.
something.
Conflict resolved.
Okay. One chest. I forgot that. I forgot it tells you on the side how many chests there are. Okay.
Conflict resolved.
Conflict resolved. Chests.
Activating combat mode.
Activating combat mode. There's a mod to remove activating combat mode. And is it annoying? Yes. Very. Very Chadley coded in a way. But I would never remove it. I would never mod it out. It drives you a little crazy, but it's part of the experience. It's part of the Crisis Core experience. It's part of the art. The Crisis Core is driving you nuts. I need some new materia abilities.
Oh yeah.
I remember being annoyed at the start, but at the end I loved it.
Activating combat mode.
Fuck off.
Conflict resolved.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
I would take 1,000,000 activating combat modes over Chadley. Look, you don't have to disrespect Chadley along the way.
Conflict resolved.
Doc, I can't help but notice you haven't entered combat mode in a while. I understand you must be busy, but I'd appreciate if you entered combat mode. Yeah, that's how Chadley would do it. Perhaps you're having an off day. Okay. Zach and Sirianzer. Rematch with Bahamut? Oh man. I don't know if I have the energy for that one. From what I remember, it's tough. We're back in the shit now, boys.
Activating combat mode.
Take that.
Yeah, try to get your thunder off.
Conflict resolved.
Because I absolutely wreck you. At the start of Rebirth, why did they remove the line, maybe, of Zack talking to Cloud? We're almost there, Cloud. They added up the weirdest stuff. My assumption was that it was just a continuation, like that already happened.
Activating combat mode.
It didn't really stand out to me, honestly. Like I said, I think they assumed that it was already shit. Covered in a way. Like I saw it as like picking up after what we had already seen, so it was already covered.
Conflict resolved. Oh yeah.
Like wherever we pick up at the beginning of Rebirth was already past that line, rather than like edit it out. You know what's a weird quality of life thing is that they pop you out of this menu after every fight, which is kind of weird. Two chests. Okay.
Activating combat mode.
Want to hit me with thunder? How about you take some thunder? Shit.
Conflict resolved.
The end. Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Oh, these things are weak to... Oh, I thought they were weak to, like, ice or something. I was about to say, damn, I don't have ice equipped right now. Ah. Ow.
Conflict resolved.
There you go. Got the Vitality Mako Stone. Yeah, it's weird that it pops you out every time. I do like getting these stones for the Mako Fusion thing. One chest. Sometimes it's behind you.
Activating combat mode.
I know you can actually avoid most of the fights by like running around the side of these like wide open areas. But I also figure this helps with my leveling up.
Conflict resolved.
Got it. Okay.
Activating
Potion.
combat mode.
Later.
Ow.
Take that. The end.
Conflict resolved.
Got him.
Oh yeah.
You do chew through these fights for the most part. There are like some hard missions that do take like quite a bit of patience to get through. And like these are like low rank ones, right? Like now we're getting to like rank 3. This might be a bit more difficult. There's 4 chests here. Shit. These are like great little missions for like, oh, you know, a mobile game, right? Like a handheld game. It makes a lot of sense to have missions like this. So just like chew through extra combat, level up.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Like it's a perfectly, and they're like very digestible missions, right? If you think about what a handheld device is, you're trying to, you know, you're maybe on a commute on your way to work on the bus or the train or something. This empty ass world. I mean, it's not really like an actual open world. It's just like a fighting zone. So it makes sense to give people all these like little bits of gameplay and fighting that they can do in, you know, a quick trip on the way to work or something, you know? Shit.
Conflict resolved.
This is why games could be made faster back then. There's literally nothing on the screen. Yeah, the arcade game flow of this game was really appealing to me. Yeah. The bite-sized content, exactly. It's like, yeah, how do you know, just find all the chests, you know? The last chest. It did become like a little bit of a... Shit, where is the last chest?
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Shit. Oh yeah, I would take this over like an Ever Crisis a million times. Like if they did like another like side thing like that.
Conflict resolved.
Oh. Where the hell is it? Is it behind him? Sometimes they were like behind. No. Oh, here it is. Funny thing with this and Birth by Sleep is how obviously made to be portable. Yeah, they are. But now they're just accessible in a console port. Yeah.
Combat mode.
Bring it on.
Oh, he silenced me, son of a bitch. Oh! Oh, crap. That ice did 1,000 damage? What?
Mode.
You and your silence gaze. Shit, he hit me. Just gotta be careful with that ice. Ah, shit, Blazara! Shit! Damn it. It's freaking Blazara, dude. That's what makes it a 3-star mission, I guess. Shit. No, 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 no. Okay. No.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Probably Tifa monk with long range gun. Or what was that? I wish they made Ever Crisis like this. Yeah. These are little fun missions. Like I know it's like not the most entertaining streaming in a way. Except for when you see me get fucked up by a crazy Blazara. And I don't know if I can do this 4-star. 4 stars is like 3 stars is already messing me up. Let's just see.
Activating combat mode.
Ah, shit. Get out of here. Get out of here. Damn, they're strong.
Conflict
Shit.
resolved.
There's no chest there? Okay. Oh yeah, chest over here.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it, Magigoras. Ow, 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 ow. Oh no, not Blazara, not Blazara, not Blazara. Okay, this one's rough. I knew 4 stars is kind of high right now. 4 stars is a little rough. One more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. One more time, one more time, one more time. Come here, bees.
Combat mode.
Oh, Magigoras. Just don't freeze me in place. Ay, 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 ay. No, no Blazara. No, not the voices. Bitch.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I have enough MP for this. Like the hard mode flowers. Yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Bees. Oh shit. And they silenced me? Damn. Silence. Ow, 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 ow. Got it, finally. Alright.
Activating combat mode.
Shit. Ay, ay, ay. No MP cost, no MP cost, no MP cost, no MP cost.
Conflict
Yeah.
resolved.
Okay, got both chests. Now it just needs to go to the main baddie.
Activating combat mode.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Blizzard, no. Gotta get rid of those things first. The damn. I'm out of things again. Ether. Oh, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad, chat. And I got an attack Mako Stone. Okay. I think Vincent might be a bit like Red Mages in 14. You fire shots until you build a gauge for your melee combo, dash and a strike. I'm very interested in how they do his combat. I was enjoying the conversation about like Sid's potential fighting style on that Final Fantasy V did, where they were talking about man, they're showing us late game. Here's a late game map. What the hell? Spoilers. Spoilers. But they were showing they were talking about like Sid, how he could potentially have like a what's it called? He could easily have a, I think it's probably this way. Or where's the chest? It might be this way.
Activating combat mode.
Where oh damn. Where Sid might have because he uses like because I also thought like Sonon would be a comp for him. Right, this might be a little rough. That Sid might be, that Sonon might be a comp for him because he uses a staff. But they brought up the point that like Sid technically uses a spear. And I was like, oh yeah, they're right. So he might actually handle it a bit different. Like it might be more of a stabbing sort of like motions and all of that. Which I generally kind of just forgot.
Hey, you have a Mako Stone with you already.
I have so many Mako Stones,
leave
bro.
That with us, possibly. We can.
Yeah, I got 4 for you, bro.
Oh yeah, if you want, you can stay and watch us generate material.
Yes, please. By all means.
Commencing materia generation. All hands, confirm status. Ready, sir. Main engine is on standby. Just give the word.
It's got the straight up battle music.
Main engine online. Report Mako concentration rate. Concentration rate at 20, 30.
Sid's interesting because they probably can't go to 14 Dragoon route Let's you refined and Sid should be halfway between that and a pub brawler. Yeah.
The process is crucial.
Aye, aye, sir. Output 80% and rising.
Concentration still static.
Ugh. Ready cooling system. Increase Mako output to maximum.
Output at 120%. 1 minute until we reach critical point.
Mako energy concentration rate is rising.
It's still going.
All right, hang on, we're almost there.
Man, they really laid on.
Concentration rate confirmed at 100%.
She can barely handle it, Captain.
Main engine shutdown confirmed. Hello, materia.
Sound like the Scarlet materia scene? Yeah, kind of, right?
The materia.
All right, what'd you cook for me?
It was made from your Mako stone, so this materia belongs to you. Actually,
It better.
It's been a long time since we made any materia here in the materia room. Like everyone, we have our problems.
That was weird. All right, all that for Insuna. So dramatic, I love it.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
I do. All right, I'm not gonna watch that every time though.
Oh yeah, if you.
Nah, I'm good.
Thanks to you, we had the opportunity to make Zack, correct?
Poison. Okay. What else you got for me?
Hey, can you leave? Oh yeah, if you want. You can
Missed the
stay and
conversation
watch
about the new
us
book.
generate
Is it spicy?
material.
Not too crazy, in my opinion.
You're
But this is the very
Zack,
beginning of stream.
correct? I remember your name now, because we count on you.
Like probably about 30 minutes in or so.
Sadly, our days of working together may be coming to an end now.
Really? Why is that? All right, gives me silence. Okay. I have one more
Hey,
for you, bro.
You have a Makos, can you?
HP
Oh, yeah,
Mako
if you
Stone. HP plus?
Materia research and
Oh, wait,
development
sorry.
is spearheaded by Arms Development, which
skipped
is
the
under
dialogue.
command of Director
Whoops.
Scarlett. But the Materia Room belongs to the Soldier Department.
Do you know if it's going to be released in English too or just Japanese? I mean, right now it looks like Japanese.
The Materia Room's underperformance is due to lack of funds and staff, unlike the well-endowed Arms Development.
Silence Blade. Hell yeah.
Hey,
That's it, right?
You have a Mako Stone.
I have
Can
another
you
one?
Leave that.
I thought I only had...
Oh yeah,
Oh,
if you want.
that must be the
you
last
can-
one.
We can always count on you to come through for us, Zack. I'm happy to report to you, our Materia's reputation has been growing as of late.
It's been 5
So much
minutes,
so,
bro.
in fact, that Director Scarlett, who wanted to shut us down, was
That happened quickly.
humiliated at a board meeting. As it stands, the Materia Room's performance is neck and neck with Arms Development now. Really,
Damn right.
I can't thank you enough for your help, Zack.
All good, bro. Gravity. Okay. I'm one of those masochists who loves the harder Chadley challenges. I can't wait to try super bosses and really learn how to min-max Vince's moveset. Yeah. Alright, speaking of... Well, not exactly. What do we got? Yeah, power attack. That takes... Alright, 9 AP. What does the number on the left mean exactly? Because the AP is 9, but it was a 28, so is it like 28 power? That's pretty insane. Blizzard Blade, Silence Blade, HP up. Oh, I can get a second accessory as well. Oh, what is this? Half fire damage. Oh, okay. Let's do Star Pendant. Bronze Bangle. 54 Vitality in the Bulletproof Vest. Damn. Plus 30 on Vitality. Take a little bit of a hit on HP, but... Should switch it to power attack for sure. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, it's 6 o'clock for me. And I'm trying to think. What's the next section of this game? Is like I go off with Sephiroth, right? And then you do that whole mission with Sephiroth, and then you meet Aerith, I think. How long is that mission? Chat. So I'm trying to think if I want to keep going or if I want to stop now. It's quick. Let's do one more juicy story thing, right? Let's go in here first. Talk to this fucker.
Ah, there you are. Now, let us begin the experiment.
Huh? Experiment? Me?
Never mind. Just make your way to the training room.
Not without knowing what for.
You wouldn't understand.
It's like squats,
if I
right?
told you anyway. I want to verify the virtual data gathered from a soldier operative's combat results. You are going to help me validate my data by participating in a simulated
Maybe not.
combat scenario. Now,
all right, fine.
My precious virtual data. Defeat this sample.
So he was already doing this
prove my greatness
pre-remake trilogy, right? Like this is essentially what he does all throughout the remake trilogy.
Did you say something?
Gathering all this virtual data. Absolutely did that in my first remake run, and when it clicks, I think the biggest issue is conveyance. The game needs to teach players better.
Now we
Or what? Oh, maybe what Crooked Star is saying? Yeah. I'm just horrible at the combat system. Oh, I'm pretty good at it. I still haven't done the super crazy bosses in Rebirth yet.
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
This is what you can throw at me, bro? This is what you got for me, Hojo?
With the settings off again.
He keeps doing this shit terribly, right? Like he also tries to set up fights with us in Remake. We clear them with ease.
Such a bold claim. You need to provide more solid data. Fight this next
You and your
monster
data.
and prove your.
Sure. It'll be
Against
easy.
These new settings, you will be.
Say again?
Oh, nothing. Now, let's begin.
Activating combat mode.
Damn. Interrupting my shit.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Tifa's overpower ACB skill has a tooltip explanation. That's actually incorrect.
Were the settings off yet again?
I've just been doing missions, bro. I'm kind of OP
That's
right
what
now.
Soldier can do.
Second-rate soldier, maybe. No. Third-rate. If you truly are first-rate, then fight my next data.
It's gonna be easy. I'm getting bored.
Not everyone can become an elite.
Kind of shaking his hands.
Like,
Huh? What?
oh, nothing. Now, let's begin.
You gonna throw me an actual challenge, Hojo?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Got him! Oh yeah!
That's it, bro. Twitch was stuttering on my phone, but YouTube is buttery smooth.
Magnificent.
Might be my bitrate on Twitch too.
That you have the talent to become a fine study sample.
Not really a talent I want.
I think I might need to switch my
You
bitrate
should
down
be proud.
a little bit.
Samples like you only appear every 2 years or so. Yay? By the by, I have an extra special program you can fight.
Will it be actually hard?
Special program.
Some data I designed on a lark that displays power inconceivable in
Or is this a squat? I know there's like a squat challenge with Hojo, I'm pretty sure. Might be a thing on my end because it never really happens watching you on PC.
Professor
Okay.
Hojo, you can't possibly mean to use that data on a human.
Not that one. It's way too dangerous.
It would be a worthy opponent for a first-rate
It's the squatting, isn't it? I remember a squatting thing. The way they're setting it up is hilarious if this is the freaking squatting.
Hey,
bring it
I
on.
warn you, don't do this. That program is way too dangerous.
I agree.
Yeah.
It may cost you your life. I'm not exaggerating.
I gotta go for it. It's Hojo.
You are indeed a sample worthy of my attention. You need not worry. I will see to it that your remains contribute greatly to science. Now, my precious virtual data, prove my greatness to the entire world.
They're really setting this up. They're really hyping this the hell up. They're hyping this up like Hamaguchi hypes up part 3. Okay, it's an actual fight.
Activating combat mode.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Fuck you.
Activating combat mode.
All right, that's not doing shit. Just gotta stay behind this idiot. Ow.
Warm-up's over.
Concentrate.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, defeating Hojo on part 3 is gonna feel so good. Might get this bastard. Ow, shit.
Conflict resolved.
Got him.
Oh yeah.
I remember he killed me immediately and it accidentally hit the wrong thing and couldn't retry the fight. Oh, really?
This is most unexpected.
So if I were to quit there, would I not get the chance to actually do it?
Wait. I formulated a new hypothesis.
You were saying
You're always coming with
something
the
about my
hypothesis.
remains?
Yes, my knowledge, ability, and inspiration have forged a new path.
Of course it has.
You and I will share a special relationship.
Don't try to absorb my cells into your body and become like a freaking monster.
Do you hear me?
Yes, my knowledge, ability, you and... Yeah,
Is that it? Alright, easy money, bro.
Unbelievable! A human being beat that data?
I beat all the clankers.
That's impossible, even for Soldier. Could it be a bug in the emulator?
No, I'm just that good.
I didn't think anyone could beat that program. You must be some kind of monster.
Oh, I'm totally a monster.
Something even more terrifying.
That's ominous.
I didn't think you...
Easy. Easy. Clankers, yeah. Bring me all your clankers. I'll tear them all down, Shinra. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Is that the way forward? What's in the briefing room? Nobody's here? Oh, these guys.
Do you really think you can hack it in Soldier the way you are now?
Oh,
do you really think
conversation.
you can hack it in Soldier the way you are now?
Sorry, sir.
You don't seem to get the most important thing about being a Soldier member. You better think on it.
What's going
Soldier
on?
honor?
You're not a familiar face. Are you a rookie 3rd class? I'm Zach, by the way, yeah?
Yes. I just joined Soldier last month.
Yeah, definitely not
But
Cloud.
it's like I can't do anything right. I seem to only get in other people's way. That's why he was just yelling at me.
Hey now, you're Soldier. Don't give up so easily.
But he said I'd be thrown out if I screw up the next mission. I think I just don't have what it takes.
You should get thrown out. Yeah, if you don't have what it takes, you don't have what it takes. This is what it is.
You made it this far, right?
I know, but...
You're so wishy-washy. Tell you what, I'll go on your next mission for you.
Well, that's right. I do this guy's homework.
What? You do that?
That doesn't help him. How is that helping him get to where he needs to get, Zach?
Just keep it quiet. Watch what I do out there and learn from it, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Doing his homework for him. Unbelievable. What's in here? Star pendant.
Ever since the Wutai War ended, Director Lazard has been permanently holed up in the director's office. Must be doing paperwork or something. If you want to go to the director's office, take the elevator.
Get his material too. Okay. That's fair enough. Let's check out this mission. It's M7. God, here I am messing around with missions. I got a headband? If they move the high wind scenes to the submarine, I'm gonna call it SubTXT.
Activating combat
Under the submarine, nobody survives being in the deep ocean.
Later.
Conflict resolved.
What's my other? There it is.
Activating combat mode. Conflict
Ow.
resolved.
That hurt. Him.
Activating combat
Underwater materia. Or maybe they'll have the FF10 abilities to just like be underwater endlessly.
mode. Conflict resolved.
Cool.
Thank you so much, Zach. That was amazing. I learned so much from you.
Hey, that's the spirit. So you're ready to take on the next mission
Can't believe we're
yourself?
doing this kid's homework. Of course he's not going to do the next mission himself.
Knowing how I am, I'll probably screw something up again. Maybe I should write to Mom and Pa back home.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Tell them how cold city life
Maybe
can
you
be.
should. This guy doesn't. He doesn't.
Fine. I'll do
This
your
guy
next
isn't
mission
fit to be in
too.
Soldier, Zach. No, don't do it for him.
Will?
Unbelievable. What if he did that? What if he did this for Cloud? Savage sub 6 hours. Hey, if you can't make the program, you can't make the program. I just want his gear at this point. I want his loot. So I will do it begrudgingly, even though it's not for his own good. All it does is deprive him of valuable experience. But I also get, I'm also able to level up, so I'll take it.
Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Where's the next? There's another one over there. There's got to be one over here. Yeah. What did I get? Elixer.
Activating combat mode.
All right, come here.
Conflict resolved.
I just no trying, just like spamming.
Professor Zach.
You couldn't do
Amazing
that.
as always. You're a
All you have to
great
do is
reference.
spam your thunder materia. That's all you had to do.
You must be ready now. Go on the next mission yourself, okay?
You're right. Yes. I can't argue with you, Professor Zach.
Yes.
Darn
you
right.
can do it. You're in Soldier. Be confident.
Exactly.
Do me a favor. Bury my body on top of a hill with a view.
What?
Come on. All right then. But this is the last time.
This guy. I can picture this guy, our sick dude, ends up being reincarnated as Zach.
Much
It's forgotten by
obliged.
everyone.
I'm so sorry.
You're not sorry. You're not. He gave me a star pendant, so I'll take it. How does dude increase in level even when Zach does his stuff? He doesn't. That's why it's not good for him. But he's gonna give me diamond gloves, so, you know, Zach dragged Cloud months and did all the fighting for him to his own death. It's just foreshadowing. Yeah, that's a way to look at it. Ah, shit.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Knife toss? Ow. Ow. Oh, shit. No AP costs? Hell yeah. Damn it with this fire. No, not with the fire.
Take that.
Conflict resolved.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
first one down. I need my first chest. Oh, right here.
Activating
Another chest
combat
down
mode.
there. Look at these little Genesises. Can I get both of them now? Door activated? What's that?
Conflict resolved.
Did everyone also get like hooked into the missions? Because this happened the last time I played this game too. Hey, Valen, aka Circular Staircase. What's going on?
Activating combat mode.
Ah, shit. Like this endless loop of missions just gets me every time.
Conflict resolved.
It arguably shouldn't, but it does.
Activating
With the
combat
heal at the very beginning. This Valkyrie. Damn, that's it. Ow! Shit! I fell down the rabbit hole of watching Lady Dreamer stir stuff for Vince's intro.
Activating combat mode.
The heal. Ow. Ah, shit. Gosh. Ow, damn, it got me. Come on, I can do this.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on.
It's these little shits I gotta take out first. They lock me in place. Ooh, shit. Ah, shit. Stop hitting me with that, bro. Ah, god dang. Ah, the spin attack. Damn. This guy is tough.
Activating combat mode.
Ow, shit. Oh, come on.
Brace yourself.
Currently playing OG FF7 for the third time, and I got lost at the Great Glacier and ended up leveling up and getting really OP from all the fights I had to do. Oh, nice. Yeah, Roland, we talked about it at the start of stream. Like around the 30-minute mark or so, the old Double D. We discussed it. Fuck off. Oh, damn you! I wasn't getting like, I was like mid-attack. Like each time this thing kills me, I'm usually like mid-attack. It's like when it shoots me and then I don't get my defense up in time. Shit. Ah, damn it. It's these little bastards. But he needs to kill them first.
Activating combat mode.
Damn you. Shit. Ay. I didn't think it would get that close to me.
Activating
It's driving me
combat
nuts.
mode.
Damn that shotgun shot.
Activating combat mode.
Okay, okay. All of these guys. Okay. No, not the... I was mid-healing. Shit, this one's hard. I don't know if I can get this one right now. Ah, shit. No, 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 get away from me. Oh, no, stay away, stay away.
Warm-up's over. Here we go.
Be really careful with this one. Gotcha.
Conflict resolved.
Oh.
You're incredible, Zack. It's been such an education.
That's probably the last one I'm gonna do. For that, for like these missions.
So, what about the next mission?
Yes, the next mission. I'll be doing it myself.
Yeah, of course you are. You
so
lying sack of...
for it.
No,
What?
you're not.
Truth be told, I'd like to see you in action one last time.
It's not one last time. It's never one last time. Don't believe him, Zack.
Such a great role model. You're the kind of operative that I want to
Congrats,
be.
you might get killed by a platoon later. Yeah.
Well, now you're making me blush. Okay, if that's how you feel, I'll help you
He's
out.
really training him to survive the last
You're the
stand.
best,
That's
Zack.
really what he's doing. This is how Destiny is defied. It's not by killing the Whisper Harbinger. It's by just getting Zack ass blasted as much as possible to get him ready. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Pearl necklace, what does that do? Damn it. No, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I've leveled up a decent amount. I've gotten some good gear. I think we're set. I think we're good. I think we're good. But what was the stuff I got? I got diamond gloves. Star pendant. I already had one. I had to buy 4 of those? Sprint shoes. Okay. So I didn't really get anything all that great, to be honest. Okay. Let's just continue with the story real quick.
Hey, Zack. So, the war is over.
That it is.
Kunzel?
I'm sure you heard. I ruled.
No, I didn't
I
hear.
rule.
The company reports don't mention you at all. On TV,
Of course not.
they only talk about Sephiroth's bravery.
But Sephiroth
There's the
was
propaganda.
in
It's
B
all
unit.
Sephiroth.
Well, our heroes are chosen by the media.
Dreams crushed.
Oh, come on. Cheer up, will ya?
What's the email I got? Oh, it's just these couple tip bullshits. I'm just gonna click through these so that I can. Okay.
Oh.
Is that it? Okay. Let's go forward. Where am I supposed to go? Soldier Director's office? Let's go to the exhibit room though, real quick. Big swords, but no skills.
Are party Daytonas are so cool, right?
Yeah,
When
they
I
are,
grow
they
up,
are.
I'm gonna get one and tear it up on the highway.
All right, Reno. Party Daytona. Oh, there's no info on it? I thought they had info on stuff. There is some like interesting little tidbits on things here. Where's our little truck that we... This guy talks about the Highwind, right? Like Sid Highwind? Yeah.
Is a legendary pilot and the namesake of our airship.
Sid Highwind. What is your play time, or how far are you into the game? I'm in chapter 3. We just did the bombing of Benora. So next we're supposed to like meet Sephiroth for a mission, which I think is what leads to where we get blasted by Angeal and ends up in the church. The astronaut chosen for this flight is legendary Sid Highwind. Okay. That's it. So I gotta say.
Chosen for the flight.
Yeah. They're showing off the rocket here. Shinra number 26 rocket. Oh, we know this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Finally back home. Okay, John Q Gamer, what's up? We're still going. We're still going. Because I don't know how to be regular.
I'm amazed that Shinra can make something like this fly through the skies.
Hell yeah. And we're about to play with, we're about to fly with it.
Airship that was developed with very generous funding from the Shinra company, the Highwind.
Part 3.
Captain Sid Highwind is the airship's namesake.
Oh, Phil. I know Phil. What's going on? Yeah, you found my stream. What's up, bro?
Currently, it's still in the testing phase.
We are playing
but we
some
expect that,
real
like
nerd shit. What's going on?
Midgar,
Oh,
will
thank you for
become a
subbing
Shinra
too. What's
symbol.
up? Were you playing Arc Raiders? Have I missed out on like really cool shit by playing this? Okay, that's pretty much it. If you want to see some really corny dialogue, this is the game for you. Oh my god, Phil, holy shit. Thank you for how many subs is this? How many subs is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 20 maybe? It didn't say exactly. Thank you so much, Phil. Phil is a friend of mine. That is he's been asking me to play Arc Raiders with him. Yeah, nobody can dodge. Just like he's trying to get me to stop dodging Arc Raiders. Which I have played a little bit of. But yeah, it said 20. Okay, so yes, thank you so much, Phil. Holy shit. So yeah, so soon. I was trying to jump on soon. Did you hit me back on Discord? Is to give people what they want. Yeah. Yeah, you did hit me up. Oh, I didn't see your text earlier. Could be the shot fluffer. Yeah, sure. How do I? Oh, I have to do that. I have to do it after stream, I think. It's like make you a mod. Thank you, man.
Congratulations. As of this moment, you are promoted to Soldier First Class.
Huh. I thought I'd be happier.
Understandable. Too much happened too fast.
It does happen in real life, right? You get something you think you want and you think you'd be happier.
I need your assistance again.
Are you pushing another assignment on me?
My apologies.
Whatever.
All right, Crooked Step. Thanks.
I'll fill you in, Zach. But before that, go to the briefing room and change into a first-class uniform.
Is the first class uniform any different? I don't remember. Is it the same shit? I forgot what he was wearing before. I thought it was the same. I can now equip 6 materia. Oh shit. It's black. Got it. Now that Zack has been promoted to first class, a combat evaluation is given after each battle. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, the fact that like if you take no damage, you get benefits. Yeah, this is really cool. I remember like this mechanic was really a good addition gameplay wise to this.
Are you Zack?
Oh, second was purple. I mean, they kind of look really close though.
In the flesh.
As Soldier First Class, you are now authorized to use Materia Fusion.
Oh, finally.
Whoa,
Okay, that's
so
how we
what
do
do
it.
I do?
First, open the main menu. You should now be able to select Materia Fusion. Now, try fusing these two materia.
Is it just in the material? Oh, I didn't have to go into the material room for that.
How
I
the
forgot about
process
that.
works. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Oh, instead of burning through Soma. Wait, what happens if I... What makes it so I don't have to burn through Soma? Materia fusion, you can fuse materia. I might need to reread this, it's been a while. Materia created through fusion are usually set at level 1, but when 2 of the same materia are fused, the higher level will be carried over. When a master level materia is used in fusion, a higher ranking materia may be created, but so once you have collected a good amount of materia, you should experiment often. In regards to parameter carryover from materia fusion, the parameter will with greater value will be carried over in the fused materia. 50% of the lesser materia's value will be added. What? Okay, example of materia fusion carryover. Fyra nag +3 plus attack up is Fyra blade +4. Got it. If the materia values of the parameter values of materia 1 and 2 are the same, the resulting materia's parameter value. Shit. I did enjoy doing this though. Let's do it with, was it Fire and Blizzard? Well, I should sacrifice maybe this 1 star. This is going to carry over the 5 star of Blizzard, right? Wait, what is born? Just a new used material, just thunder? Shit, hold on. Dark Blizzard. That's where it gets kind of interesting. Blizzaga Blade. Blizzard Blade. Blizzaga Blade. Oh, it's 42 AP. That's way too much. Is it worth... I don't know if I would get rid of an Assault Twister, though. Well, I have 1 Assault Twister. Oh, you usually get Blizzard Blade with the regular Assault, but it's 24 AP. Per use. Kind of high. Materia Fusion becomes more useful when you grind out more fusible. Yeah, I might wait on it for right now. Shit. Damn. Okay. More mail?
Hey now, are you sure you know enough about materia?
I got it, bro.
Materia fusion is still a new technology. Some combinations
that we don't
and
see
results have not been tried or
in
discovered.
FF7 regular.
That's why we want you to experiment. And if you make a new discovery, let us know.
Sure.
Finished changing?
Yeah, and I picked up Materia Fusion too.
Then return to my office. I'll brief you on the mission.
Yes, sir.
I got mail, more mail. It's an official notification of the change in status in the following. Like it's Angeal, they're saying it's KAA, same with Genesis. Okay. Probably save. You do know what I am, right? Oh, thank you for the bits. Easy mid. What is that? 400? 404? Thank you so much. Oh shit, more Kunsa mail. When to see Loveless. Oh, so actually Sleepezi hit me about this. He was like really hot on this. He was like, bro, you need to, like, he's really into this specific piece of mail, I think. So he says, Genesis KIA. Yeah, right. Who do they think they're trying to fool? Just got back from seeing the stage production of Loveless in Midgar. Genesis is a big fan, wasn't he? I usually don't care for classic drama, but it was pretty damn good. The guy is the hero in the original, but the play was more from the viewpoint of the girl who helps the guy. When I heard that last line, of course, I'll come back to you. Even if you don't promise to wait, I'll return knowing that you'll be here. Oh man, that's when I lost it and just started bawling. I don't know exactly what Sleepezi was focusing in on with like this exactly, but it is interesting, right? So like a version of the story that like the stage production is different from the original, right? The original, the guy is a hero, but in the stage play, it was more the viewpoint of the girl. I don't know if they were setting this up way back then, if they're setting up a couple things, like the fact that we are seeing Remake in some ways. Obviously, Aerith has more perception of things. And then obviously, like I think it's funny too, like who do they think they're trying to fool with the like killed in action? Because you could kind of apply maybe the same thing with the ending of Rebirth. Like who do they think they're trying to fool? With like how they showed things. But again, this was made like 20 years ago. So I can't read too much into it. But he had mentioned it to me and I thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah. But it's another example of like the idea of an adaptation kind of playing out differently. I think this kind of applies to Crisis Core itself. Yeah, right? Like you see it through Zack's perspective rather than like Cloud, right? Where Cloud was the hero in the original. That's probably what it's more directly like commenting on, for sure. We see Aerith seeing Zack's journey.
Has decided to eliminate Genesis and his cohorts. This includes Angeal as well.
And you want me to do it?
No, the Shinra army will handle it.
What about me?
They don't trust you.
They believe your emotions will hamper your judgment.
Well, of course.
That's why I'm going too.
Only getting Sephiroth in action.
To kill them?
An intruder.
Where?
Close. Sephiroth.
I forgot about this lockdown.
Zack, entrance.
Yeah, you got it.
Loveless's rabbit hole, yeah. I forgot about this part.
Zack, get to the entrance. Zack.
Is that it? Okay. I think it should be good.
What the? It stopped?
Yeah, let's look around.
Soldiers here. Thank goodness. Hurry up and deal with that.
That? Whoa! What is this?
Activating combat mode.
These copies have balls.
Conflict resolved.
No damage, bonus. Hell yeah.
Oh, thank you.
What was that?
What, you don't know? That was an intruder neutralization mech.
So why was it attacking employees?
It just went berserk, for reasons unknown. There are others stationed, so deal with them.
No problem, bro.
But I was ordered to go to the entrance.
Nah, I gotta help. You gotta help. You gotta help. Where is it? Do I have to go into the rooms?
A scream?
Yeah.
I'm coming! Stay back!
What if I just Thundared these regular employees too?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
You're not with Soldier, right? What are you doing here?
Well, the science department reserved the training room for the day, and I was just doing some maintenance.
Maintenance, huh?
Two of you together alone?
All right, you got me. I was slacking. Hey, can you keep this between us, please?
I don't know what's going on in this building.
Thank you. Please take this for your trouble.
Oh, he's giving me shit for it? 5,000 gil? Hell yeah. I actually don't have a ton of gil in this game. At least I don't think I do. 14,000? Pretty good. Not in the materia room. Is that really it? Briefing room?
Hey!
Oh, this guy
you
got
all
hurt.
right?
Behind you.
Huh?
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on!
Conflict resolved.
Later!
And these these Roombas are really wreaking havoc.
Thank you. I was close.
Did that mech injure you?
Yeah. Pathetic, right? A soldier member getting bested by that thing?
Hey, even
Yeah, it's pretty
soldier
pathetic.
members have their bad day.
Well,
No, they don't, Zach.
one of my
You gotta be tougher on these soldiers, Zach.
I'm really not that good at fighting.
Then what are you doing?
You're a soldier.
What are you even
Suck it
doing
up.
here?
If you're bad at something, train harder.
Sorry. I'll be going now. For you.
I mean, it is kind of ridiculous how they portray so much of Soldier as, like, terrible.
Zach, where?
Oh, director.
I'm
on the
doing
soldier
stuff.
floor.
Head to the entrance ASAP. We've been massively compromised.
Give me a minute, bro.
All right, I'm on it.
Good luck.
So I assume it's the last thing on this floor since I got the phone call. Nothing in there.
Entrance. Entrance.
Even if they wouldn't let Cloud and Soldier. Exactly, right, John?
Why are Shinra weapons
Give these
attacking the
useless
Shinra
people who
building?
don't enjoy fighting even.
Is this Genesis's doing?
Activating combat mode.
Got him.
Ah, shit.
Conflict resolved.
The end.
Nice. I think they just finished a war. Most specialists are probably dead. Only kids are left. Oh, that's true.
Damn.
Yeah, I forgot
They're
about that.
swarming us.
Activating combat mode.
Shit. Okay. Okay. More copies. I did not set up extra materia like an idiot. I figured out it'd be fine. Ow. More mechs. More four sweepers. Holy shit.
Bringing out the big guns. Here we go. Go, go, go!
No AP costs. Ah, damn.
Conflict resolved.
Later.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Cure one of my friends is an audiophile with $20,000 setup. Maybe listen to a new CD I heard about. I'm listening to a $600 headset.
There's no doubt.
Holy shit.
This is Hollander's doing.
Who was that?
A Shinra scientist who stole the copy tech, then vanished.
Are you saying that this Hollander and Genesis are working together?
Quite possibly.
Do you know what they're planning?
Hollander sought to head the science department and lost. He's borne a grudge against Shinra ever since. He wants revenge.
So petty. And Genesis is supporting this stupid cause?
This music doesn't really fit this scene.
Well, then don't.
Agreed. Now, Zack. Copies have been sighted in Sector 8 as well. Let's go.
This is bad.
We should split up.
Good call.
Yep, split up, bro.
Hold on. I'm a-coming.
Hey, Cisne.
Sector 8 is
Reno.
Turk's jurisdiction, slick.
Oh. Rude.
You've got to be kidding me! Sung, do something!
There's no need for concern.
Huh? Okay.
Since they handled that shit.
Other areas.
Motionista, hey, what's up?
Car's just crawling with nasties.
Soldiers having difficulties.
Reno, rude.
Just say the word.
Go.
Yes, sir.
So now we're outsourcing to the Turks.
Soldiers being stingy.
There's a manpower shortage. Duh. You're a Turk too?
I'm Cisne.
I'm Zach. Pleasure to meet ya.
Zach, aren't you on assignment?
Cisne.
Same objective. Need some help here?
I appreciate the offer,
Oh,
but
how generous. Well, Sung, Zach, I gotta go.
Yeah, where's Shotgun? Stop putting in Sung. So this thing's added to the DMV or DMW. She gets added to the DMW so quick in context. Like Zach just meets her and immediately memory bank. Dang, Zach.
we're looking for a man named Hollander. If you find him, detain him.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way! Hot! Take that!
Shit. Can I blame him? No. I mean, currently, yeah, she's 16 years old, but he's also 16, so that's okay.
Oh yeah!
Is there any?
I'll leave this to Sephiroth.
Oh, I thought there might be like a thing.
Combat mode.
Nothing here.
Conflict
All right.
resolved. Activating combat mode.
So nothing that way. Oh, I gotta fight these guys again. I hate that they interrupt that shit. I also need to equip more materia. Hey, lucky sevens, I leveled up. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Amy Cloud Angel. What's going on?
Conflict resolved.
Welcome. We are playing Crisis Core, but thank you for the 2 months. Actually, yeah, I need to set up extra materia. I forgot my equipment. I wouldn't mind like an HP up actually. And then, you know, bringing Assault Twister back might not be the worst idea. Silence Blade could be nice actually. Oh, it's a safe point over here. I forgot exactly where I'm supposed to go next. Am I going? Ah, shit. Am I going to the same place that Siste's heading, or like where Rufus and where Rude and Reno were heading?
Conflict resolved.
Okay.
Oh yeah!
I think I am going that way, yeah. Loveless Avenue. Is there, do I have mail as well? No, okay. Organize my puzzle and board game and figure box closet. I can walk in there and nice. I actually need to do a lot of organizing stuff too. Okay, so they have that covered, okay. There's a Genesis scene here, right?
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Ah, damn, I miss.
Conflict resolved.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I need to organize my apartment, actually.
Man? Oh yeah. Those masked guys causing all that havoc? I think I saw their leader just now. He's up ahead on this street.
Oh, we'll get to him.
Is a token of gratitude.
Oh, earrings. I'll take it. Shit. Alright, just save this dude and this kid.
Activating combat mode.
I have so much AP to use.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. Just
Alright, what are you gonna give me?
a really cool older girl came and saved me.
Sustain?
Bad guys with big weapons came too. That young lady gave us time to escape by charging out alone. Please, mister, I'll give you my favorite treasure. So
Oh, don't worry. We'll save Sustain. Don't worry.
Yes,
We have Sustain's back. Alright, it's right here. It's like an extra good Genesis copy, right? Yeah.
Genesis. No, they're copies.
Activating combat mode.
Oh shit.
Take that.
Ah, 50% power. Shit.
Better run for it.
Limit level.
You can do it, Zach.
Yeah, I'm on fire now.
Sustain's already inspiring limit breaks. Does she always have a... Yeah, I don't know, actually. Ah, shit, he stunned me. What the hell?
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
The shuriken? Yeah. It's nothing personal, bitch. Interesting that this copy actually like grew a wing too. Like a pretty advanced copy.
When I was a kid, I always wanted to have wings. You know,
Really?
like an angel.
If people had wings, they'd be monsters.
Wings symbolize freedom for those who have none. They don't
So the freedom
symbolize
thing, I know
monsters.
what they symbolize. Is what Sleepezi was asking about earlier.
Impressive, soldier first class. You've got skill.
Well, unlike the Turks, fighting's our main thing.
And some of the dialogue though, like just the dialogue of if you had wings, people had wings, they'd be monsters. I mean, it adds up to what we talked about, but just like it's just lines of dialogue, right? It's just a little, yeah.
All right then. I'm off to the next job.
I got a new shop too.
You've got something too, right?
Yeah, I do.
Until we meet again.
All right, Cisne. Sephiroth?
Sector 8 is clear. Come to Mako Reactor 5.
Did you find something out?
Angeal has been sighted.
Oh shit.
So it's search and destroy?
The army is mobilizing, but there's still time. You and I will find them before they
do.
And what?
Fail.
To eliminate them.
For real?
Yes, for real.
Awesome! We're gonna fail!
So yeah, they're trying to get ahead of the Shinra army. They're trying to get to Angeal before the army does. Which makes sense, right? Like, Sephiroth wants to save him. One of his few friends. Alright. That in mind, let's save there. I think that'll be it for today, but since we just saw Cisne, I kind of want to see Cisne in Rebirth real quick. So let's check out Cisne's appearance in Rebirth. Because that's always a fun, that was like such a fun thing. I'm glad the one thing is it kind of got spoiled for me because so many pictures, so many people, even though I missed that state of play where they showed her in the trailer, so many people took screenshots and shared it on, and even I had like stuff, I had keywords muted for, where is this thing? I had keywords muted on Twitter, but it didn't help because people were still just taking screenshots and not writing anything in the tweet. So I got spoiled anyway. I saw her regardless. Where the hell is my Cisne clip? Can't be in Approaching Gongaga. Is it? Gongaga intro. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Media player. Yeah, even a keyword did not save me from this. Just because of how, yeah, Twitter works. It's like nobody actually wrote the word Cisne. So like my muting didn't catch it. Okay. Let's check it out.
They are! Gongaga mushrooms!
They may be hard to come by in Midgar, but here you can't move for the blasted things.
Wow.
Passing through. You.
What?
Nothing. For a second, I thought you were someone else.
There's the music.
Who are you people?
Aye, you'll do.
More importantly, why are you here? Not to survey the reactor, I presume.
Ah, no, just to study it. We're on a wee field trip, you see? Whee.
Well then.
Oh.
Welcome to Gungaga. I'm
Yeah,
Sisney,
there's
Coalition Captain. And sorry, didn't mean to startle you before. Just doing our jobs. Back to your posts.
Ma'am.
You'll get a clear view of the reactor from that hill. Make sure to pay your respects, though.
Of course.
Come on. Our village is a quiet one, as you can tell. Let's keep it that way. Don't get a lot of visitors, what with the jungle. Can't even remember the last time. But that's part of this place's charm, I suppose.
I thought they kept the music looping until she said her line. Yeah. I think the music team understood the assignment and then some. Also, this like slower version of it, right?
Thank you. So what is this?
3 years ago, the reactor here suffered a catastrophic failure.
I don't know, Motionista. I'm not sure.
It was old and couldn't handle the stress.
It needed maintenance, which Shinra never provided. And then one day... So,
one time Shinra actually like...
Well. This was the company's way of trying to make amends.
Or they tried to make amends.
I'm surprised they even made the effort.
And thanks to the hard work of our people, Gongaga rose from the ashes, right?
That's nice and all. But one memorial doesn't buy absolution.
You guys must be tired. I know you've got things to do, but if you wanted to rest up...
Wouldn't they say no?
My house is just down
She
there.
had such a cool outfit too.
Got an open door
It's
policy,
such a cool looking
so
fit.
feel free. Woohoo! Don't mind if I do.
I'm gonna take a look around.
Seriously, get some rest, okay?
I think I included the conversation with her in this clip.
Those Gungaga mushrooms you found? They're all yours if you want them. We got more than our fair share. Didn't settle down here until after the reactor incident. Place may not seem like much compared to Midgar, but it's more than enough for me. Those Gungaga mushrooms you found? We got more than our fair share.
Did I also include the Kate Sith conversation? Oh, I think I got like a...
If Shinra had wanted to... That Sisney lassie was right, you know. If Shinra had wanted to, they could have done something about the reactor. But instead, they looked the other way. Willful negligence killed those people, and everyone thinks Avalanche are the bad guys. Sad. Aerith hasn't been...
It's actually a really good performance from Kate Sith here,
that
right?
Sisney lassie was right, you know.
You really hear him like reflecting. He's like really thinking. He's really like challenging the preconception that he's
If Shinra
heard.
had wanted to, they could have done something about the reactor. But instead, they looked the other way. Willful negligence killed those people, and everyone thinks Avalanche are the bad guys. Sad. Aerith hasn't been herself since we got here, has she? Wonder why. Does she know the place?
Yep, she does. She does. All right, chat. It's about that time. If you're on Twitch, we will be raiding into Tiffany Lockhart, who I was chilling with yesterday at the FF14 event. Cool as always. We were chatting about like part 3 versus like 14's next expansion, like when that'll come out. But thank you everyone for hanging out. The next stream will be Wednesday, November 19th. We are covering Temple of the Ancients and I think Forgotten Capital. It's the big shit, y'all. End of Disc 1 potentially for the OG playthrough, retranslated with all the mods. So soon we'll be getting into part 3 territory in our OG playthrough, hopefully after this Wednesday stream. But thank you, Wick, John Q Gamer, Sephiroth, Lazy Black Dragon, Motionista, Amy Cloud Angel, Dan Jobrium, and everyone else who might still be here, Hushu, me and Tempe, anyone who's still here. If you're on Twitch, if you can hang around for the raid, I'm gonna jump into Tiffany Lockhart. We're gonna go hang out with her. So thank you all for hanging out, for any of the gift subs, any of the support that you guys all gave. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button to make sure people can find the VOD afterward. I will include the timestamps soon. First I edit the intro part out. But anyway, thank you so much. I will see you all on Wednesday, November 19th. See you later.